Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Darkness slowly faded from Percy's eyes. Groggily, he blinked and immediately flinched. A goat was staring down at him. Wait, a goat? Percy jolted up, only to be caught by a familiar hand. Whoa, easy there, man. Grover's voice was filled with concern as he helped Percy sit up. You dropped like a rock. What happened? Percy groaned, rubbing his head. I hit your bed one too many times, G-man. That's all. Grover glanced at the bed, then back at Percy with a raised eyebrow. Well, maybe we're getting too big for these bunk beds. Percy nodded absently, still nursing his aching skull. Hey, Grover, you didn't hear anything weird just now, did you? Weird how? Grover asked, skeptical. Like a bell. You know the kind that goes ping, like in video games? Grover scratched his scruffy chin. Nope, no bells for me. You sure you're okay? Hearing sounds in your head isn't exactly the best sign. We should get you to the nurse. I'm fine, really. Percy forced a smile. Just need a bit of time. Grover hesitated, clearly unconvinced. All right, but shout if you need anything. I'll be in the shower. After what felt like 100 more, you sure? Yes. Grover finally left. Percy leaned back and exhaled slowly. He knew what he heard. The sound, the ping, had happened before he fell, and the proof was still floating in front of him. A brown box hovered in midair. Percy Jackson. Health, 100 out of 100. Mana, 50 of 50. Title none. Level, 2. EXP, 30/400. Race, STR2. Vit, 1 plus 2 equals 3. Dex, 2 plus 2 equals 4. Int 1. Wis 1. Luke, 3. Unassigned points, 0. Money, $0/drachma, 0. Title, The Gamer. What the actual Hades? Percy muttered. This wasn't a dream. Somehow, his life had turned into a video game. Stats, health bars, levels, it was all there. Ridiculous, right? Except it was there. His eyes drifted over his pathetic stats. Strength was below average, intelligence and wisdom barely registered, and even his best stat, luck, wasn't impressive. As he shook away the menu, another odd thought crept into his mind. Why am I so calm about this? Any normal person would be freaking out. Skills, he said aloud, testing a theory. A new window popped up, displaying 3 glowing icons. He tapped the first. Skill acquired, gamer's mind, passive. Allows the user to calmly and logically assess situations. Grants immunity to psychological effects and panic. Percy blinked. Well, that explains a lot, he muttered. No wonder he wasn't losing it. That also explained how he reacted when he first realized he could breathe underwater for way longer than normal. This skill was literally keeping him sane. He clicked the next icon. Skill acquired. Gamer's body, passive. Grants the user a body that functions like one in a video game. Skill, physical endurance, LV, 1, 10%. Reduces physical damage taken by 3%. Percy's eyes widened. So, I'm not in a video game. I'm a video game, he rubbed his face. Wow, that sounded cheesy. Still, it all fit. He had stats, skills, health bars, and now, the possibility of leveling up. There was just one problem. Percy had never finished a video game in his life. He needed help. That's what happened. Ping. A glowing blue box appeared in front of him. Quest alert. Find someone to teach you how to play video games. Your life is now one. Better learn the rules. Rewards. Plus 50 EXP. Accept quest? Yes, no. Percy slammed yes without hesitation. But curiosity got the better of him. Could he make his own quests? The last quest appeared when he thought about needing help. So, he focused hard. A girlfriend. The hottest girlfriend. Biggest rack in the world. Ping. Quest alert. Get a girlfriend with the biggest rack, 48V. Because you just had to try, didn't you? Rewards. Plus 100 EXP. Accept quest? Yes, no. You have got to be kidding me. Percy groaned and slammed an O. But still, it worked. He really could create quests. The rules of reality had changed. And Percy Jackson was ready to play. Ping. You've gained plus 1 INT for experimenting with quest mechanics and understanding system logic. Percy blinked. Wait, really? He muttered, swiping open his status screen. Int 2. So, making smart decisions made him smarter, and learning new stuff actually boosted his stats? That actually made sense. He dismissed the status box and sat back, trying to collect his thoughts. Something weird was happening, something big. But first, he needed to focus on surviving the day. Then his eyes landed on the clock. His heart dropped. Shit. Percy cursed, grabbing his towel and uniform before bolting toward the bathroom. Ping. Quest alert. You're late, asshat. Get to class on time before you rack up more losses than a rookie dungeon crawler. Reward. Plus 20 XP. Failure. Detention plus reduced reputation with classmates. Accept quest? Yes, no. Oh, come on. Percy groaned, jabbing yes and hurrying up. He finished showering, threw on his Yancy Academy uniform, and raced out of his dorm. Wait, my books. He doubled back, grabbed his stuff, and sprinted all the way to class. He burst in through the door just as the bell rang. Safe. Percy gasped, collapsing into his seat. His classmates turned and stared. But Percy wasn't staring back out of embarrassment. No, he was stunned. Floating above each student's head were glowing tags. Nancy Bobofit, Thief in the Making, LV4. Marcus, Band Nerd, LV2. Clarice, Walking Detention Slip, LV3. Percy blinked. Once. Twice. No, he wasn't seeing things. His ability worked outside himself. Everyone had names, titles, and levels. He glanced at Nancy, the red-haired menace who'd tormented him and Grover since day one. Yeah, Thief in the Making checked out. Ping. Quest complete. You're late, asshat. Reward. Plus 20 XP. He waved the blue box away and pulled up his status bar. EXP. 50/400. It worked. Quests worked. Rewards were real. Which meant, so were consequences. If he failed quests, he'd actually suffer for it. This power was amazing, sure, but also dangerous. Just then, Mr. Brunner rolled into the classroom in his wheelchair. All right, settle down, class. Everyone turned to their seats. Percy glanced at Grover and nearly fell out of his chair. Grover Underwood, Satyr Protector, LV20. What the actual fuck? Percy whispered. Grover's level was insane, higher than anyone else in class combined. And that title, Satyr, Protector, Goat. Guy was literally a Greek goat man. Percy's eyes darted to the crutches Grover always used. He never let Percy see his legs. Oh gods, Percy thought. My best friend is a goat. What's next? He looked at Grover more closely. Goatee? Check. Older looking than the rest of them? Definitely. It was all adding up. Grover looked over and whispered, Percy, you okay? Snapped out his daze, Percy nodded quickly. Yeah, just thinking. But then his gaze drifted to Mr. Brunner and froze. Chiron, Trainer of Heroes, LV. Percy nearly choked on his own spit. Chiron. He knew that name. The ancient Greek trainer of demigods. A centaur. A literal myth. Everyone around him was a myth. Grover. Chiron. Who's next? Zeus doing cafeteria duty. As if the gods themselves were encouraging chaos. Ping. Quest alert. Prank Grover and Chiron during a lesson on satyrs. Mock both of them without revealing you know their secrets. Reward. Plus 100 XP. Failure. Major reputation loss with Chiron and Grover. Warning. If they find out you know the truth, they'll handle it. Yes, no. Percy hesitated. It was risky, but 100 XP? That was a lot. While low, he muttered and pressed yes. The opportunity came fast. Mr. Brunner was lecturing on satyrs. How they were nature spirits, half man, half goat, guardians of the wild. Percy raised his hand. Yes, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Brunner asked. I was just wondering, sir, is Chiron a satyr? Brunner paused. His face twitched. What? No. Why would you think that? Well, sir, Percy said innocently, I saw a movie once, Hercules, Disney version. It had a Chiron who partied, drank, and called everyone kid. Seemed very sadder. Why? Mr. Brunner looked horrified. That's not Chiron. Chiron was a centaur, half man, half horse. A scholar. A mentor. Grover snorted. Yeah, he was totally uptight. Percy grinned. Wait, how do you know that, Grover? You know Chiron personally? Nancy Bobo Fit cackled from the back. Yeah, goat boy. You friends with any Greek horses? Percy turned to her with a smile. Actually, Nancy, Chiron was half man, half horse, not just a horse. And Grover's not a goat. Right, Grover? Grover's face went crimson. I'm not a satyr. Percy nodded. See? He's not a satyr. No more than Mr. Brunner is Chiron himself. Grover slumped low in his seat, embarrassed. Mr. Brunner quickly turned away, clearly trying not to react. And Percy? He smiled wide. Ping. Quest complete. Prank successful. Reward. Plus 100 XP. Ping. Quest completed. Prank Grover and Chiron by making fun of satyrs and, well, Chiron. Reward. 100 XP. Percy sat down, and after the class resumed again, Mr. Brunner now looking at Percy with a look of weary. Percy smiled to himself. Things were going great. Sure, his best friend was a goat man, and his favorite teacher was the legendary trainer of heroes. But Gamer's mind helped him not think about that too much. Things happen, move on. Percy slowly brought out his status page and looked at the EXP he gained. EXP 150 out of 400. He was close to leveling up. He just needed some more pranks like that, and he would be seat. Maybe he showed prank Nancy next by putting a whoopee cushion under her seat. Percy then waited for the ping and a quest to come, but it never did. Strange, thought Percy. Maybe I can't just make up quests. Well, there goes my idea of making up stuff as I go along. Percy then spent the rest of the day trying and failing to pay attention in class. By lunch, Percy was ready to call it a day. The classes were just too much. Most of the stuff went above his head. He instead focused on his next quest, finding someone who knows about video games. Percy looked around the class, observing everyone's title. One of them must be so addicted to video games that it is their title, and Percy just found them. Han Jack Game Lover. LV3. Han Jack, an Asian student whose parents came from South Korea. He should know something that could help Percy. Percy got up and walked over to the brown-haired boy who was playing a game on a handheld device. Yup, he was definitely his guy. Ah, hey Han, Percy said as he stood before the boy. Han looked up from his game and looked surprised. Percy, what do you want? Percy rubbed his head nervously. Well, Han, I was thinking, you're pretty good at video games, right? Han looked at Percy like he was inspected a book before slowly nodding. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Well, I was wondering whether you could help me out with a game I started playing. Really? What kind of game? Han looked interested as he put down his device and gave Percy his attention. Well, it's kind of like an adventure game. The hero wakes up and has to do quests and all. He finds himself in, think something Percy think, the Greek world. He has to do quests and stuff. But I was wondering whether you could help me do better by giving me clues and such. Ping. Oh, what now? Skill created. Lying. LV 120%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 2% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. What? 2%? The fuck? That's all the chance I have of succeeding in lying? This game is fucking rigged. Luckily, it seemed Han bought it as he nodded and thought about it for a minute. Okay, so what are the hero's stats? Percy recalled and then told them out to Han. Holy shit, those are some bad stats. I've seen children in Skyrim with better stats than that. Percy sighed. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. Well, there is a plus point to this, Han said, making Percy stunned. This means you can choose to improve whatever stat you want. Meaning you can make your own character. Like, what do you mean? Well, usually in games there are 3 classes, warrior, rogue, and wizard. You improve the stat that helps you for each class. For example, a warrior will require an improvement on STR, Dex, and Vit while ignoring the rest. Percy nodded, understanding that clearly. But what about Int, Whis, and Luke? Isn't that a disadvantage? Sure, but most don't care. So what are the best ways to improve stats? Well, that would be to do things that would improve them, Like say for STR, you should make the character lift heavy stuff. For VIT, you should make him run a lot. Things like that. Percy then connected the dots. So let's say character thought a lot about ideas and such. Would that increase his WIS? Well, yeah. But that's not possible since game characters can't think. The best way to improve WIS would be puzzles and such. Reading books would improve it, but other than that, I don't really know of any other ways. What about stat points? How do I get those? You get those as you evolve Percy, but never use them. Then what am I supposed to do? Save them for a later date. For now, it is easier to train each stat by doing some work. Like since your game character has an N of 2, if he simply read a book or 2, he should automatically gain a stat point if int. Percy's eyes widened. Wow, seriously? Yeah, but if it was higher, let's say 30 or something, he would have to read 100 books just for 1 extra stat points. You see where I'm going with this? Percy nodded grateful. Yeah, I do. You're saying that it will be difficult later on to obtain STA point, and to do so no by doing menial tasks. Thanks, Han, this helped me a lot. Ping. Quest completed. Find someone to teach you about video games so you can be good at your life, which is now a video game. Rewards. 50 XP. EXP 200 out of 400. Han nodded and then went back to his game. As Percy walked away, Han called to him, "Oh wait, Percy, don't forget to always save and have plenty of health potions in your inventory." Percy looked surprised at that. "Inventory?" he asked out loud, and suddenly a brown box appears in front of him again, causing Percy to jump in surprise and squeak, "EP." He then quickly regained his computer and looked to find that no one was looking at him. Luckily. Percy then saw that this new box was labeled inventory, duh. It had several empty boxes, and something told Percy he would need all of them. Percy slowly walked to his desk and sat down with the inventory box in front of him. He took out a pen and then pressed it against the box, pushing it forward. Golden rippled appeared in the box, and the pen disappeared from Percy's hands and reappeared in the inventory labeled pen. Percy smiled. Oh yeah, this was going to be good. That night, Percy was looking over his stats, inventory, and skills. He would need to improve on them all. So far, Percy put several things inside his inventory for safekeeping. His money, which appeared now on his status page as money, $50/0D. He could also take out any amount he wished as the money came out as several bills, meaning the $50 bill he put inside same out as 2 20s and a 10, and so far the money all did not look fake, meaning he could use them. Percy also kept a picture of his mom in his inventory. It was his favorite one with his mom carrying. Just then Grover walked in with a look of exhaustion on his face. "Hey, Percy." "Hey, G-Man." Percy said, waving at Grover and dismissing all the boxes. "Why are you so late?" "Mr. Brunner called me into his office," Grover explained as he sat on a chair, leaving the crutch to the side. "Wanted to talk about my grades." "Grover must have a worse lying level than me," Percy said as he smiled at his friend. Grover simply relaxed while Percy kept observing him. He was trying to see the goat legs, something which would prove that Grover was a satyr. But after a minute of Percy observing Grover's legs, a box showed up. Ping. By observing Grover, you have created a skill. Observe LV, 1 10%. By observing a target, one will get information about said object. LV, 1, max HP, MP, and info. Percy then closed the box and looked at Grover again. "Observe," he whispered. Suddenly a box popped up. Grover Underwood Satyr Protector. LV 20. HP 1500. MP 2000. The satyr assigned to protect Percy Jackson, the son of. His duty is to make sure Percy is safe, and if he succeeds at this, he will get the chance to make his dream tour by searching for Pan. Grover liked Percy and thinks he is a good friend, even if he embarrassed him in class. Percy wiped the box away. Grover was strong, very strong. And even though he lied to him, Percy still considered him his friend. After all, what else can you think about the guy who is trying to protect you? Percy needed knowledge. He needed power. He needed to know who his dad was. That seemed like the key to everything. And just then, ping, quest alert. Find out who your dad is. Reward. Find out about all your abilities. 1000 EXP. Failure. Death. Yes/no. Percy gulped. He was afraid, but he needed to do this. He then readied himself and pressed yes. Thank you all so much for your reviews and your support. I literally sang when I saw all the follows I got. Now to respond to all the questions. Yes, Percy has low stats. There are several reasons for this. Well, I wanted to start from the ground up. 2. Percy was never really all that smart or strong. He was just, well, awesome. He had the attitude of a hero, and I intend to give him the strength. Also, I am aware that his demigod powers are not much, but I have a plan for that. You see, I'm going to make demigod a type of ability that can be improved upon, and right now, he isn't even a teen. His demigod scent isn't even strong enough to attract monsters. Hence why the demigod status gives him only a +2 in Dex and Vit. Just say he is a level 0 demigod. Percy sat down in the library with a huge stack of books in front of him. The first thing he did when he woke up was decided to tackle his low stat problems. The way he saw, the first thing he would need is a good head on his shoulders if he was to survive finding out who his dad was. Why, oh, why did he ever accept that stupid quest when death was the option if he failed? Anyway, Percy took Han's advice to heart, and so the first thing he did this Saturday morning was go to the library. Sure, it was boring, and it was not the best thing to do first thing in the morning, but it is what needed to happen. Percy took the first book, Greek Myths and Legends. After all, with a satyr for a best friend, he needed to know everything there was to know about Greek myth, because for some reason it's coming alive all around him. Percy opened the first page, and immediately he was bored. The words seemed to just fly off the page. Stupid dyslexia. Percy sighed. Looks like the reading option was out. He looked through all the pages and observing the pictures and such, trying and failing to read anything. But just then he came on a picture of an ancient Greek tablet with ancient Greek words written on it. It seemed old, really old, and just as Percy was about to look away, the words started to change, and suddenly Percy could understand them. The tablet spoke about Apollo, the Greek god of the sun, music, medicine, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But wait, how could I read ancient Greek? Percy then had an idea. It was a crazy idea, but it still was an idea. What if he could read Greek for the same reason he had a satyr for a protector? Maybe he had a connection with the Greek myths. Maybe it had something to do with his dad. Ping. For thinking things through and arriving at a logical conclusion, you gained 1 whiz. Percy blinked but quickly wiped it away. He was on a roll here. Okay, so we have a lot of Greek myths and his ability to read Greek and ancient Greek at that. So what he had to do was find books with ancient Greek in them. No problem, right? Percy then spent the day searching the library, and after an hour came up with 1 book, which was a translation of ancient Greek to English. Hopefully this would work. Percy quickly spent the next hour fully immersed in the book. It seemed most of the translations were wrong or off just a word or two. Like one time they thought donkey meant holy. Sure, it was a dead language, but Percy still found it funny, some of the mistakes he found in the book. Ping. By reading a book about another language, you have gained 1 int. Husso does count. Fancy that. Ping. By reading a translation book and understanding it completely, you have gained 2 skills. Language. Ancient Greek. LV max. You have a perfect understanding of ancient Greek due to the fact that you are a language. Modern English. LV 2, 34%. Due to you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it but can't walk it. Reading level 1. Minus 60% in understanding what you read. Percy scratched his head. This was a problem. He needed to get better at English first before reading any book. Percy quickly went to the basic English sections and took out easy books, the kind that kids read, and began reading. Hopefully, as he has a high enough language skill, he could read English better, and he should be able to read other books. Just then, after he finished reading a basic fairy tale book, Percy opened up his skill list and selected English. Language. Modern English. LV2, 80%. Due to you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it but can't walk it. Reading level 1. 60% in understanding what you read. Percy smiled. Before it was 34%, now it was 80%, which means it is working. Percy then quickly started to grind. He finally had a way to control his dyslexia, and he was going to take it. By the end of the day, all of which Percy spent in the library, which was hell, I assure you his skill in English had improved a lot. It now stood. Language. Modern English. LV5, 40%. Due to You have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level 4. Minus 45% in understanding what you read. Percy smiled and closed the last book he was reading. It truly was an amazing feeling he had. He finally had the ability to not be a screw-up. His messed-up reading skills due to his dyslexia was one of the main reasons he always sucked in class. But if he can get rid of it, then it would be the best thing that could ever happen to him. His understanding improved by a rate of 5%, meaning at level 14 or so, he would finally be rid of the stupid disability forever. Percy then quickly left as the library was closing. He went to the cafeteria and sat next to Grover, who was munching on a salad. Well, what did you expect? He was a goat. Percy smiled. Hey, man. Grover smiled back. Hey, Percy. Where were you all day? I was at the library. Percy grinning as Grover nearly choked out his food. You what? Grover asked seriously. Percy smiled. Yep, decided to do something about my dyslexia. So I began reading at grade 1 and then slowly made it to grade 4. Grover looked surprised at this and then quickly patted Percy on the back. Good job, man. That's awesome. This is great news. Now no one will be able to say that you're just lazy. Percy grinned at that. Yup. Anyway, Grover, I'm going to get something to eat. Percy then ate his dinner and quickly went to bed, eager for the next day as it was the best day of the week, Sunday. And that meant one thing, the swimming pool was open. Ping, you have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy woke up to the blue box. He now saw everything. He went to bed and smiled. This was going to be great. Percy quickly changed to his swimming trunks and a t-shirt and went down to the pool. The pool was an indoor Olympic-sized swimming pool that was next to the school. Most students went there wherever it was open, and Percy was most definitely one of them. He quickly found a secluded spot and took off his shirt. After making sure no one was looking, he stuffed his shirt into his inventory and quickly went to the pool. He slowly let himself be immersed inside the cool water and just let himself relax a bit. After all, this was the one place Percy felt at peace. Ping. Oh, what now? You have entered a water body. Due to you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy blinked, and he pulled himself away from the deeper parts of the pool. He read and reread the box. Again, that's stupid. Showing him something about his dad. Whatever it was the reason he could read ancient Greek, suck at English, and now breath underwater. Wait. Did it just say breath underwater? Because I think it just said breath underwater. Percy read it again and found himself wondering, who the hell is my dad? Percy brought up his status page and looked at his race and at the information the game gave for him. Race dash. Percy Jackson is the son of Sally Jackson, and he has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is unaware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Okay, that didn't make sense. What did it mean, race dash? I'm human, aren't I? What else could I be? Was my dad an alien or something? Because 1, that is so cool, and 2, that is so creepy. Percy looked at over his dad's name and over his race. The strange ability he got when in a water body, the Greek stuff all around him, and then Greek goat he had for a friend. What could it all mean? Come on, Percy, you must be able to think of a reason. Percy remembered Mr. Brunner saying that in his class. But what could it be? What is he? Is he even human? Was he a bloody computer program whose dad was a Greek water program or something? Was he a damn demigod they kept talking about in class? Was he a demigod? That couldn't be it, could it? But I mean, come on, other than being an extended history lesson, it's not like they actually have any other use. They don't have any power in the modern world. Percy remembered himself saying that to Mr. Brunner, who he later found out was a Greek centaur that trained freaking Hercules. Mr. Brunner then narrowed his eyes. Don't be too sure, Mr. Jackson. What if that is true? What if he was a demigod? His powers. It would make sense. I mean, why else would the guy who trained demigods before be here? Teaching Percy? Chiron did join the school a few days after Percy arrived. and Grover was a satyr. It all made sense. But if his dad was a god, which one was he? Then Percy's eyes widened suddenly as it hit him like a wave on an ocean. His dad was Poseidon. Ping. Due to you using your head and thinking things through and fitting all the pieces of the puzzles together, you have gained 1 wish. Ping. Quest completed. Find out who your dad is. Reward. Find out about all your abilities. 1000 EXP. Ping. You have gained 2 levels. Percy then quickly pulled his stats up and was shocked at what he saw. Percy Jackson. Health, 1200/1200 due to water body. Mana 1100 of 1100 due to water body. The gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 4 EXP, 0/1200. Race Demigod. STR 2 plus 20 equals 22. Vit 1 plus 2 plus 20 equals 23. Dex 2 plus 2 plus 20 equals 24. INT 3, WIS 4, LUC 3. Points 10. Money $50/0D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is unaware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status, demigod, giving Percy plus 2 VIT, plus 2 DX, and the ability to breath underwater, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Holy shit. His HP and MP were off the charts. All this for just being in a water body. And his STR, Dex, Vit were all in the 20s. This proved it. He was the son of Poseidon. Percy clicked the new title he got, Son of Poseidon, and saw that the bonuses were only as he was in water, which while was rare still gave him a huge boost. Percy closed everything and simply sat in the pool and thought about what he should do. He knew who his dad was. Just that alone made him level up twice. He didn't know where to put those points. Heck, he didn't know what he should do with all these abilities. Percy then pulled up his stats again and saw his status as demigod gave him the power to breath underwater. He might as well try it out. Percy took a deep breath and then immersed himself into the water, swimming into the deep end. Once there, Percy closed his eyes and slowly let out all the air inside. Once empty of all air, Percy began to panic. But Gamer's mind came into effect, calming him down. Percy then opened his eyes and took a deep breath, pulling in water, and then released it. He could feel his body relax, as the feeling of drowning never came. He didn't feel afraid of drowning. Instead, he felt as if this was the first time in his entire life that he was actually breathing. Percy knew before that the game did not lie when it said he was the son of Poseidon, and so he wouldn't die. But he still had his doubts. And right now, all of them went out as he took another breath of water. Ping. Skill created. By trusting your gut, you started to breath underwater and learnt. Breathing underwater, LV max. You can breath underwater perfectly as if you were breathing normal air. Percy then quickly moved around swimming underwater for a while, breathing as if he was a fish. The water seemed to obey him as he rode it around the swimming pool. Ping. Skill created. Swimming. LV 5 40%. Your speed in swimming is that of an average swimmer, 2 miles an hour. Percy looked at that and frowned. For a child of the god of the sea, he expected his swimming to be a lot faster than that. So he spent the rest of the day and afternoon swimming back and forth from each end of the pool, each time moving faster and faster. Ping. Swimming skill leveled up. Swimming, LV 6, 10%. Your speed in swimming is that of an average swimmer, 2.5 miles an hour. Percy shook his head at this, and then began swimming faster and faster again and again until his head started to spin due to vertigo, but then suddenly his vertigo stopped due to the water healing him. Ping, 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 ping. The pings kept on coming, but Percy ignored all. He needed to get faster. He wanted to get faster. Nothing else mattered. After swimming until it was time for the pool, to close, Percy finally got out of the pool and saw the blue box showing his swimming skill. Swimming, LV 10, 30%. Your speed in swimming is that of an advanced swimmer, 4.5 miles an hour. Percy now finally smiled. That was a good speed, but not fast enough. Next Sunday, he was going to double it. At least that is the plan. Percy then went to a shadowy area and quickly drew out a towel from his inventory and his shirt from before. After drying himself off and putting his shirt on, Percy stuffed the towel inside the inventory box and quickly left for his dorm. His eyesight was perfect, not affected by the chlorine at all. Must be a perk of being the son of Poseidon. As such, Percy decided to quickly go back to the library to read some more. That night, Percy sat in his bed with a belly full of food and a few extra points. He had improved his English again by reading mostly books relating to Greek myth and such, seeing as how he was a freaking demigod. His skill level now it came to language, modern English, LV 7, 40%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level 6. Minus 35% in understanding what you read. Technically, Percy could now understand everything they would teach in his class, but he got bit by the bug. The bug that all gamers got. The bug of perfection. Percy didn't want to stop. He wanted to keep going, and he will. Every day, he would spend in the library until his dyslexia did not hold him back any longer. Percy nodded to himself. This was the start of his new life, where he wouldn't be a loser anymore. Where his mom won't have to always take care of him. Where he could kick Gabe in the dick. Percy smiled and then looked at his inventory. He didn't have much money, just $50. He needed to fix that. Money would help his mom and him. Maybe some quest would allow him to get some cash or something, if that is even possible. Just as Percy noticed the towel, he showed into his inventory box and took it out. He touched the towel and saw it was still wet. Strange, it should have dried by now. Percy then put in the laundry chute and then suddenly had an idea. He was curious about his powers. Out of all which his inventory stumped him the most. What exactly happened to the stuff he put in there? Where did it go? He needed to know. So Percy took out his flip phone and set it on record. He opened his inventory and then put his phone inside as it was still recording. Then Percy waited. He moved and sat in a different place, and he opened up his inventory again. He pulled out his phone and found it was still recording. A total of 10 seconds was recorded before the video showed the phone being pressed in the air. It seemed Percy couldn't see his inventory screen through a video. Then suddenly the scene changed, and the phone now recorded a different area of the room, the place where Percy was. This means that the inventory box was a type of stasis field. Anything in it must be frozen in time and space, something that will be very, very useful. Imagine hot food whenever you want. Percy then wanted to experiment some more. He opened the inventory and then moved the box up and down with one hand. It seemed it was possible to move the box by pinching one corner of it. He then expanded it and reduced the size. So far, it seemed the inventory could grow and shrink to any size. Percy then opened the inventory box and placed it below the edge of a table. Percy then pushed a book that was on the table off the edge. It fell down until suddenly it disappeared into the inventory box. Percy pulled the book out and placed it back as he thought of what he had just seen. His inventory box could possibly be the most powerful tool in his arsenal. Just imagine it. Someone shoots a bullet at him, he opens the inventory in front of him, large enough to cover himself, and the bullets would all go into the box. He would be protected. Ping. Due to your experimentation, you have found a loophole in the system. Your int is raised by 1. Percy smiled at this and sat back down on his bed. He needed to get a move on. After he mastered English, he will start reading books to increase his int. He will need to be smart in order to get rich and help his mom. The second thing he will need to do is find out how to fight. Due to all the reading he's been doing lately, Percy has become closely acquainted with some of the Greek monsters. And let's just say he doesn't want to meet any of them in Dark Alley, or in a Bright Alley, or in any alley. Basically never. It was now 10 p.m. and Grover still hasn't come. Where was that Greek goat? Percy shook his head and quickly left his room. It was past curfew, but what's the point of life if you didn't live a little? Ping. Quest alert. Find Grover without getting caught. Reward. 50 EXP. Failure. Detention. Loss of respect from Mr. Brunner/Chiron. Yes/no? Percy pressed yes and wondered, oh, what's this, a mystery prize? That's never happened before, Percy thought. What could it be? Quickly, Percy snuck out and walked into the courtyard. If anything, Grover will be in place with the most greenery, being a satyr and all. Suddenly, Percy heard two voices coming from near the fountain. One sounded like Grover, the other did not. It sounded mossy, if that was a word. Percy quickly snuck into the bushes and quietly moved in the shadows as he slowly came closer to the fountain in the center of the courtyard. Ping. What now? Skill created. Sneaking, LV, 20%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 10% chance of not getting caught. 10% chance of critical strike. Percy nodded, not bad. He then swiped the screen away and looked for Grover, finding him standing before the fountain with a torchlight over the water, forming a rainbow. In the rainbow, and I shit you not, was a person. An actual person. Was it the Greek form of a Skype call? I know, Juniper, Percy heard Grover say, but it's my job. I'm sorry I won't be there anytime soon, sweetie. It's not fair, Grover. The mossy female voice spoke. Must be Juniper. Why is it you? This is my one chance, Juniper. I'll make sure Percy is alive and gets to camp safe and sound. I will finally be allowed to search for Pan. I know, Juniper sighed, but I miss you, Grovey. I miss you too, Junie. Grover replied with a voice filled with wanting, and slowly the two started to flirt, but Percy didn't care about that. He had something more important that needed his attention. Observe, Percy said at the rainbow thing, and a window popped up. Iris messaging. A form of video messaging used by gods and demigods to communicate with others using a rainbow. The service is provided and managed by Iris, the goddess of the rainbows. To use the services, one must pay 1 drachma and say a specific phrase. And what is that phrase? Percy thought. Damn it, observe must be to low and level. I'm just getting the basics of the information I need. A drachma is a solid gold Greek coin used by the Greeks. They don't actually expect us to use that to message, do they? I mean, it's solid gold. What a waste. And just then Percy realized something. In his stars page, he had under money, and D meaning he could store drachma as well, meaning he would need to get his hands on some quickly. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV, 10%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 15% chance of not getting caught. 15% chance of critical strike. Nice. Just then Percy heard someone shout, Hey you. Percy and Grover turned to see Mr. Weatherspoon. The PE teacher approached the fountain. Grover quickly shut off his light, causing the rainbow to disappear, and then threw a bag of what looked like coins into the fountain. Percy smiled. There was the cash he needed. Mr. Weatherspoon quickly came next to Grover, who had just managed to get his crutches on. Mr. Underwood, what are you doing here? Hi, Mr. Weatherspoon, sir. I was just, it was a little difficult moving around, and I kind of got lost in dash. Enough of your bull, Mr. Underwood. You are obviously out past curfew. As such, you will have detention tomorrow. Grover looked shocked at that, and was about to interrupt when the teacher held up a hand silencing him. And where is Jackson? You two are always causing some mischief together. Grover shook his head. Percy isn't here, Mr. Weatherspoon. It's just me. The man nodded and quickly dragged Grover away. Percy waited for the two to leave and then jumped out of the bushes. He went to the fountain, searched in the dark waters for the bag Grover threw. His shirt and hands got wet, but Percy didn't care. He finally felt the bag and quickly grabbed it, and like he thought it contained a whole lot of drachma. Percy put all the coins into his inventory and then turned and ran. If Mr. Weatherspoon reached their dorm and Percy was not in it, he was in a whole lot of trouble. Quest alert. Reach your room before Grover and Mr. Weatherspoon. Reward. +1 to Dex. No detention. Failure. Detention with Grover. Possible fracture. Yes/no. Percy quickly pressed yes and ran to the dorm building. There was only one staircase leading to the first floor where Percy and Grover stayed, and Grover and Weatherspoon were using it. If Percy wanted to beat the two of his room, he would need to climb the side of the dorm building. Hopefully his dex would be high enough to let him do that. Percy quickly ran to the wall above, which was the first floor corridor. He needed to jump, grab the railing on the edge, pull himself up, and then jump over the railing across the corridor. The last part was easy, the rest not so much. But Percy didn't stop. He jumped, pushing himself as high as he could, and surprisingly he overshot the first railing. Luckily, his gamer's mind prevailed, and he quickly grabbed the railing with his still wet hands. Percy's grip held true, and he didn't fall. He then pulled himself up and climbed up and over the second railing across the first floor. He then charged into his room, throwing the door open and slamming it shut. Slowly, Percy calmed himself down and controlled his breathing. He needed to not look like he had just ran all the way here if he wanted to convince Mr. Weatherspoon and Grover. Ping, ping. Quest success. Find Grover without getting caught. Reward: 50 EXP. A bag full of drachma. Quest success. Reach your room before Grover and Mr. Weatherspoon. Reward: +1 to Dex. No detention. Percy grinned and then opened his status, which read: Percy Jackson. Health 200 out of 200. Mana 100 out of 100. The Gamer. Title: Son of Poseidon. +20 STR, +20 Vit, +20 Dex while in water. Level: 4 EXP 50 of 1,200. Race: Demigod. STR: 2 +20 equals 22. Vit: 1 +2 +20 equals 23. Dex: 3 +2 +20 equals 25. INT 4. WIS 4. LUC 3. Points 10. Money $50/10D. Percy raised an eyebrow at that. Not because he only had 10 drachmas, but because his Son of Poseidon bonus one now active. It was strange. It was supposed to only be on when he was in water. Percy looked at his arms and shirt. They were clenched, so he was covered with water. Did that count? It must have, because that's what his status said. Percy then smiled. This was going to be a great cheat to use when fighting. Quickly, Percy changed his clothes and left the wet ones out to dry. Just then, Grover and Mr. Weatherspoon came in. He looked at Percy and nodded and quickly left, reminding Grover that he had detention tomorrow. Detention? Percy asked, why were you out? Ping. Skill leveled up. Lying. LV 2, 30%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 10% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Percy ignored that and focused on Grover. Oh, Grover said as he tried to make something up. I was just trying to get some fresh air. Stupid idea, I know, but a guy has needs, Percy smiled. I know, Grover, I know. Percy stood in the courtyard in front of the water fountain where he saw Grover talking to Juniper. It was Monday night, and Percy was getting ready to test out his new powers. He spent the day listening in class, which actually raised his int. Seriously, after the day of classes ended, Percy got a ping, and it said, due to you paying attention in class for the first bloody time, you have gained +1 int. Percy was beyond excited because of the extra stat points and the fact that he had actually managed to pay attention in class. Sure, he still had ADHD and all that and couldn't stop moving, but his dyslexia now only affected him by -35%, meaning he understood 65% of what was being taught. This was a sign that Percy was in fact setting his life on track. He is going to make his mother proud and make sure nothing ever happens to her. Percy had one goal today: to discover his skills and grind them. So far, he knew of only one skill he got for being the son of Poseidon: breathing underwater. There was still a lot more to go, like control water, talking to fishes, creating goddamn earthquakes, and talking to horses. First of the horses and fishes thing is probably not going to happen, since he doesn't have any fish and there are no horses around. So that left controlling water and creating earthquakes. And since he didn't want to destroy the school, today that is, he decided to just try and control water, hence the fountain. Percy took both hands and dipped them in water. He felt the water around his arm, and he felt his Son of Poseidon title activate. His body became stronger and more agile. But Percy slowly pushed all that to the corner of his mind with Gamer's mind. Slowly, he raised his hands up until he broke the water surface. He concentrated on the water under his arms and willed it to come up with him. Slowly, as Percy raised his arms above the water, 2 balls of water clung to his hands, not letting go. Percy grinned and brought the water balls upwards and near his face. It was moving like a big ball of jello, and suddenly the balls busted all over Percy's face, drenching the boy. "Goddamn," Percy cursed, "lost my concentration." Percy dipped his hands into the water again. He felt it around his hands, and again he pulled it out of the fountain, this time holding it together as one huge ball of water. Percy brought it up and then held it there for nearly a minute. Percy then threw the water like a real ball, and it hit the fountain and splashed back down into the water pool below. Ping. New skill discovered. You have discovered your skill as a demigod. Water controlling LV 1, 43%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost, 20 MP per minute. Percy panted as he swiped the screen away. Looks like he unlocked one of his powers. This is the first skill he has that required for MP. Percy brought out his status page and clicked on MP. Mana, 80 out of 100. Regeneration, 10 per minute. Percy frowned. His regeneration rate was pathetic, but it was to be expected. Percy learned a few things more about his powers. Each improved something or the other about him. STR, his physical strength, VIT, his endurance and defense, plus 25 horsepower per level for 10 VITs. Dex, his athleticism and precision, plus 10% HP regen per level for 10 Dex. Int, mana storage rate and memory, plus 25 MP per level for 10 Int. Wis, mana recovery and mana scene, plus 10% MP regen level for 10 Wis. Luke Luck, and so far he only had STR2, VIT 1 plus 2 equals 3, Dex 3 plus 2 equals 5, INT 5, WIS 4, LUC 3, which was next to nothing. This is why Percy needed to grind big time. He did have 10 points that he could spend, but like Han Jack said, he needed to save those. So Percy turned to the fountain again after dismissing the screens. He gathered mana into his arms and spoke, "Water control." I called to the water to form a ball in his hand, and it did. Percy could feel his MP drain out and into the water, but Percy held on for as long as he could. After 4 minutes, the ball of water fell down, and Percy collapsed exhausted of all his mana. Mana 0 out of 100. The recovery time for him would a total of 8 minutes, since his recovery rate was 10%, meaning 10 MP is restored per minute. After 10 minutes, Percy got up again and focused on manipulating water again. After another 5 minutes of water manipulation, Percy crashed down again, exhausted of all his mana. Ping. Due to constant usage, skill has evolved. Water controlling LV 2, 3%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost, 19 MP per minute. The cost of usage went down by just 1 point. Percy cursed, but he knew this was how he will get strong, one step at a time. Percy got again after 10 minutes and began the process of controlling water once again. This time he made it into a long tube of water. Then after his man ran out and recharged, he tried it again. This time he made the tube thinner and denser. So dense that he could touch it now and use it like a normal tube. Percy trained into the night, and at around 12, midnight, he collapsed again into the ground what felt like the 100th time. Ping. Due to constant usage, skill has evolved. Water controlling LV 4, 30%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost, 17 MP per minute. Percy smiled at this. Finally, he was getting somewhere. Ping. Due to constant usage of mana and constant mana regeneration, +1 to int and wis. Well, this was getting better already. Percy smiled at the bonus points. It seems studying and making wise choices aren't the only ways to train int and wis. Just then, Percy heard somebody walking towards him. It definitely sounded like a human. Not he crutches using Grover or the wheelchair-bound Mr. Brunner. Quickly, Percy splashed some water onto himself and ran. The water increased his STR, Dex, and VIT by 20 points, allowing him to easily escape whoever was coming towards him. Reaching his dorm building, Percy managed to jump onto the railing on the first floor and pulled himself up. Reaching the door to his room, Percy activated his skill, sneaking, and slowly entered his room. There he saw Grover's hand by the side of the top bunk. The goat was snoring badly. Percy quietly walked in, closed the door, and went into his bed. He put his shoes away and took off his jeans. He lay back and slowly let sleep take over him. Ping. You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy woke up with the same blue box over his head. He swiped it away and looked around. The time was 7 in the morning. Quickly, Percy took a shower and got ready. He changed his clothes into his uniform and grabbed his bag. Percy turned to Grover, who was still asleep. Sighing, Percy shook Grover up. Hey, G-Man, wake up. Grover said through the drool. Yup, what time is it? Around 7, man, Percy replied. It took him 20 minutes to get ready. Now, get up. You're going to be late. Grover waved Percy away and turned in his bed. I'll be fine, Percy. Just go to class. Percy shook his head at his friend's antics and quickly left his dorm. He went to the cafeteria and looked at the people waiting to get their food. There weren't many here right now, due to it being so early in the morning. Percy's breakfast was already paid for. They took it from his fees, so he was allowed to take as much as he wanted. Only thing was he is expected to finish it all. Seeing an opportunity, due to the few people here and all of them being distracted by something or the other, Percy quickly got an idea. Percy opened up his inventory and put the box over his empty plate. He reached for a stack of pancakes and placed them over the box. The food then disappeared into the inventory and Percy could see in there. Grinning, Percy quickly loaded in as many pancakes as he could. And as he has the back blocking everyone's view of what he was doing, it just looked like Percy was really hungry. That is, as anyone was even looking. Percy then closed his inventory after storing 20 pancakes in it. He then grabbed several packets of syrup, which he also discreetly put into his inventory box. Finally, he grabbed 2 pancakes and put them on his plate to eat. He then went to a bench in the corner of the room and sat down to enjoy breakfast. Morning, twerp, came an ugly voice. Percy turned and there was Nancy Bobofit. The annoying red-haired girl sneered at Percy. I thought you and your boyfriend were up all night bumping bones. Where's all goat brains? Percy controlled his anger, or tried at least. He is with your mom, Yancy. It seems she has a thing for goats. Nancy screamed. What did you say? I said your mom is a goat fucker, Nancy. Are you deaf or something? Don't talk about my mom, Jackson. Don't talk about my friend, Nancy. Percy replied as the girl looked as red as her hair. Percy looked at her ready to fight if she started something. At least I have a dad, Jackson, Nancy said and walked away. It shouldn't have hurt him. Percy was used to it. He was used to people telling him he was a bastard. That was the first thing anyone would use to insult him. He should have been used to it by now, but he wasn't. Percy looked at the girl as she sat down a few seats in front of him. He then noticed she had a bottled water sitting next to her, and Percy's mind started to spin. It would be a challenge of his powers, but isn't that what life is? Finding your limits and then breaking them? Percy drew on his magic and focused on Nancy's water bottle. Water control. Percy whispered, and he felt his magic reach out and touch the water in Nancy's bottle. Suddenly, water started to move. It pushed the bottle left and right until it fell down. Shit, thought Percy. I meant for it to jump out of the bottle. There was not enough force. This drew Nancy's attention as she looked out the fallen bottle. She then picked it up and put it upright. Percy sighed at the lucky second chance. He then tried again, and this time he pushed the water upwards with all his will, and the water burst out of the cap, spraying all over Nancy's clothes. H! Nancy shrieked as Percy laughed. The girl quickly went back to her room to change, leaving Percy in the cafeteria. Percy looked at his mane and quickly began to eat. He pulled up his health and mana bar. Health 200 out of 200. Mana 66 out of 100. Percy swiped the boxes away. The water manipulation was good and very easy to do. Maybe it had something to do with his powers. Maybe after he discovered the skills, he can always use the skill no matter the difference in it. Like maybe if he learned something the old-fashioned way, without his powers, he would have had trouble with new things. But with his powers, water control means water control only limited by his level. Percy then used Observe on his pancakes. Pancakes, food, restores 30 HP, 10 MP. Percy's eyes widened at that. He quickly ate a full pancake and pulled up his mana bar. Mana 77 out of 100. It was amazing, so food affected mana too. This meant there should technically be food out there, which resorted 100% of his mana/health. Percy noted that for his future, and then quickly spent the rest of his breakfast using Observe on anyone and everyone hoping to level up quickly. The information block he had when he tried to observe the iris message needed to be fixed, and the more information he got from observing his enemies, the better. Ping, through constant use of skill, has level up. Observe LV to 40%. By observing a target, one will get information about said object. Max HP, MP, stats, and info. Sweet, thought Percy. Now I can observe the status of the people I observe. Percy then quickly left the cafeteria for the library. Along the way, Percy used Observes on everything he saw. It seemed the average student was LV 3 with their stats at 3 or 4 each. Percy was already better than them. But then again, that's not saying much. At the library, Percy used Observed on every book there, or at least tried to, the result of which is Observes evolved 2 more levels. Percy then quickly left to go for his classes and made it just in time, so as to not be late. There he saw Grover in his usual seat, and Percy quickly gave a mental command. Observe. Grover Underwood Satyr Protector. LV 20. HP 1500 of 1500. MP 2000/2000. Race Satyr. STR 15. Vit 15. Dex 10. Int 20. Whiz 20. Luke 10. Grover Underwood is the Satyr Protector of Percy Jackson. He, along with Chiron, are assigned to protect Percy in case any monsters come after him. His is assigned to be with Percy by the Council of Cloven Elders and will do so until told otherwise. He is in love with a tree spirit named Juniper. Percy blinked once, then twice. This was new. Well, at least Grover is strong enough to be his protector, until Percy is strong enough to protect himself, that is. Percy smiled at Grover and sat down. Suddenly the class became quiet as not a word was spoken. A woman walked into the class with glass on and a tight hair bun on her head. She looked like someone with the fashion scene of someone from the 80s and looked like she was from then too. The woman turned to the class and nodded. Good morning, class. I am your new substitute teacher, Mrs. Dodds. I will be teaching you pre-algebra and will stay with you for the rest of the year. The woman then began taking attendance, and when she came to Percy's name, she stopped for a second and then growled his name out, Percy Jackson. Percy felt his spine tingle as he spoke through a dry throat. H here, ma'am. What was that feeling? Ping. By detecting bloodlust, you have gained a new skill. Detect bloodlust. LV 1, 20%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 20 feet and will tell origin. Origin of BL misses. Dodds want to kill you. I can tell that. Percy yelled in his head as he wiped the box away. He then looked at Mrs. Dodds and commanded, Observe. Electo, Fury of Hades. Level 49. HP, 4900/4900. MP, 2600/2600. Race Fury. STR 40. Vit 45. Dex 50. Int 39. Whis 41. Luke 10. Electo is a Fury of Hades who does his bidding. Right now, she has been assigned to observe Percy Jackson, and if he is a demigod of Poseidon or Zeus, to kill him. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Oh fuck, fuck, fuckity fuck, fuck, fuck. That thing is after me. Fuck. Percy spent the rest of the class worrying over how he was going to survive. In the end, it all came back to the same answer. Get stronger fast. Percy paid attention in class, and with the help of Gamer's Mind, looked as calm as a cucumber. But inside he was scared, and he needed to do something to get rid of all the anxiety. After classes that day, Percy quickly went to the library and began reading again, this time with the promise of death making him read faster. Quickly, he leveled up 3 more times. Language. Modern English, LV 10 60%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills, You can talk it but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level 9. Minus 20% in understanding what you read. Percy wanted to stay longer, but the library was closing. Maybe he could come in here at night. Ping. Quest alert. Sneak into the library at night and read some more. Rewards. 1000 EXP. 1 stat point. Failure. Detention with Mrs. Dodds. Yes/no? Percy gulped and quickly pressed yes. He really needed to do this, and fast. Later that night, at around 10, when Grover finally slept off, Percy quietly sneaked out of his room and jumped to the ground floor. He then quickly ran to the library, which was across the courtyard. But as he was running, he heard 2 voices in the courtyard ahead of him. Percy quickly ducked into the bushes and quickly crawled on his stomach forward until he saw Mrs. Dodds there talking with Mr. Brunner. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking, LV 3, 9%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 20% chance of not getting caught. 20% chance of critical strike. Percy dismissed it and focused on listening in on their conversation. The boy is innocent electo, Mr. Brunner/Chiron said. My orders are absolute, Chiron. If the boy is the son of Poseidon, I will kill him. He heard Mrs. Dodds/Electo speak up as she growled. What is with her? And growling. I will not stand by while you kill an innocent boy, Electo. Innocent? Who? That thief. Electo spat out. The boy stole from my master and Zeus himself. What? Percy wondered. Has she lost it? I didn't steal anything. The boy has done no such thing. Chiron roared out. And if you harm one of my students, you best be weary of my wrath. Electo laughed. Huh? What wrath? You are nothing but a weak little dash. Suddenly a huge wave of killing intent spread out, and it even affected Percy. Ping, ping, ping. Skill leveled up. By detecting bloodlust, bloodlust leveled up. Detect bloodlust, LV 4, 90%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. Is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 30 feet and will tell origin. Wow, Mr. Brunner sure knows how to make a point. Electo coughed and spoke again. Very well, Chiron, I will not attack the boy. But if he is the son of Poseidon, make sure to have a shroud ready, for I will kill him. Percy then watched as the woman transformed into a large bat-like creature and flew off into the sky. Percy watched as Mr. Brunner then also left as he rolled away. It seems Percy has some form of protection. Quickly and quietly, Percy walked along the shadows of the courtyard, but just as the library was in sight, he felt something. Bloodlust detected. Percy's eyes widened. Shit. He dove away, and in the exact spot that he was, Electo appeared, but she grasped nothing but air. How did she find me? Percy wondered as he hid himself. She must have really good tracking skills, or I still need to improve my stealth. Percy then looked up and saw the bat form of Electo circle the sky, waiting for him to slip up and run out. Percy, however, wasn't that stupid. He needed a plan, and a good one. Percy didn't have any weapons on him, and the only offensive skill he had was his water powers, and if he used that, he was as good as dead. Percy opened his inventory and found only one thing that could help him: a pen. A fucking pen. Percy sighed and took the pen out. At least the tip of the pen was pointy. Percy looked and saw the library just a few feet away from him, and the window on the first floor was open, meaning he would need his son of Poseidon perk to get in. Percy quickly stretched out his magic towards the fountain at the center of the courtyard. He felt the water and commanded it to calm towards him. Slowly, a huge ball of water appeared over Percy's head. Percy readied himself. He readied his pen, which now had the cap off, and he released the water over his head. Splash! The sound alerted Electo, who flew down like a hawk. Her talons were spread out, and she saw a figure in the shadows drenched in water. This was going to be an easy kill. Electo attacked the figure's left arm, tearing into the arm with her talons. The figure grunted in pain, but before Electo could react, his right hand moved in a blur, and something sharp stabs Electo's neck. The Fury screamed in rage as she flew away to tend to her wounds, leaving the figure in the courtyard. She would find who that person was tomorrow. After all, it wouldn't be too easy to hide a wound from her talons like that. Percy held his left hand with his right. His HP took a major hit from Electo's talons. HP 130 of 200. MP 83 out of 100. He sprinted to the library and then jumped up to the first floor window. He grabbed it with his right hand and pulled himself up. Percy, once inside, shut the window closed and stepped to the side and waited to see whether Alecto would come back. Percy looked at his pen. It was not covered in blood, Alecto's blood. Monster or not, she still could be hurt with enough pressure. That, and the added strength the son of Poseidon, Perk, gave him once drenched in water, was the only reason Percy survived. Percy quickly took out the pancakes from breakfast that he had stored away and quickly began to eat them. A couple of pancakes later, and Percy's HP was full along with his MP, and surprisingly the wound he received from Alecto on his left arm was not fully healed. Not even a scar remained. Ping. Due to your survival of a vicious attack, your physical endurance has leveled up by 2. Physical endurance, LV.3, 80%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 9% less damage from physical attacks. Ping. New skill created. Critical strike. LV, 160%. A precise strike that can cause 300% damage to the target. Chance of success. Luke plus Dex, 5 plus 3 equals 8%. Ping. Quest success. Sneak into the library at night and read some more. Rewards. 1000 EXP. 1 stat point. Percy quickly noted everything down and then spent the rest of the night, and I do mean the whole night, reading through all the books he could find. Percy's mind didn't cloud up die to sleep, nor did his reading speed decrease. The boy read and read until the sun came up. Ping, 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 ping. Language. Modern English, LV, 14, 30%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it but can't walk it. Your reading is now better, grade level college plus. You will understand exactly what you read. Percy put down the last book and smiled. He did it. He finally did it. He no longer had his dyslexia holding him back. He could finally be a good student and a good son for his mom's sake. Percy then quickly snuck out of library just as it was opening up again. It was 7 in the morning and Grover was asleep. Percy snuck back into his room, quickly changed, and went for breakfast. After storing some more pancakes in his inventory, Percy quickly finished his food and went to the library, and this time he was determined to read to increase his int. After an hour of reading and 5 books later, Percy gained plus 2 int. Int 8. Percy smiled at that and quickly went to class, arriving just before Mrs. Dodds. Percy quickly took his seat and smiled at Grover. Hey G-Man, I think I'm finally getting somewhere with all my reading. Grover smiled. That's great, Percy. You will probably do dash. Grover then paled and looked over Percy's shoulder. Percy turned around, and there was Mrs. Dodds, the old bat. Mr. Jackson, she said in a cold tone, I see you have injured your arm. Percy knew she was lying. She couldn't have seen that he had his sleeves down the whole time. Oh no, Mrs. Dodds, I haven't injured it. Really? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Please show me your left arm, then. Percy rolled up his sleeves, and the Fury quickly inspected it for any sign of injury. She even pitched it to make sure there was no makeup on. She finally gave up. Very well, Mr. Jackson. She then turned and walked away from us. Ping. Skill leveled up. Lying. LV 3, 40%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 15% chance of success. Less based on how extreme the lie is. Percy looked at Grover. What's her problem? Grover simply smiled and looked away, not answering the question. Percy simply shook his head and looked straight ahead, listened to the class. Ping. Due to you listing in all your classes, you get plus 1 int. Percy smiled at this. He had managed to pull off another full day of school without getting distracted, and his reward was obvious. He then decided to reward himself and gave himself the day off. Still in his school uniform, Percy decided to go for a walk around the campus, just to take in the sights and give himself some breathing time. As he was walking along the north-facing gate of Yancy Academy, Percy noticed nothing odd painted on the school building faced the north. This building was the administration office, and right below the principal's window was a blue triangle. Percy recognized it as a delta symbol. Ping. You have spotted the entrance to the labyrinth. Dungeon LV5. Do you wish to enter? Yes/no. Percy looked at the symbol and then at the blue box in front of him. If what it was saying is true, then this was the entrance to a dungeon, like the kind of video games where one could fight monsters and gain treasure and such. But Percy knew he wasn't ready for it. Not yet anyway. Percy pressed no and then quickly left for the cafeteria. He had a plan. Percy first went to the back of the cafeteria where he picked through the recycle bin and found several empty bottles. He then stored them all in his inventory and ran to the fountain in the courtyard. Percy quickly filled each and every bottle with water and then put them back in his inventory. Now that he had enough water for his son of Poseidon, Percy needed a weapon. Quickly, Percy walked to Mr. Brunner's office. By this time, the man would be at the teacher's lounge eating dinner with the rest of the teachers. And since Mr. Brunner is Chiron, who trains heroes as a job, he is bound to have some weapons lying around in there. Percy stood in front of the window to Mr. Brunner's office, which was in the ground floor because of his wheelchair. Percy lifted the window up and climbed in. He then snuck around the office using observe on everything in case a weapon was being hidden in the form of something else. Ping. Skill leveled up. Sneaking. LV 1%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 25% chance of not getting caught. 25% chance of critical strike. Percy wondered. Must have had a high amount of experience. And just then something stood out to Percy in his many uses of observe. On Mr. Brunner's table was a common-looking disposable ballpoint pen. On its side were the words, Anaklusmos. Riptide, Percy said out loud as he read its observe box. Anaklusmos. Anaklusmos or riptide is made out of celestial bronze, a rare and powerful metal that is very effective when used against beings from the divine world, monsters, demigods, gods, etc. It does not harm mortals. It has two forms, one as a pen and one as a sword. To release its sword form, simply take off its cap. And to make it into a pen, tap the cap on the blade. It is charmed so as to never be lost, as it always appears in the owner's pocket few moments later. It is a blade used by Hercules himself, given to him by Zoe Nightshade, the original owner. Riptide draws its power from the sea, and hence is every effective when used by a spirit of the sea or by a child of the sea. Attack 100, plus 50% when used against monsters, plus 100% when used by a child of the sea. Percy picked up the pen and uncapped it, and it suddenly transformed into a 3-foot-long bronze blade. Its hilt is flat and pointed upwards with gold rivets. Its blade is double-sided with its name emblazoned on its spine. Percy held it tight as he got a good grip on the leather. The blade was perfectly balanced and looked like it was crafted for Percy and Percy alone. Quickly, Percy recapped the sword/pen and put it in his inventory and quickly looked for some armor in Mr. Brunner's room. Unfortunately, he couldn't find anything else of note, except a shield which was hidden behind a shelf. Bronze shield. This shield is made out of bronze material and is sharp around the edges. Warriors use it to bash in their opponents' heads and use the edge to cut deep. Weight, 40 kg, durability 10/10. Percy tried to pick up the shield, but found that his STR was far too little for this. So Percy opened his status and put an extra 4 points, raising it to 6. STR 6. Now, Percy lifted the shield, and though it still was a little uncomfortable, the shield would save his life. Percy put the shield in his inventory and quickly jumped out of Mr. Brunner's office. Percy then ran to the cafeteria and walked in and grabbed a large plate of food. As Percy ate, he slipped half of the food into his inventory for later. Percy then talked with Grover, and they too went back to their room. Percy pretended to sleep, and after Grover started to snore, Percy got ready to go out. Percy quickly wore a blue hoodie with a pair of jeans and sneakers. He then snuck out by using sneak, and quickly the demigod reached the north-facing gate. He looked to the principal's window and saw the blue delta symbol from before. Percy slowly approached it, and then, ping, you have spotted the entrance to the labyrinth, dungeon LV5. Do you wish to enter? Yes/no. This time, Percy pressed yes, and suddenly the blue delta symbol glowed, and the wall opened up to form a small passageway into the building. Percy looked in and saw a set of stairs that lead deep into the earth. Percy took out his bronze shield and riptide from his inventory. He then poured half a bottle of water over his head and put the rest away for later. He popped open Riptide's cap, causing the sword to enlarge. Percy then walked down into the dark dungeon. As Percy walked deeper and deeper into the dungeon, he was seriously beginning to wonder whether he was sane or not. After all, what basically happened is that he was offered a dangerous life or death situation, and instead of waiting or even saying no, he leapt right in. Percy kept walking, however. There was no turning back now. Status. Percy called out, and his status page opened up. Percy Jackson. Health 200 out of 200. Mana 100 out of 100. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 4 EXP 1050 of 1200. Race Demigod. STR 6. Vit 1 plus 22 equals 3. Dex 3 plus 22 equals 5. INT 9. WIS 5. LUC 3. Points 7. Money $50/10D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is unaware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status, demigod, giving Percy plus 2 VIT, plus 2 DX, and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy noted his base Vit and Dex was very, very low, and so was his luck. He knew he should be saving up points, but seeing these stats right now, he would die if he held back. So, thinking quickly, Percy used the remaining of his points and improved his Vit, Dex, and made things a lot more balanced. His new stats were STR 6. Vit 4 plus 2 equals 6. Dex 4 plus 2 equals 6. INT 9. WIS 5. LUC 6. Point 0. With this, he might just make it out alive. Percy kept walking, and after some time the stairs stopped descending, and Percy found himself on the beginning of a long corridor. The pathway was made out of bricks, and torches hung off the walls, light the path ahead. Gripping Riptide tighter, Percy walked forward. His son of Poseidon perk was down. The water he used on himself had dried up by the time he got down here. Hopefully the first thing that he will have to fight won't outright kill him. Just as Percy finished taking 10 steps forward, in front of him a portion of the side walls collapsed. Out of the hole in the wall walked a skeleton. Yes, a moving skeleton. It was white, and had a sword on one hand and a shield on the other. It had a Viking-designed helmet along with fur boots. Obviously, it was the Observe, Percy thought. Skeleton LV7. HP 500 MP 75. A skeleton that had been revived from the dead by the power of the labyrinth. It uses these tools it used in its life, but is now far more deadly, as it has nothing to lose and everything to gain. Kill to gain 25 EXP. Percy eyed the thing. It looked mean. There were scars over its bones, meaning that it probably had a lot of people attacking it, also meaning it has a lot of experience in fighting. This will not be easy. Percy moved his heavy shield forward in front of him and approached the skeleton. The skeleton in turn drew its sword out and approached Percy. It then dashed forward and mashed its shield up against Percy's. The sudden moment surprised Percy, but he kept calm. Percy held the shield lock as he struggled to push up against the skeleton's shield. He then decided to give up a losing fight. He shoved the shield away and quickly moved backwards. The skeleton charged forward with an overhead strike, but Percy was faster. Percy swung Riptide through the skeleton, and like cutting butter with a hot knife, Riptide tore into the skeleton's ribcage and spine, cutting it in half. Percy saw the skeletons crumble into dust and vanish, as suddenly Percy was all alone again. That's it? That's all? Seriously? Percy then looked at the spot where the skeleton was knocked down and saw something was left behind. Did he just score some loot? Percy picked up what was dropped and saw a $5 bill and a piece of bone. Percy used Observe of the piece of bone. Bone piece. Crafting item. It's a piece of bone. What do you want it to do? Sing? Percy then inspected the $5 bill. It looked real and felt real. He put it in his inventory, and his amount of money increased to $55. Holy shit, this money must be real. Percy then looked further down the long corridor with a look of greed in his eyes. If all the skeletons are this easy, and they give this much of money, then this is going to be so easy. Percy then lifted Riptide over his head and charged with a battle cry. HHH. 5 minutes later, Percy was running for his life. Behind, he was a horde of skeletons chasing him. This wasn't supposed to happen. Further inside the corridor was a large room where Percy was ambushed by several skeletons, all from different parts of the world. They had been too much for the demigod, and so Percy did the only logical thing. He fucking bolted. Percy turned around. There were still 3 skeletons chasing him, with the rest 20 a little far behind. That meant the ones following him were the fastest. Percy grinned and quickly turned around and swung Riptide across the corridor. The skeletons were all taken back in surprise, and since they were standing side by side in a very small corridor, they couldn't maneuver properly. Riptide turned them all to dust, and Percy quickly grabbed all the lot that fell down, which totaled to $20.01. Percy threw them into his inventory and then looked to see the rest of the skeletons changing him. Percy went into his inventory and grabbed a bottle of water. Water control, Percy said, and opened the cap and gathered the water in the form of sphere. Percy then ordered the water to form into a crescent moon and sharpen the edges. Percy then launched the crescent-shaped water blast at the horde of skeletons approaching him. Immediately, the first few rows of the skeletons fell down. Percy had killed 10 of them in one attack. However, now they were too close, and Percy didn't have enough time to take out another water bottle from his inventory. So he started to run again. Percy quickly reached the bottom of the stairs which he came from and quickly climbed up. After a few steps, Percy turned to see the skeletons following him. He then swiped at them, with Riptide easily cutting off their head due to their lower standing. Percy swung left and right until they all were ripped into nothing but golden dust. Percy then promptly collapsed to his knees, panting from exhaustion. He really needed more stamina. After a moment, to catch his breath, Percy noticed a box in front of him. You have leveled up. Plus 5 stat points. Plus 50 HP. Plus 25 MP. The EXP must be from all the skeletons he had just slaughtered. Percy then quickly pulled up all his stats. Percy Jackson. Health 250 of 250. Mana 125 out of 125. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR. Plus 20 Vit. Plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 5 EXP. 475/2400. Race Demigod. STR 6. Vit 4 plus 3 equals 7. Dex 4 plus 3 equals 7. INT 9. WIS 5. LUC 6. Points 5. Money $75/11D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is unaware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status, demigod, giving Percy plus 3 VIT, plus 3 DX, and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy noticed his demigod status also went up. Must be something to do with him leveling up. But it didn't do that when he evolved from LV2 to LV4, meaning it must be only for every 5 levels. Ping. For your logical thinking, you have gained plus 1 WIS. Well, that's convenient. Percy then closed the open boxes and quickly gathered all of his loot. He got $100 in 12D. It was amazing. He felt great. If things kept progressing in this speed, he would have enough money to pay his own school fees. His mom wouldn't have to work so much now. Percy quickly put the money in his inventory and then looked at the other thing he got. Helmet of Troy. A helmet worn by a Trojan soldier who was reborn as a skeleton. This helmet is specially made to attract people's attention to its bright red poof on top while the wearer strikes the distracted target. 20% chance of distraction. Durability 7 out of 10. The helmet was black with a red poof on top. Its sides were sharp and looked like they would cut someone if they were to slap the wearer in the face. Percy lifted the helmet and put it on. The helmet was surprisingly very comfortable and fitted Percy's head very well. It must be a one-size-fits-all kind of deal. Percy then quickly made way further inside the dungeon, eager for more loot. But as he was walking along the empty corridor, a thought struck him. What determines the amount of loot I get? Percy then brought up his stats and pressed Luke. Luke 6. Luck determines your luckiness. This is useful in certain skills and also determines what you get as loot. The higher your luck, the more chance you get of obtaining higher loot. Percy's eyes widened at this. This was what he needed. He then quickly put all his stat point in Luke. Luke 11. There is no normal way of increasing luck that he knew of. Something would have to do for now. Percy then continued and came upon the large room from where the skeletons came from. Percy searched the room for loot and found nothing of value other than some pots. Pots, items to hold stuff in. Value 2D. So Percy put a couple of pots in his inventory and quickly walked out of the large room. As Percy moved deeper and deeper into the dungeon, he started to observe more and more things, always on the lookout in case a skeleton decided to jump out at him. His caution proved true as on the second left, he took a skeleton, jumped down from the roof with a spear in mid-thrust. Percy, however, was ready, and the demigod quickly moved into the skeleton's defense and away from the spear. Percy held his shield up and bashed it into the skeleton's face, breaking a few teeth. Percy then slashed with Riptide, and the skeleton disappeared into dust. After collecting another $10, Percy noticed the skeleton also left behind a spear. Percy picked up the spear and used Observe. A Greek spear, a basic spear used by the Spartans of old. Its simple design also for easy control and deadly precision. Attack, 20x dex. Percy quickly put the spear into his inventory. He didn't need it right now. Ping. What now? A new skill has been made due to constant use. Sword Mastery, LV, 1, 80%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 5% more damage when using swords. Not bad. Percy then closed the box and quickly moved further down the dungeon until he came to a door. Quickly going inside, Percy found himself in what looked like a theater stage. Percy stood on the stage while the audience members were filled with skeletons. There were hundreds of them in the seats. Percy paled. This was too much. This was far too much. He turned to leave, but the door he came from wasn't there anymore, and all that was there behind him was a big red curtain. Percy looked again at the skeletons, but they weren't looking at him. They were looking at one of the balconies. Percy turned to his right, and there, sitting back in a comfortable-looking chair, was a man covered in red armor with a red skull as a helmet. His chest was designed to look like a rib cage, while his knees and elbows looked like skulls as well. Behind him was a large red blade that looked about 5 feet long, almost as big as Percy. "Welcome, explorer," the red-armored man said with a wave of his hands. "You have taken your first steps towards a new world, the world of the dead. See before you all the skeletons of those who stood where you stood and failed." Percy's eyes widened. All these skeletons were all like him? He looked at the red man who was still monologuing. "And now, Mr. Explorer, you die, but in your death you will be reborn as my minion, and you will serve me. And that will be a great honor, I assure you, to serve me. The great Zed." Percy raised an eyebrow. "Zed? That's your name?" "Zed." The man nodded. "Yes. Scary, is it not?" Not really, no." "Nonsense, Zed is a wonderfully scary name." Percy scowled at that. "Not really. Zed is kind of a weak name. Like the kind you give a dog you just adopted from the pound." The man scowled, or at least looked like he was scowling. He was wearing a helmet after all. "Zed is a plenty scary name. My mother said so." "Oh, was too easy. Really, did your mommy also say you were handsome and say there was no one scarier than you?" The name nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, now you understand why Zed is a scary name. Mama's boy." The man looked shocked. I am not a mama's boy. You are totally a mama's boy. I bet she picks out your armor as well, huh? As a matter of fact, yes, my mother did pick out my armor, but that has nothing to do with this. Slowly, some of his skeletons started laughing at Zed. Silence. I'm not a mama's boy. Percy simply shrugged, and then, ping. A new skill has been made through your act of taunting. Taunt, LV1 50%. You can cause your opponent to lose their cool and do something stupid. 5% chance of working. Enough of this. Ed roared out, and everything went silent. You boy will die, and I will enjoy feasting on your meat. Percy gripped Riptide tighter. Looks like the only way out of this is thwarted. Ping. Quest alert. Survive the horde of skeletons. And then defeat Zed. Rewards. +3 stat points. Failure. Death. Yes/no. Percy quickly pressed yes and got ready for the fight of his life. He reached into his inventory and grabbed as many water bottles as he could. He threw them in the air and cut them open with Riptide. Most fell to the ground while some splashed on him. You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. +1000 HP. +1000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy grinned at that box. It seemed the large puddle he now found himself standing in counted as a water body, so this environmental advantage of his kicked in. As long as he was in this water puddle, he was safe. The skeletons then charged. It seems Zed was curious as to how Percy could summon water bottles out of nowhere, but after he saw Percy smile, he decided that it was better to kill first and ask questions later. The first wave of skeletons crashed onto Percy, but the boy held his ground. With the +20 bonus of the son of Poseidon perk, Percy had enough strength to not only push the skeletons back with his shield, but he managed to cut down half of them with his blade. Percy then moved like a force of nature in the form of a human. His blade spun faster and faster and moved in a blur as he cut down skeleton after skeleton. Suddenly, a spear found itself between Percy's ribs. The pain was bad, but the HP lost was worse. Percy's gamer's body and gamer's mind kicked in. He pushed through the pain and pushed the spear out of his body. He felt his blood drip out and onto the stage, and Percy finally had enough. Water control. Percy shouted and challenged his mana into the puddle he and the skeletons were standing in. Suddenly, the water under the feet of all the undead skeletons turned into spike and skewered the skeletons, tearing them apart. Ping. Due to formation of a new water control attack and heavy use, the skill has leveled. Water controlling LV 5, 74%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost, 16 MP per minute. Special attack, water spikes, 500 damage, cost 100 MP. Percy now stood, his HP and MP low. HP, 560/1250. MP, 600/1125. His regeneration rate was improved due to his environmental advantage, but it wouldn't be enough. He had exhausted himself so much, and it was only the first wave. There were still 2 more left. Percy needed to think. He needed a clever plan in order to escape this. Most of his powers are useless here. The only thing that can help him is the water spikes attack he just made up. That would be great, but the skeletons know about my water and will be afraid to come close. Percy then noted most of the skeletons were looking at him in awe and fear. He needed to take advantage of this. Quickly, Percy reached into his inventory again and took out several pancakes and started to stuff them into his mouth. Zed and the rest of his skeleton army just looked on in wonder as Percy kept stuffing himself over and over again with food. Where did it all come from? And more importantly, where did it all go? Zed finally shook his head clear of his stray thought and looked to his army. Don't just stand there, get him. The skeletons looked at Percy and then at Zed and then sighed. They hated their boss. Quickly, the ones with spears stepped forward and threw their weapons at Percy, hoping to end this without getting too close. Percy saw the weapons coming for him and quickly acted. He summoned the water around himself, Water shield, he cried out, and all the spears impaled and stopped right into the shield. Percy then manipulated the water and gathered all the spears on the surface of his shield. He turned them around and then launched them full force into the crowd of skeletons, kills tens of them in one strike. Ping. Due to skilled usage and discovery of a new use, skill has leveled up. Water controlling LV6, 40%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost, 16 MP per minute. Special attack, water spikes, 200 damage, cost 100 MP. Special defense, water shield, 30/30 durability, cost 150 MP. Percy grimaced. Things were not looking good. He ran out of eating, had restored all of his HP and MP. But after that last attack, they were now HP 1250/1250. MP 400/1125. He needed to end this now. Percy turned to Zed, who was bust, trying to rally all his troops. Percy capped Riptide and grabbed his spear in the inventory. He aimed at the red-clad man. His dex was a 6, meaning he had decent aim. Percy lined up the shot and threw with all his might. The spear flew true and hit Zed right below the knee, where his leg armor joints were exposed. Percy grinned at that and quickly used water control and formed several more water spear and threw them all at Zed. This would cause his environmental bonus to vanish, but it was a now or never kind of deal. Percy's spears flew and all hit Zed, who was still struggling with the pain of the first spear. For the first time, Percy used Obsur on Zed. Zedukal, LV 15. HP 1200/3000 MP. 500 of 600. Race Magician/Necromancer. STR 40. Vit 5. Dex 2. Int 34. Wis 2. Luke 0. A novice necromancer, Zedukal, or Zed, stole his uncle's armor and a few spells and groomed his own personal army of skeletons. Most of them are weak, a great example of how weak Zed himself is. His sore spots are his mom and his acne. Kill to gain, 1000 EXP. Percy nearly laughed himself silly when he read the guy's bio. The idiot put all his points in strength. And he was a magician. He looked scary, but he honestly was all bark and no bite. Percy looked at the balcony Zed was in. He didn't look like he was going anywhere fast. Percy quickly jumped off stage and charged at the distracted group of skeletons. Riptide sang as Percy swung it left, right, up and down. The tune Percy heard it sing out was comforting, and slowly Percy left all else out, listening to his blade move as it cut through his enemies. Ping, ping. A skill has leveled up twice. Sword Mastery, LV 3, 40%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 15% more damage when using swords. The ping distracted Percy, and he stopped his deadly dance and glanced around to see almost all of the skeletons were not all gone, either transformed into dust or slowly disappearing. Percy quickly turned to Zed, who was now standing by supporting himself with his giant sword. His left hand was out, and all the remaining skeletons disappeared into smoke and flew into his open arms. After everything was cleared, Zed roared, "Roea!" Zed's eyes glowed red underneath that red mask. He drew his big red sword and pointed it at Percy. "Now you die, and I shall feast on your bones." Percy sighed and quickly jumped back onto the stage as Zed jumped out of the balcony and landed where he stood just a moment ago. "Observe," Percy said. Zedukal, Extreme Mode, LV 15. HP 1200/3000 MP. 500 of 600. Race Magician/Necromancer. STR 4000. Vit 5. Dex 2. Int 34. Wis 2. Luke 0. A novice necromancer, Zedukal, or Zed, stole his uncle's armor and a few spells and groomed his own personal army of skeletons. Most of them are weak, a great example of how weak Zed himself is. His sore spots are his mom and his acne. Zed is now in his extreme mode, where his strength is increased by 100 times. Kill to gain, 10,000 EXP. Percy was sweating bullets. This is insane. His strength is so bloody broken. That thing isn't human. Percy's mind was moving 100 miles an hour. He needed to fight smart and long distance. One hit from that blade, and Percy is tomato paste. Percy then realized something. The guy had it, meaning he had knowledge, but his wish was a 2, meaning he had not idea what to do with that knowledge. So in a last-ditch attempt to outsmart the asshole, Percy reached into his inventory and pulled out all of his remaining water bottles. He drew an arm back and began throwing all of them at Zed. Due to his low dex, Zed couldn't dodge one of the bottle, so he instead cut them all down with his sword, causing the man to be drenched and smiled. This was just what he needed. "I know you can't control water without touching it," Zed said smugly. "I am too smart for your tricks, boy." Percy raised any brow. Why did he think Percy couldn't control water without touching it? Sure, he always had some kind of physical contact with the water when using it, but that wasn't always the case. Zed is really making a jump in judgment here, but what else could you expect from a guy with 2 whiz points? Percy simply smiled and raised a hand. "Water control, water spikes." Obeying Percy's commands, the water under Zed shot up, and 3 spikes of water pierced Zed through his chest. His mana reduced to mana 100 out of 125. Percy frowned at that, but quickly observed Zed's HP/MP. HP 600 of 3,000. MP 500 of 600. Shit, he was still alive. Percy then looked on in shock as Zed roared to life, and then broke free off of the water spike holding him in place. 2 broke instantly, but 1 remained in place. Percy, seeing this as a chance, swung his shield like a discus and smiled as it hit Zed's head. Minus 300 HP. Critical strike. But before Percy could celebrate, Zed broke free of the last water spike and launched himself at Percy. Luckily, Percy was faster than Zed and managed to jump away from the man's initial strike, though the stage was now broken. Percy then brought up Riptide just in time to block Zed's next attack, but the force behind was so great due to his strength. Zed pushed Riptide to the side, and Percy was sent back with sheer strength alone. Percy slid across the stage, a huge slash now on his chest due to the mere presence of the blade coming close to his body. As Percy rolled across the stage, a trail of his own blood stained the wooden floor. Percy looked up, his eyes were seeing double, his head spinning. HP 5 of 250. MP 100 of 125. Shit, this is bad. Percy looked up, his body drained of all energy. The only reason he could move now was due to his will to live. Zed was slowly coming towards him, his red blade being dragged behind him. "You fought well, boy," Zed said. "A worthy challenge for me." Percy grinned through the pain. "Shut it, you acne-covered mama's boy." "Ah, stubborn till the bitter end." Zeb then raised his blade high above Percy's head. "Any last words?" "Yeah," Percy said as he looked up at Zed. "Blood is made up of 90% water, asshole." Water spike. Percy then poured the rest of his mana into the last attack. Zed's eyes widened and he looked down. He was now standing on a trail of Percy's own blood. But before Zed could even move, a spike of blood pierced his head through his neck, separating neck from body. Percy smiled as the red sword Zed used landed on the side. "I win, asshole." Ping. Skill has been leveled up due to unique use. Water controlling LV 7 1%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost 15 MP per minute. Special attack, water spikes, 210 damage, cost 95 MP. Special defense, water shield, 35/35, durability, cost 140 MP. Special control, blood control, cost 50 MP per minute. Ping. Due to your unique use of your skills, you have gained +1 whiz. Ping. Due to the fact you survived nearly dying, your physical endurance has leveled up thrice. Physical endurance, LV.6, 78%. Your body's durability increased, and you take less damage. 18% less damage from physical attacks. Ping. Due to the fact you survived nearly dying, you have gained a tile, Dead Man. Dead Man gives the user a boost of +40 in all stats if their HP is less than 20%. Ping. Quest completed. Survive the horde of skeletons. And then defeat Zed. Rewards. Plus 3 stat points. A new title. Total EXP. 13,625 EXP. Skeletons. 145 times 25 is equal to 3,625 EXP. Zed Extreme equals 10,000. Ping. Ping. You have gained 2 levels. Percy then suddenly felt himself surrounded by a veil of light, and all his injuries and wounds all disappeared. Did me leveling up heal my wounds? Percy then pulled up his status page. Percy Jackson. Health 350 of 350. Mana 175 of 175. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 7 EXP, 6900/9600. Race Demigod. STR 6. Vit 4 plus 2 equals 6. Dex 4 plus 2 equals 6. INT 9. WIS 7. LUC 14. Points 10. Money $185/23D. Percy whistled at that. He had a lot of stats now, and the new title is pretty cool, but hopeful he will never come in a situation where he will need to use it. This match with Zed itself was too close for comfort. Percy really should learn not to jump into things. Percy reached into his pocket and found Riptide there safe and sound. He quickly put it into his inventory and started to search the stage and the seats for all the loots left behind by the skeletons and Zed. In the end, it took Percy an hour to find it all, since it was scattered all around the tether. His final count of the loot was something like this. Money $1,000, 50D. Items 100 pieces of bones, 20 spears, 15 swords, 3 helmets, 1 full set of knight's armor. Percy quickly observed the knight's armor. Knight's armor. Armor worn by the knights of Europe. This piece is made of metal plates, overlapping each other to provide the perfect defense for the wearer, though it restricts movement. Defense 30 of 30. Durability 9 out of 10. Percy stuffed the armor into his inventory and then looked at the loot Zed himself gave off. It seemed increasing his luck paid off as it gave him some great loot. In front of him was a red gauntlet and the giant red sword Zed used. Quickly Percy observed the two. Gauntlet of Kefka. The Gauntlet of Kefka, Zed's uncle, was stole by Zed and was used for his own plans. The power of the gauntlet release on the int and the whis of the wearer. Its ability is to raise from the dead and store inside it warriors that user has slain and slain by the user's minions. Power level. Int plus whis, percent of total power of the summoned servant, meaning a level 100 warrior will be a LV5 servant when the gauntlet's power level is LV5. Number of servants usable by the user. 2. Plus 1 for every 10 int or whis. Sword of Kefka. The sword of Zed's uncle Kefka. This blade is just big and shiny, doesn't really do much. If one has the strength to lift it, it may be a great weapon, or else it is just a hunk of metal. Weight, 300 pounds / 136 kg. Attack, 140. Percy put the gauntlet on first and tried moving it around. Nothing happened. Maybe I should put some mana into it. Percy then charged it with mana and watched as his vision became blurry and grayish. He could see the souls of the monsters he vanquished in the dungeon. He saw Zed and his army of skeletons all waiting for him to pick one of them. Percy, of course, picked the strongest of them all, Zed. The gauntlet glowed red, and out of the palm of his hand a smoky figure appeared, and slowly the smoke solidified into the form of Zed in his red armor. He got on his knees. "What is thy bidding, my master?" Percy was first a little freaked out about the eerie similarities between Zed and Darth Vader from Empire Strike Back, but after another healthy dose of Gamer's Mind, Percy got over it quickly. Using Obser, Percy saw the new Zed stats. Zedukal Extreme Mode, LV 3.6. HP 144 144 MP 9696. Race Magician / Necromancer. STR 640. Vit 0.8. Dex 0.32. Int 5.44. Whis 0.32. Luke 0. A novice necromancer, Zedukul, or Zed, stole his uncle's armor and a few spells and groomed his own personal army of skeletons. He now works for you. Percy read it and nodded. It seems since Percy's combined int and Whis was 16, he got 16% of Zed to fight for him, which is still a lot. I wish for you to be my servant. Protect me from danger and such, Percy said as he lifted his gauntlet high into the air to make sure Zed saw it. It will be done, my master. Zed the transformed into smoke again and traveled into the gauntlet where suddenly around the red for warm, a thick silver band was formed. Call upon me whenever you have need of my master. I am your servant for eternity. Percy then quickly stored his gauntlet and the big sword inside his inventory and looked to the last thing he had gained from his trip, a book. It was brown and had a single label over its cover, ID create/escape. Percy picked the book up, and suddenly a blue notification came up. You have obtained a skill book. Would you like to learn the skill, Instant Dungeon Create and Instant Dungeon Escape? Yes/no. Percy grinned. So this was the skill book Han was talking about. New skill, here we come. Percy pressed the yes button, and suddenly the book bursted into flames, and new knowledge came into Percy's mind. Ping. You have learned 2 new skills. ID Create, LV, 10%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. ID Escape, LV, 10%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Percy smiled at this and quickly closed the boxes. A lot happened in this dungeon. He faced death and came back stronger for it. Percy felt strong, like nothing could stop him now. He would become stronger, he would become the best there ever was, and he will protect his mother. Now there was only Percy finally found the exit. It was literally the door in the back with the large neo-green exit symbol. After walking about 3 flights of stairs, Percy came to a door which led to the same place he came from, underneath the principal's window. Percy then quietly snuck to the main building and reached Mr. Brunner's office window. He opened the window and pulled himself in. He shut the window behind him and quietly put Riptide, now in ped form, back where he found it and hide the bronze shield behind the shelf where it was. All this, and Mr. Brunner wouldn't be any the "Good morning, Mr. Jackson," came the sound of Mr. Brunner. Oh fuck, Percy said as he turned around, and there standing in the shadows was Mr. Brunner still in his wheelchair. Oh hey, Mr. Brunner, fancy seeing you here, Percy said with grin. I am in so much shit. The half-horse rolled forward and picked up Riptide from the table. I advise you, next time you need a pin Mr. Jackson, ask Mr. Underwood. Breaking into a teacher's office is a very serious crime, even for Yancy Academy. Percy smiled. Yeah, well, I would, Mr. Brunner, but Grover keeps losing all his pins, and I didn't just need the pin, I needed the sword as well. Mr. Brunner looked at Percy in shock. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean, Mr. Jackson. Oh, cut the act. Percy's grin now threatened to split his face. Chiron. Percy, I assure you, given my current state, he said, pointing to his legs, I cannot be a centaur, though I'm flattered to think of me as a legendary teacher. Percy then observed the chair Chiron was using. Chiron's magical wheelchair. Whenever Chiron needs to go in disguise in the human world, he uses this chair, which has a pocket dimension inside it, to hide his legs. Chiron likes his chair very much, and will shoot an arrow up your behind if you damage it. Percy smiled. It's a pocket dimension that contains your legs from the outside world. Chiron's eyes were now like saucers. That is a very interesting theory, Mr. Jackson BU-. I have also seen Grover's goat legs and Mrs. Dodd's bat wings. Chiron's mouth was open, so wide it looked like it was going to catch a truck. Percy, I'm sure you have a very amazing imagination, but I assure you, I am not Chiron. Grover is not a satyr, and Mrs. Dodds is not a lecto. Percy smirked. I never said she was a fury, Mr. Brunner. Nor did I say which fury she was. Mr. Brunner quickly realized his mistake. Ah, I simply meant dash. Save it, Percy said as he walked to the window and opened it. If you guys still want to pretend, and all that, it's fine by me. Later, Mr. C. Percy then jumped out of the window and snuck back to his dorm, leaving a gobsmacked Mr. Brunner/Chiron behind. Ping, due to you lying through your ass and somehow being oh so cool about it, A skill has been leveled and created. Lying, LV 4, 75%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 20% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting, LV2, a combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. New skill. Ping. Through constant use, a skill has leveled up. Sneaking, LV 5, 15%. Allows you to sneak up on someone. 30% chance of not getting caught. 30% chance of critical strike. Percy finally reached his dorm, and by the time he climbed into bed, it was already 2 in the morning. He smiled, closed his eyes, and let himself be dragged into the blissness that was sleep. Ping. You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy woke up better than ever and quickly saw that Grover was still asleep. Stupid little goat man must have been talking to Juniper or something. Percy quickly got ready for class, but all the while his mind was spinning about what he should do. His stats yesterday was pathetic, and him spending so much points on stats like STR and Dex were useless because in the end he could have improved on all of them on his own. So far he knew he couldn't do any real training here in Yancy Academy. It would be very strange for a boy who never exercised to suddenly start doing weights and go jogging every morning. But then again, a bigger shock would be him studying, and he has done that and the world is still spinning. But since school ends in like 20 days, Percy would eventually move back home. That would be the perfect time for him to start training for real. It would also give him a reason to not be in the same house as Gabe. Percy quickly went to the cafeteria where there was absolutely no one there. Percy looked at a clock on the wall and saw it was 6 in the morning. So while the food was ready, no one was there to eat it. Percy looked around and saw the chef in the back making more food, while in front of him was a huge stack of pancakes and some fruits. Percy observed them. Apple fruit restores 5% of HP. Orange fruit restores 4% of MP. Banana restores 3% of HP and MP. Ping. Due to you using Observe a lot, it has leveled up by 1. Observe LV 5, 30%. By observing a target, one will get information about said object. Max HP, MP, stats, and info, and will give their opinion of you. Seeing the stats of the fruits, Percy quickly shoved a huge amount of them into his inventory. He then moved the inventory to on top of the tower of pancakes, put it horizontally, and then lowered it down on the stack of pancakes. After this raid of food, Percy ran out. After all, if the chef thinks he ate all of it, Percy would be in so much trouble. Finally, he had in his inventory 50 pancakes, 7 apples, 6 bananas, 10 oranges. Smiling at this, Percy then went to the library, the one thing Yancy Academy is good for, other than the fact an entrance to the labyrinth is here. Eventually, Percy reached the library and took the first book that interested him, Greek Myths and Legends. He then read the book page to page, and after the quick read found that he understood everything that was said there. It was so amazing for him to have done this. No, he felt like nothing could stop him. Ping. Due to constant use, skill has leveled up. Language. Modern English, LV 15, 10%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it, but can't walk it. Your reading is now near grade level college plus 10% reading speed. Percy looked at the stats and was surprised. He honestly didn't think that stat would level up any further. Percy then realized that he didn't know the limit of how much he could level up. So far, what should have been the end of a skill wasn't. Maybe he had no level cap. Either way, Percy put the book away and grabbed another one, and quickly after checking out, he left for class. There he saw Grover looking at him with a blush on his cheek. Mr. Brunner must have told him that I knew he was sadder. Hey, G-Man, Percy said with a smile as he sat beside him. How's it going? Hey, Percy, Grover said with a weak smile. I was just wondering, how did you dash? Let's talk about this later, G-Man, okay? Percy said with a smile. Don't want mortal to hear what we are talking about, do we? Grover nodded, and the two fell into a comfortable silence. Percy took out his new book and began reading it. Are you actually reading a book, Jackson? Came the oh-so-annoying voice of Nancy Bobofit. I thought you were stupid for that. Percy grinded his teeth. Yeah, I was, but it's never too late. By the way, Nancy, you should probably leave seeing as you are allergic to studying and all. Don't want you to choke and die or something. Wait, for the second handstay, please, I insist. Nancy glared at Percy and turned around and walked away. That stupid girl. Percy looked at her, standing with her friends laughing, and something inside of him got pissed off. He needed to prank her now, but there was no water bottles nearby, something Nancy now did on purpose after the first time Percy pranked her. Just then an idea struck him, and Percy smirked. Blood control. Water control. Percy whispered and sent out his mana towards Nancy's feet in order to control them and pull them out from under her. Ping. You cannot use blood control on anyone with a level below yours, nor can you use it on anyone with 20 more levels than you. This can change with the level of blood control. What the fuck? Percy wondered and looked at the rules for blood control. Well, what do you know? No controlling weaklings or big monsters. Seems Percy is going to have to level it up if he wanted the really good stuff. Sighing, Percy turned back to his book and began reading. Soon the teacher walked in and Percy put the book away. Ping. Due to you listing in class you're in has gone up by +1. It was the end of the classes and Percy smiled at that. It seemed he would be getting this bonus until his int didn't suck balls. But the rewards was worth all the things he had to do to get it. It wasn't easy for someone with dyslexia to learn in class. Usually it would take far longer for that to happen. So Percy took it in stride, but in the last class, Greek mythology, Mr. Brunner had an announcement. Now class, as you all remember, sarcasm, the field trip to the American Museum of Natural History will be tomorrow. So go to bed early, pack light, and make sure to bring your notes because the things we see there will be on the test. Percy and Grover got up, and then Mr. Brunner spoke up again. Oh, and Mr. Jackson, Mr. Underwood, come with me to my office. Percy and Grover looked at each other and shrugged. They both knew exactly why this was happening. Soon Percy found himself in Mr. Brunner's office along with Grover. It's strange being in this place during the day, Percy said, chuckling to himself. Mr. Brunner sighed. Percy, do you know why you are here? Percy nodded. Yup. You two are finally going to not act like a bunch of failed actors and come clean with me. Mr. Brunner sighed. Yes, well, I suppose our acting could be better, especially if you saw through them. Hey, is that an insult? Percy asked, crossing his arms. But Percy, how did you know? Grover asked him. I mean, come on, it takes a long time for people to even believe that the mythological world even exists, longer to come to terms with that fact. Percy shrugged. I have a cool attitude. Plus, I mean, once you see a rainbow video message from your best friend to his girlfriend, who is a tree spirit, all doubt kind of goes out the window. Grover sighed and rubbed his head. I knew that was a mistake. Hee, chill, man, Percy said, and then turned to Mr. Brunner. So why does a Fury want to kill me? Mr. Brunner chuckled. Huh, straight to the point, I see. Very well. You see, Percy, there is something you should know. It's about your dad. You see Dash. He's Poseidon. Yeah, I know, Percy said with a blank face. Wait, what? Mr. Brunner asked. How do you know that? I have the ability to breath underwater. A Greek goat for a best friend and a legendary Greek centaur Chiron for a teacher. I don't have a dad, plus every time I go swimming it feels like I'm invincible. Not that far, I guess. Grover and Mr. Brunner looked at Percy wide-eyed. Their look of surprise was extremely funny. If only he had a camera. Finally, Mr. Brunner collected himself. To answer him, Percy opened his arms and commanded the water in the flower vase on Mr. Brunner's table. It jumped out of the vase and then came to Percy and took the form of a trident. I think he's sure, Grover said as Percy chuckled at his friend. Quickly, the demigod sent the water back to where it came from and turned to his two protectors. Percy, you are in danger, Mr. Brunner said, and then launched into his tale. Sometime later, so let me get this straight. 1, someone has stolen Zeus's lightning bolt and Hades' helmet of darkness. 2, everyone thinks my dad did it, and he used me to do it. And 3, now everyone wants to kill me. Did I get all that? Percy asked. Exactly, Chiron said, nodding. I sure you understand now why you need to lay low, Percy. Percy immediately shook his head. Oh, hell no. I'm going to find whoever stole this lightning bolt, and I'm going to shove it up their ass. And if Electo gets in my way, I'll do the same to her. Ping. Quest alert. Summer quest. Find a lightning bolt of Zeus and the helm of darkness of Hades before June 21st. Find the real thief and his ass. Don't die. Reward: 100,000 EXP. Failure. You guessed it, death. Mom's death as well. Yes/no? Percy saw the consequences of failure and almost didn't want to accept the quest. But if he did, he would at least have a chance to save his mom. If he didn't accept, there is a chance she might die, and he won't get a chance to save her. Percy pressed yes and turned to Grover and Chiron, who were looking at Percy as if he was mad. What? Percy, as much as you want to clear your name fighting Alecto, is crazy. Grover said, is a fury, and she is so mean. Percy waved Grover off. Ne'll be okay. No, Percy, you will know, Mr. Brunner said in a dangerous tone. This isn't a game, Percy. You will not under any circumstance fight Alecto. She is dangerous. AFR, better, trained demigods that you have died in her hands. Percy, seeing the serious look in Chiron's face, nodded. Okay, Percy said and slowly walked away. He knew Chiron was right, but he also knew one way or another Alecto would come after. Why? Maybe it was because of his cool hair or something. Here, catch, Chiron called out. Percy turned and saw a riptide being thrown towards him. Percy caught the pen easily and looked at Chiron in surprise. A little insurance in case Alecto tries something when we are not there, Chiron said, smiling at him. Take of that blade, Percy. It has a long and terrible history. Percy nodded and quickly left the two protectors alone. He is getting pretty strong for a demigod who hasn't even been claimed yet, Grover told Chiron, who simply nodded. Yes, and he has a brilliant mind. He managed to guess that my chair was a pocket dimension that housed my horse body with just a look. Guessed? Grover asked, surprised. Really? Indeed, that boys have the eyes of a hawk and the wisdom of a child of Athena, which is a strange combination if ever. Grover simply nodded, and quickly the two started speaking about camp and other details related to the divine world. The next day, Percy looked out the window of the bus as they passed through a tunnel to enter New York. In his hand was a book which he borrowed from the library early in the morning. Percy spent the night studying and improving his int, which raised by 2 points due to the fact that Percy's reading skills was now improved. Hence his int improved every time he read a book. His present stats were INT 12. He then spent the rest of the night collecting more empty bottles from the recycling bin and filled them all with water and put them into his inventory. Percy went to bed at around 1 in the night and woke up fresh as a daisy. The students were then quickly shoved into a school bus and sent to New York. By the time they reached the museum, Percy's int had risen by 1 more point. It seemed the amount of book he had to read was 3 before he gained a point, which means the number of book he would need to read will only increase as his int became more and more. INT 13. Percy was paired up with Grover, and the group of Yancy students entered the American Museum of Natural History inside. They were lead straight on throw, and the field trip began. Percy used observe on everything. It seemed most of the pieces here were all original, while some are fake. Percy knew that if he just casually mentioned the statue of Hecate was actually made in 1200 AD and not in 90 BC, people would lose their shit. Soon the class was separated into several smaller groups and were told to meet back in the Greek exhibition in 1 hour's time. Grover and Percy casually strolled around the museum looking at the Egyptian stuff like their gods and all that. Grover then excused himself to go to the bathroom, leaving Percy all front of a painting of what Observe said was R.A., the main of the Egyptians. It seemed the Egyptian gods were real, judging by the various magical properties Percy was seeing in each artifact there. Soon enough after Grove was done with his business, the two joined the main group who were now surrounding Mr. Brunner. Now who can tell me what this statue is? Mr. Brunner asked, pointing at a statue next to him. Percy raised his hand. That's Kronos, the Titan of time. And that statue is of him eating his children. Chiron nodded. Very good, Mr. Jackson. Yes, this is Kronos, the father of... Percy tuned the rest of it out. After all, he already knew all that stuff. Instead, he began looking around and saw a painting of the 3 Furies on the corner. Suddenly, an idea came into Percy's head. It would be breaking his promise with Mr. Brunner, but it was simply too good a chance to give up. Also, he could feel Mrs. Dudes looking at him with blood lust due to his detect bloodlust skill. Ping. Quest alert. Defeat Mrs. Dodds. Rewards. Anger of Electo perk. 3000 EXP. Failure. Death, isn't it always? Yes/no? Percy quickly pressed yes and cleared his throat. Mr. Brunner, what is that? Percy asked out loud, cutting Chiron's lecture about the Olympians. Chiron looked at what Percy was pointing at and nodded. Yes. That Percy is a painting of Electo and her sisters, the Three Furies. Percy could see in the corner of his eyes Mrs. Dodds was grinning. Oh, and what's so special about them, Mr. Brunner? Well, Percy, the Furies were said to be the most trusted agents of Hades and are known as a bad omen of sorts. Some say they are the daughters of Uranus' blood when Cronus castrated him. So they're made out of male genitalia? Percy asked, getting snickers from the rest of his class, and a gasp from Grover, and a look of surprise from Mr. Brunner. Well, yes. Huh. No wonder she kind of looks like a bitch, Percy said, nodding his head. Percy, don't say that, Grover said as he looked to Mrs. Dodds, whose eyes were turning red in rage. Say what? That she's a bitch. Yes. But you agree to, don't you, Grover? Percy asked with a shit-eating grin. She's such a bitch. Percy, don't dash, Mr. Brunner began, but Percy interrupted him. Well, Electo's a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. She's a stupid bitch if there ever was a bitch to all the boys and girl. Grover became as white as paper, while Chiron could only watch on in horror and shock. Percy then jumped away from the group and grabbed a water bottle, holding it up like a mic. On Mondays, she's a bitch. On Tuesday, she's a bitch. And Wednesday to Saturday, she's a bitch. On every Sunday, just to be different, she's a King Kong level bitch. Percy then pointed to Mrs. Dodds. Come on, you know the words. Have you ever met the furry called Electo? She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. She's a mean old bitch and has stupid hair. And she's beachest bitch in the whole wide world. Bitch, 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 bitch. She's a stupid bitch. Electo's a bitch, and she's just a dirty bitch. I really mean it, Electo. She just a big, dumb, stupid bitch. Oh, yeah. Percy then looked up, saw Mrs. Dodds was barely holding it together. Her hair was on edge, and her teeth were growing out into fangs. Her eyes turned red, and her left eye kept twitching. Ping, 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 ping. Due to constant use, skill has leveled up. Taunt, LV5, 90%. You can cause your opponent to lose their cool and do something stupid. 25% chance of working. Ping, ping, ping. Due to overwhelming bloodlust, skill has leveled up. Detect bloodlust, LV7, 30%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. Is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 50 feet and will tell origin. About time, Percy said, grinning. Quickly, Mr. Brunner took control of the situation. He still couldn't believe what Percy had done, but he had to believe the boy knew what he was doing. Children, Mr. Brunner called out. Let's all go out for lunch, yes? He and Grover quickly then lead everyone out and used the mist to try and make most of them forget about what Percy just did. Once everyone left Mrs. Dodds and Percy alone, the two eyed each other, ready to attack in a moment's notice. Observe. Electo, Fury of Hades. Level 49. HP, 4900/4900. MP, 2600/2600. Race Fury. STR 40. Vit 45. Dex 50. Int 39. Wis 41. Luke 10. Electo is a Fury of Hades who does his bidding. Right now, she has been assigned to observe Percy Jackson, and if he is a demigod of Poseidon or Zeus, to kill him. And right now, she's going to do so even if he isn't a demigod. Seriously, Percy is in big trouble. Percy grinned at this and quickly readied Riptide, which was still in his pen form. Then in front of his eyes, Electo started to transform into the creature that attacked a few nights ago with bat wing and blood-red eyes. Her teeth grew into crooked fangs, and her claws looked like they were itching to slice something up. And, going by the way she was looking at Percy, it was probably him. Wow, Grandma, what great big eyes you have, Percy said as he slowly took a few steps back in fear. What? You couldn't get scared? You try facing a demon straight from hell itself. and be cool and shit. I'll slice you up, Jackson. Elcott cried out and pounced forward, clearing the 15-foot gap between them in a single leap, but Percy was already moving. Percy bent low and moved forward. He used his thumb and flicked Riptide's cap open and swung the pen as it transformed into a sword. Alecto flapped her wings to try and get away, but she had too much forward momentum and barely managed to avoid being completely impaled by Percy Blade. Alecto cried out and flew back and landed far away from Percy. Riptide had sliced into Alecto's shoulder and blood was pouring out in liters. She then got up, still holding her shoulder. I underestimated you, Jackson. Never again. She then turned around and ran into the next room, with Percy quickly following her. Ping. Quest alert. Chase Alecto through the museum. Defeat the enemies she summons from the underworld, but make sure not one artifact in the museum is destroyed. Reward. Plus 500 EXP for every artifact saved. 1 prize for every showroom concurred. Yes/no? Percy quickly pressed yes and went into the next room. The next room was the Roman exhibition, and Percy found Alecto standing in the center, weaving around several different spells with her hands. Rise, minions of Hades, and protect your master. Suddenly, out of the shadows of the room, several skeletons popped out and all charged at Percy. So this is the chase level of the game. Percy, though, as he opened his inventory and brought out his shield and helmet. He put both of them on and charged the horde of skeletons. Due to his experience with fighting them, Percy knew that the fastest way to kill a skeleton was to go for the spine. Quickly, Percy bashed the wave of skeletons, and one by one tore through their ranks like butter. He then saw a skeleton backtrack, trying to get away from him, but right behind him was a glass case containing a Roman centurion's armor. Quickly, Percy used his advanced dex and jumped over the skeletons he was fighting. He grabbed the skeleton by the collarbone and threw him over his shoulder. The skeleton skidded across the floor, but before he could get up, Percy crushed his skull underneath his foot. Percy then looked at the other skeletons with a look of death in his eyes. Touch these exhibitions and you die again. Ping. Due to you being so scary that you can even make the dead fear for their death, a new skill has been created. Bloodlust, LV1. You scare the shit out of your enemies. 10% chance of working. 5% scary. Percy swiped the box away and quickly began working on trimming down the swarm of skeletons. He hacked and slashed away, trusting his instincts. He trusted Riptide into the open helmets of the skeleton, crushing their skulls quickly. He used a shield to block and to bash. And if he got the chance, he used the edge to cut a bones, wipe a quick and pierce swing of his shield. Ping. Ping. Due to constant use of skill, it has leveled up twice. Sword Mastery, LV, 5, 20%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 25% more damage when using swords. Percy quickly closed that and kept fighting. Soon he was the only one left in that room. He looked back and swore as he saw the door to another exhibition was left open. I'm gonna need help for this shit, Percy thought to himself, and quickly brought out the gauntlet of Kefka. Percy put the red gauntlet on and summoned Zed. The servant in red came out and bowed to Percy in one knee. What is your orders, my master? We are chasing Alecto, the fury of Hades. She is on the run. As we go through each room in chase of her, we need to make sure none of the artifacts here are damaged in any way. Got it? Zed nodded and quickly stood up straight. I understand, my master. Percy nodded and opened his inventory. He reached for the sword of Kefka and pulled only the handle out. Why not the full sword? Because he couldn't lift the damn thing. Zed saw the handle and pulled it out of the inventory. Now, with his servant armed, Percy and Zed charged into the next room, which was about the Japanese period. There inside waiting for them was an army of skeleton samurai. Or was that samurai skeletons? Either way, the moment they saw Percy and Zed, they all drew her katana and charged at Percy and Zed. I'll go left and you go right, Percy said, and Zed nodded. Quickly, the two charged and engaged in combat around 10 skeletons, warriors each. Percy quickly blocked a skeleton with Riptide, and with his shield bashed the skeleton's skull and causing it to vanish. Percy then turned ready to fight 2 skeletons at once, but noticed none of the other were moving. What's wrong, you guys? Percy asked. The skeletons all pointed at one, and that one then began engaging Percy in single combat, while the others just watched. After quickly finishing him off, Percy turned to the others and finally realized what was going on. The code of the warrior, huh? Only one-on-one fights. The skeletons nodded and Percy grinned. He quickly dealt with them all with his sword skills alone. Ping. Due to constant use, a skill has been leveled up. Sword Mastery, LV 6, 71%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 30% more damage when using swords. After Percy was done, he helped Zed finish off his opponents, and quickly the two left for the next room. The last room was of a marble collection of various statues, and there standing in the center was a huge statue of what looked to be a Greek warrior. The statue was 40 feet tall and had a sword at his hip while dressed in Greek armor. On the statue's chest was several red markings, each looking like ancient Greek symbols, ones which Percy for some reason couldn't read. Truly, statues these days are amazing. This one is so lifelike that it blinked. Preki then noticed, "Wait, blink." Percy looked in horror as the statue moved to his hip and slowly drew out his sword. Percy's eyes flew all over the room, and there in one corner was Alecto, holding her injury still. She had nowhere else to run. She was, however, using her one free hand and performing several hand gestures. Percy looked at her and then the red marking on the statue. She was controlling it, like him whenever he uses blood control. Percy turned to Zed. "Try to hold it back, but don't hurt it. It's an artifact of the museum, too." "What?" Zed cried out. "Are you shitting me? Are we looking at the same thing? Are you seeing the 400-foot statue? Are you?" Zed's complaining drew the attention of the statue, and so the marble giant swung at Zed, who brought his word just in time to save his own neck. Percy moved toward Alecto. The only way to stop this thing without breaking it into pieces was to kill the one who controls it. But just as he was almost upon her, a great marble sword landed right in front of Percy, blocking his path. Percy then looked up and quickly jumped away just as a giant marble foot came crashing down where he stood. Percy clicked his teeth. He needed a plan. He quickly moved away and towards the edge of the room, while Zed got the thing's attention with a few insults. Percy looked around the room and found a water tube, the kind they use in case of fire, in the corner of the room next to the door which they came from. So Percy quickly ran to the water pipe and pulled the tube out. He then pointed it at the floor and pulled the lever of the pipe, spraying water all. Zed was holding himself, which is something to be said when fight a marble giant. But lucky, every strike the giant made was always aimed from top to bottom, which meant all Zed had to do was hold his blade up and block the marble weapon. "Hurry up," Zed said. "Give me a sec." Percy cried back, "Sheesh, where's all that? What is your bidding master attitude now?" After a minute, the water filled the room, and Percy heard it. "Ping, you have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active." Percy smiled. He then pointed the hose upwards and covered himself with water, activating the Son of Poseidon perk. Percy threw the hose to the side and then focused. He opened his eyes, and his blue eyes were a storm. Water control. The water on the floor then sprang upwards in the form of 4 large snakes. They coiled themselves around the marble giant and quickly restrained him from moving. Percy then reached into his inventory and pulled out a spear. He reached back, took aim, and threw it right across the room towards Alecto. The Fury saw the spear coming, but was too tired to do anything about it. She was exhausted physically and magically. So she let the spear hit her, and as soon as it did, she roared in pain. The spear was not made of celestial bronze, so it couldn't kill her, but you try having a spear stuck in your shoulder and try and ignore the pain. Before Alecto could recover, Percy was already standing before her. He then quickly brought down his blade, slicing her neck. Percy then stood there panting. It was over. Finally, it was done. Ping. Quest completed. Defeat Mrs. Dodds. Rewards. Anger of Alecto perk. 3,000 EXP. Ping. Quest completed. Chase Alecto. through the museum. Defeat the enemies she summons from the underworld, but make sure not one artifact in the museum is destroyed. Reward: plus 500 EXP for every artifact saved. One prize for every showroom concurred. Total EXP: 6250 EXP. Monsters killed. Skeletons killed: 50 by 25 EXP, 1250 EXP. Marble statue defeated: 1000 EXP. Quest EXP: 400 EXP. Prizes for showrooms concurred. Roman Imperial Gold Spear. Japanese Scroll of Sword Techniques. Marble Room Skill Book. Marble Skin. All items are stored in inventory. Anger of Electo perk received. Anger of Electo. Whenever the user succeeds in taunting an enemy, they are infected with the Anger of Electo, which gives them double their strength, but also makes them clumsy and highly ignorant of their surrounds. Ping. Congratulations on your first perk. Perk. A perk is an ability that is always on, unless the user wishes them turned off. One can use several perks at the same time, only if the effects of one perk doesn't clash with the effects of any other perk. Ping. You have leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 400 of 400. Mana 225 of 225. The Gamer. Title: Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 8 EXP. 3550/19200. Race Demigod. STR 6. Vit 4 plus 2 equals 6. Dex 4 plus 2 equals 6. INT 13. WIS 7. LUC 14. Points 15. Money $1185/73D. Percy closed all the boxes that appeared in front of him and checked his inventory, and sure enough, all the prizes he got were there. Percy quickly closed that and checked Electo's dust to see whether she dropped something, and sure enough, she did. Fangs and Claws of a Fury. The Fangs and Claws of a Fury are very sought after in various circles. As in order to search for it, you might get a good prize for them. Value 200D. Percy quickly pocketed them all away and then raised his gauntlet. It was time for him to get a second servant. He channeled his mana into the gauntlet and saw the ocean of souls again. And there, standing in the front of the all, was Electo in her bat form. The gauntlet glowed and smoke came out of it as it took the form of Electo. She quickly got down on her knees. I live to obey Master. Percy then used the help of both of his spirits and quickly gathered the loot he got from the skeletons in the room before. The total came up to 5 spears, 4 swords, 3 shields, 17 helmets, I have no idea, a bow, a quiver of arrows. Money, $650 20D. After gathering all this, Percy immediately released Zed and Electo, who went back into the gauntlet. Percy tossed the gauntlet, his shield and helmet into his inventory. Quickly, Percy walked out of the museum, just as people started coming in again. Percy looked around and found Grover and Mr. Brunner waiting for him at the entrance. "Ah, Percy, victorious I see," Mr. Brunner said. "Yeah, she gave me quite the run for my money," Percy said, grinning. "Dude, you're lucky to be even alive," Grover said, having the starting signs of a tantrum. "What were you thinking, taunting her like that? You are an untrained demigod who picked a fight with an immortal fury." Percy shrugged it off, but Mr. Brunner continued. "He is right, Percy. This was a dangerous stunt you pulled. The plan was for you to act as normal as you could, but since you decided to throw that right out of the window, I suppose it's time we bring you into the camp." "Camp?" Percy asked. "For another time, Mr. Brunner. For now, go and have lunch, and we will take of the people and the memory cleaning." "Well, how do you do that? I didn't see one mortal in there when Electo was dragging me around through exhibition after exhibition." "Missed," Chiron said in one word, and quickly went to work dismissing the two boys. "Hey, Percy," Grover began. "Why are you drenched?" Percy sat in his desk with his exam paper in front of him. Maybe a few days ago, Percy would be scared about failing or even writing his exam. But after his new ability, he knew he could do good in this exam. The coming days for the exam, Percy spent grinding his int and his English language skill. He gained 3 levels and due to that he could read more book, which gave him 4 stat points in it. Language, Modern English, LV, 18, 40%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia and poor English reading skills. You can talk it but can't walk it. Your reading is now near grade level college plus 25% reading speed. INT 17. Percy had worked his ass off for all the extra stat points, and so he didn't feel like he was cheating when he took this exam. Not at all. Not at all. Well, maybe a little bit. But either way, Percy knew he was going to do well in his exams this year. Maybe he won't get kicked out of this school by the end of the year, but then again, he did technically kill a teacher. And he said technically because thanks to Mr. Brunner's quick think, no one remembers Mrs. Dodds, and so he technically didn't actually kill her. Note to self, learn how to control the mist. Percy turned over his question paper and quickly took out his pen, not the kind that turned into a blade. He then activated his gamer's mind and began filling out his answer sheet. After a long 40 minutes, Percy put his pen down and quickly gave his paper for correction. He then walked out and realized he had the rest of the day to himself. Grover had his exams still, Mr. Brunner had to teach, and well, Percy realized he didn't really have that many friends. Shrugging, Percy quickly walked back to his dorm and put away all his stuff. He changed into his blue hoodie/jeans combo, and then went to the cafeteria for a bite to eat. There was no one there, since most of the students were writing their exams, except Nancy Boba Fett. Has anyone noticed her name kind of sounds like Boba Fett? No? Just me? Okay, moving on. Percy grabbed a tray and pulled on a huge amount of food, sneaking a few platefuls into his inventory, and sat down near the window. As Percy slowly ate his food, he started using observe on everything, trying to grind it up a level. He then looked at Nancy and observed her. What he saw was surprising. Nancy Boba Fett thief in making. LV4. HP, 200 out of 200. MP, 100 out of 100. Race, human. STR2. Vit 3. Dex 6. Int 2. Wiz 1. Luke 6. Nancy Boba Fett attends Yancy Academy and is known to be a thief. She comes from a rich family, and so only steals to gain attention from her parents, who have promptly ignored her all her life. Nancy has trouble fitting in, and most of the time makes enemies out of people she cares about. She has a huge crush on Percy, but has no idea what to do about that. Hence she resorts to bullying to sort out her feelings. Percy felt extremely awkward now. She liked him? Like him? It was strange knowing this when she didn't even tell him how she felt about him. But more than that, Percy was kind of shocked. Nancy actually liked him? Then why was she always such a bitch? Percy reread the observation box and started thinking that maybe she didn't know how. She doesn't really look like she had that many friends, just people who use her or who she uses. Percy then noticed she was looking back at him with a glare in her face. Shit, was he staring? Need something free? Nancy asked him. Wow, she really needs to learn how to make a friend, Percy thought to himself as he looked away. Nancy eventually looked away from Percy, and the two did talk anymore. Maybe this was for the best. Maybe she will be all right. But there was still a nagging feeling inside Percy telling him to try and make friends with her. To try and be a good person to her. Ping. You have got to be kidding me. Quest alert. Make friends with Nancy Boba Fett. By the time you leave school for summer, make sure Nancy thinks of you fondly. Rewards. Well, you need a reward for being a good person. Okay, fine. 3,000 EXP. Failure. You will be depressed that you didn't do anything to help her for the next few days. Yes/no. Percy stared at the screen with his jaw wide open. Holy shit, that is a lot of EXP for making someone your friend. Percy then pressed yes, not because of the reward, though that did help, but maybe he could help her. Percy got up and put his lunch tray away and walked across the room. He walked up to Nancy and sat down in front of her. Nancy looked up shocked, but then quickly frowned. What do you want, freak? Not a very nice thing to say, Nancy. Percy said with his best smile. She is really making this whole be nice thing a challenge. I'm not a very nice person, freak. Nancy snarled and looked back down at her book. Percy Jackson. Percy said, bring Nancy back from her studies. What? That's my name. Percy Jackson. I'm not sure whether I have a nickname or not, but so far, yeah. That's my full name. And what do you want me to do knowing that? Nothing much, Percy said, shrugging. Just thought you should actually know my name is all. Well, Percy, she said, spitting it out. If you want something, say it, or else don't bother me. I'm very busy. Percy looked at the book Yancy was reading, High School Chemistry, their exam tomorrow. And just like that, Percy got an idea. Need help with that? Yancy sighed. Look, Percy, I don't know what you're trying to do over here, but it isn't going to work on me, okay? So let me read in peace, and we can this. She waited, looking for the right words. Talking thing later. Hey, I'm just saying if you need help, I'm more than willing to help out. Percy then got up and sat right next to Yancy and pulled her book away from her. Molecular bonds, huh? Yeah. Do you actually know something, or are you just full of it? Yancy said with a frown. Damn, did this girl really have a crush on him? She had major issues. Yeah, I did know something, Percy said with his trademark grin. Over the next hour, Percy started to teach Yancy all he knew about the subject, and Percy knew exactly how much he had to dumb it down for her, giving her int and whisper 2 and 1 respectively. What really surprised him, though, was the fact that Yancy's face light up like a Christmas tree every time Percy taught her something, and she actually understood it. Eventually, time flew, and before they knew it, Percy and Yancy had spent the afternoon without insulting each other. Finally, Percy had managed to teach Yancy basically everything she would need to know for the test, and the two fell into a comfortable silence. Ping. Due to you teaching, you gained a new skill. Teaching, LV1. You impart on your student a piece of what you know. Whiz plus int, % how much the person understands. Plus 20% if their int is lower than yours. Sweet, Percy thought. That means she understood 44% of what I taught her. Yancy then put all her stuff in her bag and stood up. Thanks, I guess. She then slowly walked out of the cafeteria. Hey, wait up, Percy called out. Yancy, what are you doing later? Yancy shrugged. Nothing much. I would try and study, but I doubt I would probably be able to learn anything new. So I suppose I will just have to revise what you taught me. You're a really good teacher, by the way. I understood like half of what you taught me. Wow, she actually complimented me. Percy thought in surprise. Maybe we can be friends. So you won't like me doing anything right now, right? Yancy shook her head. No. What? Then it's settled. Come on, I could use some ice cream, Percy said as he grabbed her hand and pulled her along. Wait, what? Yancy asked in surprise. Why ice cream? I want ice cream. Percy said he had a huge craving for ice cream. Maybe it was a side effect of his teaching skill. Ping. Wanting to eat ice cream is not a side effect of her teaching skill. You just want ice cream. Huh, never mind then. Percy then dragged Yancy to the gate of Yancy Academy and then pulled her toward a tree and waited as they hid behind it under the shadows. What we doing here? Yancy asked as she looked over Percy's shoulder, seeing a guard standing near the gate. The only place we can get ice cream is the ice cream parlor 2 blocks into town, Percy replied as he spied other ways to leave the school, and since the gate is being watched, we need another way to get in. Yancy looked surprised at this. I thought you were a goody two-shoes, Percy. Didn't think you had the guts to sneak out of school. Percy shrugged. I really want ice cream. He then noticed that around the guard was reading a magazine while drinking a cup of hot coffee. Bingo! Percy silently used his water control skill and pushed the hot coffee out of the mug right onto the guard's pants. HH! Came the guard's cry, and he quickly ran out holding his crotch. As soon as the guard was out of sight, Percy looked at Yancy and said, Let's move. He dashed forward, leaving Yancy wide-eyed. Hey, wait up! Yancy cried out as she quickly caught up to Percy. The two then walked for an hour until they came into town, and they quickly headed for downtown. Percy walked into the ice cream place with his eyes filled with greed and his mouth watering. He quickly went up to the counter and ordered a scoop of blueberry ice cream and turned to Yancy. What do you want? Oh, nothing for me, thanks, Yancy said. Make that 2 blueberry ice creams, Percy told the ice cream man as he quickly took a seat in a booth in the back. Percy, why did you order some for me? Yancy asked angrily as she sat down in front of him. Percy simply shrugged. Thought you would like it. I don't have any money, Percy, Yancy said, blushing a little. It's my treat, Percy said. After all, I have over $1,000. What else am I going to do with it? Consider it a reward for all your hard work. And besides, I never knew a person who didn't like ice cream. Thanks, I guess, Yancy said, trying to put on a frown, even though the thought of ice cream made her happy, plus free food. But did it have to be blueberry? Don't be silly. Blueberry is the best. Why? Because it's blue. Percy grinned in response. Soon their ice cream came, and the two ate in silence. Nancy spent that silence thinking about why Percy was acting so strange. Maybe he was always this way. The only thing she ever truly do when with him was insult him. So maybe she should try and learn something about him. Percy, on the other hand, was wondering whether this whole friendship thing was working. He honestly never tried to have a friend before. Grover didn't count because Grover wanted, well, more like needed, to be Percy's friend. But hey, food always seemed to bring Grover and him closer, so why not him and Nancy? Soon the two were done with their ice cream, and they took a walk along the town's small port. The scenery was nice, and the wind calmed them down. And most of all, it was next to the sea, so it felt like home for Percy. He felt safe. "Thanks for the ice cream, Percy," Nancy said, "and for teaching me." Percy nodded. "No biggie. No, it is a biggie. You were kind to me, even though I was always such a bitch." "Well, yeah. I'm sorry I kept insulting you and Grover. It's just that, well, I never had a friend before." Percy nodded. "And I'm sorry I called you Mom a goat fucker." Nancy laughed at that. "Don't worry about that. She's a bitch sometimes." Percy laughed too, and for a second the two fell quiet as they watched the waves come into the shore. "My parents are rich." "What?" Percy looked at her. Was she opens up to him? "They're pretty rich. Very well off." "Then why all the stealing?" "I need their attention. I remember I was caught stealing my sister's pen, and my dad spent an entire hour with me telling me why it was bad to steal. An entire hour. For me, that was the longest I can ever remember him being with me." Nancy's eyes then slowly began to water, so I did what I did to gain their attention. Every time they called me a spoilt brat or good for nothing, I was happy because they talked to me. I was so happy. Percy looked as tears fell down from Nancy's face. He didn't know what to do. This was new for him. So he did the one thing that always cheered him up. He gave her a hug. "It's okay." "No, it's not," Nancy said with a wavering voice. "You're the first one I know to have actually treated me properly, Percy. So thanks." "No problem," Percy said as he concealed his friend. Percy then pulled away. He smiled at her. "Now stop crying. It wouldn't do for the thief master of Yancy Academy to get caught crying." Nancy laughed and rubbed her eyes. "Yeah, don't want to ruin my reputation as a blueberry-eating loser. You take that back. Blueberry is awesome." Nancy chuckled as the two students walked back to their school. Along the way, Percy and Nancy traded stories. She told him about the time she stole her sister's toothbrush and used it to clean their car tire, only to them put the toothbrush back and have her sister use it for a week in advance before she even told her what she did with it. Note to self, never piss off this girl, and check toothbrush before use. Percy then told Nancy about the time he snuck into Mr. Brunner's office and stole his pen and a Greek shield. When Nancy didn't believe him, Percy took out Riptide, in its pen form of course, and showed it to her. He even had Greek letters written along the side. I think it's his name. It wasn't, but who cares? He couldn't say. It actually means Riptide, and I know that because I can read ancient Greek. Ping, due to constant use, a skill has leveled up. Lying, LV 5%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie, and less chance of discovery. 25% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting, LV2. A combination of lying and the truth, said in a very confident manner. Honey, quickly Percy and Nancy reached the gate and just walked in, seeing as the guard was still not there. Damn security in this place sucks. Must be why a Fury managed to get in here, disguised as a teacher. Eventually they reached the main building, and Percy turned to Nancy. He held up a closed fist. "Friends?" Nancy looked at it confused, and then smiled. He fist bumped him. "Friends." Ping. Quest completed. Make friend with Nancy Bobofit. By the time you leave school for summer, make sure Nancy thinks of you fondly. Rewards. Well, you need a reward for being a good person. Okay, fine. 3,000 EXP. Percy quickly dismissed the box, and the two went their separate ways. Nancy to study, and Percy to do something which was extremely stupid. As Percy spent the day with Nancy, it became less and less about finishing a quest and more about making a real friend. And by the end of it, Percy actually forgot he was doing a quest. And right now, the only thing on his mind was how badly Yancy was treated by her family. His mom loved him, his dad. Well, Percy didn't really know, but let's say he liked Percy as well. I mean, who wouldn't? Anyway, Percy's family loved him. Expect Gabe, he's a dick. And so, it seemed like such a foreign concept for Percy to find somebody who was This pissed Percy off big time. But unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it. So he decided to reveal himself of his stress. It was time to grind. Percy reached the gate again, and guard was now back, with no coffee in sight. But it was all right. Percy had another way to get out. He quickly went along the walls of Yancy's academy, and once he was further away from the wall, he jumped up and caught the edge of the wall. He climbed over the top, and then dropped on the other side. Percy then quickly ran back into town and arrived near the port where he was with Yancy a few minutes ago. He looked around and saw no one was looking at him, so Percy ran to the port and jumped into the sea. Ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy waved the box away and then slowly began to breath. It was still a strange feeling for him. Percy then kicked off and began swimming to train his swimming skill. After an hour or so of swimming, Percy stopped, and several boxes appear in front of him. Ping! Due to constant swimming, your swimming has improved by 5 levels. Swimming, LV, 15, 50%. Your speed in swimming is that of an advanced swimmer, 7 miles an hour. Ping! Due to constant exercise, your VIT has risen by 2. VIT, 6 plus 3 equals 9. Percy's eyes widened at how fast he could swim. He couldn't run that fast. He was the fastest human swimmer ever. Well, he technically wasn't human, though. Percy closed the boxes and then swam to surface. The sun was down, but he could still tell that it wasn't till late in the night. Percy then swam back down and began training his water control. First up was his use of his water shield. It was the skill he used the least, but it was useful. Percy gathered the water and then hardened it around himself. He then pushed the water inside the shield out, creating an air pocket for himself. Percy then took out Riptide and began swinging the blade, expanding the water shield he was in so as to not strike the shield with his blade. What? No one said he couldn't multitask. Percy's body moved on auto-control, but his mind was elsewhere. Ideas filled his head about how he could improve all his lacking skills, mainly STR, Dex, and Wisconsin. The first one was easy, just a couple of strength training exercises, no biggie. The second one, however, Dex was a problem. Dex stood for dexterity, and since Percy is smart now, he knew that meant agility and precious. The only way Percy could think of improving Dex would be to throw knives at a target and take in gymnastics class. Maybe the second option he could take as a hobby, and the first would be difficult and he would need some materials for it to be done. Ping! Due to constant use, water control has been leveled up. Water controlling LV 8, 10%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost, 13 MP per minute. Special attack, water spikes, 210 damage, cost 92 MP. Special defense, water shield, 35/35 durability, cost 120 MP. Special control blood control, cost 49 MP per minute. Percy saw that the level up reduced the cost of his water shield drastically by 20 MP. This was good. He then looked at his MP bar and saw it was almost empty. So Percy dropped his shield and waited for his mana to regenerate. While that was happening, Percy continued to swing his sword and try to gain the same fluid motion he got when fighting on land. It was next to impossible due to the water resistance, but Percy was not going to give up. Water was his trump card, and if he can't fight the monsters when they're underwater, what kind of son of Poseidon would he be? After 10 minutes, his mana bar was full again, and Percy began his sword skills again. This cycle to training proved useful for Percy. Almost immediately, he heard another ping. Ping! Due to constant use, a skill has leveled up. Water controlling LV 9, 40%. Allows you to control any form of water from any source of water. You can reconstruct it in any way you wish, and it will obey your every command. Cost, 12 MP per minute. Special attack, water spikes, 210 damage, cost 90 MP. Special defense, water shield, 35/35 durability, cost 110 MP. Special control, blood control, cost 48 MP per minute. Ping. Due to training underwater with heavy resistance, your sword mastery has leveled up twice. Sword mastery, LV 8, 41%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 40% more damage when using swords. Ping. Due to your insane training regimen, you have gained +1 vit. Vit 7 plus 3 equals 10. Percy smiled at this and decided that this was enough training for now. He then quickly swam up to the surface and pulled himself onto the port. Percy then ran towards Yancy Academy, more training for Vit that way, and jumped over the wall the same way he got out. Percy snuck into his room, and when he entered it, he found Grover not there. Strange, he is usually asleep by now. Percy walked in and quickly took a bath and put on a fresh set of clothes. It was then when he noticed a note on the table with his name on it in Grover's handwriting. It read, "Hey Percy, me and Chiron have been summoned by the Council of Cloven Elders. I don't know why. Something about a chicken. Anyway, I won't be there for 2 days, so take care of yourself and make sure you don't get into too much trouble. Grover Underwood, Protector in Training." Percy smiled at this, finally some me time. Maybe he could get the room to stop smelling like goat too. There was a reason Percy was always so eager to find a reason not to spend time in his room, and the smell was it. Percy popped on his bed and stretched himself. His gamer's body helped him with his fatigue, but Percy could still feel how exhausted his muscles felt. Percy then remembered something. He had loot which he still had to go through. Pulling up his inventory, Percy quickly pulled out the 2 skill books he got from the museum. Scroll of Sword Techniques. Skill book, Marble Skin. Percy first picked up the scroll and opened it. Ping. You have obtained the Scroll of Sword Techniques. Would you like to learn it? Yes/no? Percy picked yes immediately, and the scroll bursted into yellow flames as Percy consumed its knowledge. But just then 2 boxes showed up. Ping. Due to use of skill book, skill has leveled up. Sword Mastery, LV 9, 0%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 45% more damage when using swords. Ping. Please pick one of these sword techniques to learn. Single sword technique, weighted strike. A technique which uses brute force when swinging a sword, causing a burst of air to be released when swung. Attack, 30 plus STR% more damage. Cost, cooldown period of 10 seconds. Sword combo, Stardust Wave. An attack which is a combo move which can be used by 1 or 2 swords. The number of strike is only limited by the amount of times you attack your enemy. Attack, number of strikes x vit, % more damage plus dex. Cost, cooldown period plus 5 seconds for every strike. Water plus sword technique, Water's Kill. A technique that uses both water control and skill to perform. The user locks the target in place with their water control and then coats his blade with several water blades. When striking the opponent, the water blades rip into the enemy's body, ripping them to shreds. Attack, level of water control plus level of sword mastery. Cost of water control. Percy looked at the options available to him and wondered which he should choose. The first one was useless for him. Sure, it was cool and all, something Zed would no doubt get plenty of use out of, but not him. The third one was obviously one tailor-made for Percy. It begged to be used by him, but he was torn between that one and Stardust Wave. The thing is, the attack Water's Kill didn't seem all that hard to make. Heck, the attack was so simple in concept, he could probably make it up like a new skill. But then again, why take the risk? There is no guarantee he could replicate the attack. Nothing to say Water's Kill was a unique move that could be copied. But Stardust Stream is a unique move, and it's limited only by Percy's stat points. Maybe he should risk it. He did plan on improving his stats and dex later in the future. Maybe he should make an investment now, and he will reap the reward later. Percy shook his head. Oh, this is getting irritating. Percy got up and looked into his table and found a penny. Heads I take Stardust Wave, tails I take Water's Kill. And with that, Percy led it up to the coin to decide his fate. He flicked it up, and the coin spun. It landed on his palm, the head side up. Well, that settled that, Percy said as he clicked Stardust Wave from the 3 given options. Are you sure you want sword combo? Stardust Wave? Yes/no? Percy quickly pressed yes, and the other 2 options disappeared, and the knowledge of Stardust Wave flew into Percy's head. Ping! Congratulations! You learned Stardust Wave. Sword Mastery, LV, 90%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 45% more damage when using swords. Sword Combo, Stardust Wave. An attack which is a combo move which can be used by 1 or 2 swords. The number of strike is only limited by the amount of times you attack your enemy. Attack, number of strikes XVIT, % more damage plus dex. Cost, cooldown period, plus 5 seconds for every strike. Percy closed the box and then turned to another book he got. This one was in the form of a white skull box. Percy picked it up and like expected. Ping, you have obtained the skill book, Marble Skin. Would you like to learn it? Yes/no? Percy immediately pressed yes, and the book dissolved, and Percy got next box. Ping, you have learnt the skill, Marble Skin. Marble Skin, LV Max. A skill that uses mana that hardens your skin into marble. The more mana you use, the denser it becomes. Defense, amount of mana used. XVIT equals durability. Cost, depends on the user. Percy looked at this skill in wonder. It seems this one can't be leveled up and relied full on how much mana he had, meaning he needed more, much more if he wanted to use it properly. Percy then closed and leaned back onto his table. He had a lot of things to do. He needed to improve his stats, which he could do over the summer. Get some more money so that his mom can leave Gabe. And most of all, he needed to find the lightning thief so that his mom won't die. Damn the stupid quest, why did he even accept? Percy shook his head and then sighed. Some days it was tough being this awesome, but today was nice. It was a nice break from his dungeons and Greek fighting. It was a day he spent making a friend and grinding. It was different and a day Percy would remember. Just as Percy got off the table and walked away, he saw a Rubik's Cube on the desk. Is that Grover's? Percy wondered as he picked it up. He then started to mess with it, trying to make the colors match. Just as he nearly got one side done, he heard it. Ping. Due to constant use of your brain to figure out puzzles, you have gained 1 whiz. Percy looked at this, and then back at the cube, and then back at the screen. He then smiled like a cat and dismissed the screen. He then spent the rest of the night trying to solve the cube. His attention so focused he didn't even notice all the blue notification boxes popping up all around him. Elsewhere, the Fates looked at the scene of Percy solving the Rubik Cube and smiled. It is good we gave the cube as a gift, one of the Fates said with a smile. Even if it looks like cheating, another said grumbling. In war, all is fair, the third replied in a neutral voice. We are not in war, the grumpy one said, crossing her arms. Yet, the first one replied, still smiling. Then it is time to meet him, said the neutral one. After all, Percy Jackson has a role to play in all of this. The next day, Percy woke up, his head still a little cloudy, but it immediately picked up due to Gamer's mind. Ping, you have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy closed the box, and then noticed several others all around him, all saying the same thing. Due to constant use of your brain to figure out puzzles, you have gained 1 whiz. In total, Percy had gotten an extra 5 whiz points last night. 5. He pulled up his stats, and there it was. WIS 13. Percy smiled at this, and his smile further grew when he saw the now finished Rubik's Cube sitting on his desk. Percy then quickly got up and went to get ready for the day. After all, he's still one final exam to do today. The day of departure. Percy sat on a suitcase near the main office and was waiting for Grover. The boy begged Percy to not leave without him. But he and Chiron still haven't returned from wherever they were, so Percy decided to just wait until the last possible second and then leave. After his last exam, Percy spent the day grinding again in the ocean. As a result, his swimming leveled up as well as his water control. He even tried out his sword move, Stardust Wave, and let's just say it's awesome. And after all that hard work, you better believe his VIT went up by a point as well. Just then, Percy noticed Yancy come down and wave at him. Percy smiled and waved back to the girl and saw that she was with an older man, most likely her dad, if the similar hair color was anything to go by. Percy frowned at that. This guy was an irresponsible dad for making Yancy feel the way she does, to make her think she could only gain his attention by being a thief. The old Percy would have brushed it off as not his problem, but the new Percy? The new Percy that was Yancy's friend? He was pissed, and he was going to do something about this. Percy put on a smile and got up from his seat. He walked over to Yancy and her dad, who were just a few feet away. "Hey, Yancy," Percy said, smiling at her. "Hey, Percy." Yancy smiled back, a real smile. It seemed she was happy her dad himself was here to pick her up while the man was indifferent to them, both choosing instead to talk in his cell phone to a board member. Percy frowned at that, but immediately turned to Yancy. "Hey, Yancy, I think Mr. Brunner was searching for you." Yancy blinked. "He is?" "Yup," Percy said, thank God for his lying skills. "I think he is in his office." Yancy nodded. "Thanks, I'll go see what's up." She then turned to her dad. "Daddy, a teacher is calling me. I'll just dash." Her father held his finger up to his lips and then quickly shooed her away. Yancy sighed at this, but quickly left, leaving Percy alone with the businessman. The moment Yancy was out of sight, Percy turned to the man, who was still on his cell. Percy's smile fell, and he snatched the man's cell phone. Yancy's father looked at him in surprise. "Hey." Percy held on finger up and put his ear to the phone. "I'm sorry, but the person you're talking to is busy. Call later." Percy then cut the call and crushed the phone under his shoe. "What the hell are you doing?" Yancy's dad shouted, looking sick. "That was a very important call, and that phone is $600. "What type of dash?" Percy cut him off and grabbed the man by the collar and pulled him down to eye level. "Listen and listen well," Percy said with an icy voice. "Your daughter is a sweet girl. She doesn't deserve a no-good father like you. She thinks the only way to even talk to you is to cause trouble. She cries for your approval, and yet you ignore her. She cares about you," Percy said, "but you don't deserve it. So listen well. From now on you will pay attention to your daughter. You will show her how much you love her, because she still give a damn about what you think now. If the day she doesn't give a crap about you is the day you lose her forever. You will pay attention to her and give her the love she deserves." Percy's eyes then slowly shifted into a darker tone. They looked like the sea before a storm. "Because if you don't, I will rip your head off." Ping, ping, ping. Due to use of the skill Bloodlust and making Mr. Bobofit nearly piss himself, the skill has leveled up thrice. You scare the shit out of your enemies. 25% chance of working. 20% scary. Percy then let go of the man and walked away. He grabbed his bag and left in order to catch his bus, leaving his scared father behind. After that day, Yancy Bobofit noticed her dad act strangely around her. He cared more for her, paid more attention to her, and got his mother to do the same. And he also started to have this look of fear every time she mentioned Percy in front of him for some reason. Percy walked up to the bus terminal and waited for his ride. It was a long wait, but Percy didn't mind. He was too excited to finally go back home. While there, Percy used Observe on everything in order to level it up. But just then, Percy's Observe picked up something. On one of the park benches in a secluded corner of the terminal were 3 women weaving a pair of big blue socks. Their Observe boxes were such. The 3 fates. Hashtag $, hashtag percent carat percent, hashtag $% carat percent, and asterisk and carat asterisk percent happy face, carat hashtag $% percent hashtag. Percy looked bewildered at that. If they were a high level or something, then the only thing that his Observe would show was a question mark. But this made it seem like Observe didn't even work on them. Percy looked up at the woman, and they looked at him. Percy then knew what to do. He picked up his bag and approached the 3 women. He stood in front of them and grinned. "So what can I do for you ladies?" I decided to take a slow pace for this chapter just because, well, this isn't a story which is a game. This is a story about game in real life. So like a combination of both. And this is probably what Percy do anyway. So I thought, heck, why not? "A bold one, isn't he?" one of the fates stated as she spun a thread. "Well, we expected nothing else, did we?" Another said, measuring it. "After all, that is exactly why we chose him." The last replied, cutting the string. Percy looked at this process with calculating eyes. He then pointed to the first one, Clotho, the second, Lachesis, and the last, Atropos. The three nodded as Lachesis spoke up. Very good, Perseus Jackson, very good indeed. Oh, please call me Percy, Percy said, rubbing his head. Well then, Percy, I must ask, Clotho asked. Do you like the abilities we gave you? Why you? Percy asked with a jaw wide open. You gave me these powers. Why? A long story, which you don't need to know, Atropos replied in a neutral voice. Yet, Percy looked at all three, but their faces didn't give anything away. Percy sighed. So what can I do for you? What makes you think we want you to do anything for us? Atropos asked with a cough. And what makes you think you can even help us? Percy shrugged. Why else would you be here? Clotho laughed. Very good, Percy. She then snapped her finger, and Percy saw a box appear in front of him. Percy quickly grabbed it before it fell down, and the title read, Greek Legends with a bookmark sticking out. Percy opened the book, and on the bookmark page was the battle between the gods and the Titans. Where are you showing me this? Percy asked as he skimmed over the pages. The Titan Kronos rises again, Lachesis said, and the Titan war will begin anew. Again, why tell me? Shouldn't the gods be the ones you tell? Clotho shook her head. They don't care. Because this isn't for the soul of Olympus. It's for the soul of all the demigods. Kronos wishes to use the demigods that feel betrayed by their parents to win back his throne. Percy's eyes widened. Wow. I didn't realize that there were other demigods out there. I thought I was the only one. Atropos shook her head. No, Percy, there are several others out there, and they all live in Camp Halfblood. So what can I do to stop him? You will know when it is time, Clotho spoke up. But for now, this is goodbye, Percy Jackson. The three fates spoke up at once as they disappeared in a flash of light. Percy stood there with the book and quickly stored it away in his inventory. After waiting for a moment or two, he boarded the bus for Manhattan and along the way thought about what the fates had said. There were demigods out there. Sure, it might seem a little self-absorbed to think he was the only demigod out there. But heck, he had no idea there were others. Like seriously, he had two Greek creatures protecting him, and one of them was a freaking legend. And add to that fact that Alecto was also after him in a picture form that he is somewhat of importance. Percy first thought he was important because he was a demigod, but now he knows it is for something else. The bus arrived an hour later in Manhattan, where Percy got off and made his way to his home, his crappy, small home. His neighborhood was in the crappy part of town. As Percy earned his apartment, he saw Gabe's yellow Camaro outside. Say what you will about the man, he does have a sweet ride. Percy quickly got himself ready. You see, entering his house was a ritual. You first had to prepare yourself mentally for the smell. Then you had to hide all your money, and with Percy's inventory system, that was a piece of cake. And lastly, you had to pray Gabe Ugliano was playing poker with his friends, because only then will that asshole will not bother you. Percy sighed and quickly walked up to the second-floor apartment and knocked on the door. Immediately, the one who opened the door was Gabe. He blocked Percy's way into the flat and held out a hand. Hand all over all your money, punk, the smelly man blurted out. Gods, he smelt like moldy garlic pizza wrapped up in a used pair of gym shorts. Is this what the underworld smelt like? I don't have any money, Percy said as he emptied out his pockets for the man. Gabe immediately started to search Percy's pockets and then proceeded to take apart his bag. After thoroughly searching and finding nothing, Gabe gave up and walked back in. Thank you, Dad. Percy then walked in and from the kitchen walked in the most beautiful woman in the world. Sally Jackson had black hair like Percy and blue eyes. Her smile seemed to brighten Percy's day, and right now it warmed his heart. Hello, sweetie, Sally said as she hugged him. She smelt amazing like sunshine and daisies. Percy smiled as he finally felt like he was at home. Not because he was in this smelly apartment, but because he was with his mother. Percy broke the hug and smiled. How have you been, Mom? Oh, I've been better, she said with her signature smile. Did all Jacksons have a grin or smile they were famous for? Maybe Percy should look into trademarking his grin. Beer, came out Gabe's voice from the living room. Coming, Sally cried out as a look of hate came across her face. She sighed and then turned to Percy. We'll start him on talk in just a moment, dear, I promise. She then left him alone. Percy scowled at that. That man was the laziest sack of shit in the world. He drank beer, ate food, and gambled. He was not worthy of living, least of all his mother. Percy then went into the living room and scowled at Gabe. The man was playing poker again with his poker friends. At least he won't bother Percy for some time. All these guys do is talk about how bad the government has gotten and how their jobs are getting taken away from them. Percy sighed and then went to his room, which basically was a floor mattress along with a cupboard. Percy never really kept anything over here because he knew his mom needed space for her writing work. So he kept this place empty to give her as much space as she needed. After an hour, Percy left his room and saw Gabe talking to his mom. "Wait, you were serious about Montauk?" Gabe asked her as she stood next to him. All his poker buddies were looking at her with lustful eyes. Percy so wanted to scoop them out with a spoon. "Yes, and remember you promised, Gabe," Sally said, crossing her arms. "But I need you here, Sally. I need you to cook some things up for the boys and me and Dash." Sally cut him off. "Look, Gabe, I've been working my ass off for the past month for you. I deserve some alone time with my son. So I will be taking you, Camaro and Percy, and I will be going to Montauk this weekend. I will do whatever you need me to do after I come back, okay?" Gabe finally relented and nodded. Percy wondered why his mom even married that man. He then casually used Observe on her to find out. Sally Jackson, legendary mom of awesomeness. LV3. HP, 150 out of 150. MP, 75 out of 75. Race human. STR2. Vit 3. Dex 1. Int 7. Wis 9. Luke 14. Sally Jackson is the mother of Percy Jackson and raised him to be the best that he can be. Teaching him morality and being kind. Sally is probably reason Percy does anything good in his life. Sally loved Poseidon with all her heart and understood why he left her, though she does not forgive him for abandoning Percy. She also sacrificed her own happiness and dream to be a writer to ensure Percy's safety by marrying Gabe, because the man's scent was so bad that it would hide Percy from any monsters coming to get him. She loves Percy with all her heart and is willing to do anything to protect him. Percy looked at her summary and stood there fixed on that spot. She gave up her life for him. She gave up everything for him. She gave up her life to Gabe just so that he could be safe. She gave up her freedom and her dreams. Percy looked at the woman as she was packing for their weekend trip. She was the best human being that had ever lived. Percy's eyes slowly started to water, but he beat his emotions down with a stick. He needed to remain strong. If he became strong enough that no monster will be a threat to him, maybe his mom will get her freedom again. Percy then decided then and there to become strong enough that no monster would ever be a threat for him anymore. Ping. Quest alert. Becoming the best. Become strong enough that no monster can harm you, so that Sally will finally be able to divorce Gabe. Requirements. The head of Medusa, the tail of the Chimera, the teeth of the Nemean lion, and the horn of the Minotaur. Reward. 1 million EXP. Failure. Gabe will be around forever. Yes/no? Percy looked at it once and immediately pressed yes. He then smiled and looked at his mom, who finally finished packing. Ready, Percy? Percy nodded and he picked up the same bag he brought from Yancy Academy, now filled with fresh clothes. Ready, Mom. As he and his mom left the apartment, Percy turned around and looked at Gabe one last time. His curiosity got the better of him, and so he observed Gabe. Gabe Ugliano, useless shit stain. LV2. HP, 100 out of 100. MP, 50 of 50. Race human. STR10. Vit 4. Dex 1. Int 2. Wis 1. Luke 5. Gabe Ugliano is a useless, cruel, and petty little man. He is employed at an electronics megamart, but never shows up for work. Gabe is also a gambler and is good at it due to his amazing luck with the cards. His luck also worked for him when he managed to marry Sally Jackson, though he treated her poorly and he even hits her sometimes. Gabe hates Percy with a passion. Percy stopped moving as he finished reading Gabe's info. He beat up his mom? He hurt his mother? Sally turned around and saw that Percy had stopped moving. What wrong, Percy? Percy looked at his mom and then quickly grinned. Nothing, Mom. But as Sally and Percy walked to the car, Percy's rage grew larger and larger. But this wasn't the kind that made a man cry out to the heavens kind of rage. No, This was a cold and deadly rage that would make friends kill one another. Percy put his suitcase in the trunk and slammed it down. Gabe had hurt his mother. He deserved to die. Then, Percy decided he was going to kill Gabe. Screw the consequences. He will cut off his head along with his friends and stuff their bodies in his inventory. No, wait, he didn't need to do that. His gaming ability automatically dissolves the bodies of the people he killed. He wouldn't have to hide them after all. Ping. Quest alert. Kill Gabe. Reward. Sally doesn't have to suffer anymore. Failure. You can't afford to fail, so don't even think about it. Yes/no. Percy immediately pressed yes, but then another box popped up. Warning: if you select to complete this quest, the quest, becoming the best, will become impossible to complete since Sally will longer need to leave Gabe if he is dead. Do you want to continue? Yes/no. Again, Percy pressed yes. Who gives a crap if he didn't complete some quest? All that mattered was his mom. Percy turned to his mom, who was already in the car, and smiled. Hey, Mom, I forgot something upstairs. I'll be right back. Sally nodded. Okay, Percy, I'll be here. Percy then turned around and walked back in, his smile falling off the moment he was out of Sally's sight. He took out Riptide and uncapped it. Wait, no. Riptide was made of celestial bronze. It can't kill mortals. Sighing, Percy put the blade away and opened his inventory. He took out a Greek-style sword. He got his loot from his first dungeon run and walked into his flat. There, Gabe saw him come in. What do you want, Brad? Percy didn't say anything, but simply walked closer, and then one of the men in Gabe's little group saw what Percy had in his hand. Gee, Gabe, he has a sword. The slimy man looked at Percy, and his eyes widened at the sight of his blade. But Percy didn't give any one of them the chance to move or say anything else. He jumped onto the table, and with one swing killed all the people in Gabe's group. Like Percy thought, his gaming ability activated, and all of them disappeared into dust, leaving behind a few dollars. Percy then stood on top of the table and slowly turned towards Gabe. Don't come near me, you demon. Gabe screamed as he fell down, trying to get away. Percy jumped and landed on Gabe, just as the man got up, pushing him onto the floor. Percy then lowered the blade onto Gabe's neck and pressed, allowing a small amount of blood to come pouring out. Why did you hurt my mother? Percy asked in a cold voice. As she threatened to leave me. I love her, I didn't want dash. Gabe then cut her by a punch to head by Percy. Don't you dare say you love her, Percy said as he then pressed his blade deeper into the man's neck. You don't even deserve to look at her. Gabe then had tears in his eyes. Please, have mercy. Sorry, all out of mercy. Percy activated his blood lust as he drew back and swung his blade down and cut off Gabe's head in one clean swipe. The rest of Gabe's body disappeared, leaving only his head behind as a loot. Percy took his head and shoved it into his inventory. He'll burn the thing later. He then gathered the $40 left behind by the other people there and quickly walked out of the apartment. He left no clues behind. There was no blood nor anybody left behind. Nothing to say a crime has been committed and nothing to link him to said no crime. Ping. Kill Gabe. Reward. Sally doesn't have to suffer anymore. Percy sat on the front seat of the Camaro and shut the door. Did you get what you went for? Sally asked him as she started the car. Percy grinned. Yup. Percy wondered, did he do the right thing? Yup, he did. And then he wondered, was there another way? No, there wasn't. Then why did he still feel so bad about what he just did? He figured in the end Sally Jackson was just too good in teaching him morality because it made him sad even if he killed a complete monster like Gabe. The whole trip to Montauk, Percy remained quiet, which worried Sally, but she figured it must be something to do with school. Maybe he got kicked out again. But it didn't matter. Montauk always seemed to cheer him up. The moment they reached the vacation spot, Percy and his mom walked into the lighthouse on the hill. The fresh sea air that battered the cliff excited Percy as he took a deep breath and let his anger for Gabe flow out of him. He was dead now. There is no reason to think any more about him. His mom will probably have questions for him, and if he answers truthfully, she might hate him, but he didn't care. She was safe now. That's all that counts. Percy, Sally called out, come inside. Okay, Mom. Percy replied as he carried his bag in. The two began dinner with Percy helping a little. At dinner that night, it started to rain outside badly. Percy, however, didn't care about that. All that was in his mind was how he was going to tell Mom he killed Gabe, or whether he should even tell her in the first place. Percy, Sally called out, breaking Percy's train of thought. Why are you so down? Percy smiled. It's nothing, Mom, I promise. Sally sighed. I would believe you, but you have your cake face on. Cake face? Yup, it's what I call that smile you do every time you are lying. I found out you do that every time you lie. I caught you stealing a piece of your birthday cake during your 6th birthday. Percy burst out laughing. That does sound like me. Yes, it does. Sally smiled as she laughed. So tell me, Percy, what's really going on? Percy sighed. Mom, it's Dash. Slam. Percy turned around quickly and already had his hand in his pocket around Riptide. He ran to the door, ignoring Sally's cry for him to stop. He quickly reached the door, and there standing soaked was Grover. Grover? Percy asked as he willed the water off of his best friend. What are you doing here? Percy, we need to get out of here now. Grover said in a panic, not noticing he was suddenly dry. They are after you. What? Percy replied before Sally came into the room and saw Grover. Grover, what happened? Sally asked in shock. Did they find him? Grover nodded and turned to Percy. Hades found out you took out Electo, and he is pissed. The Council of Cloven Elders were tasked in distracting me and Chiron so that we couldn't warn you by Hades. I managed to get there in time and ran all the way. Percy quickly nodded and then noticed Grover's legs. They were hairy. So that's your goat legs, huh? I shouldn't be surprised, but I still am. Sally looked at Percy and Grover talk. Wait, Percy, why aren't you freaking out? Percy shrugged. I found out Grover was a satyr long ago, Mom. Not that big a deal. What? Sally said as she gave Grover the stink eye. You promised me he wouldn't find out. Grover looked nervous, but Percy came to his rescue. It's not Grover's fault, Mom. I kind of sneaked out and found all this stuff out. Percy then became serious, but more on that later. Grover, he turned to his friend. Just what is coming for us? In a shaky voice replied, the Minotaur. Percy's eyes widened at the name of the legendary monster. He knew already about how most monster reform in Tartarus and all that, but knowing the half-man, half-bull monster of legend himself was coming after him was a little hard to take in. Sally quickly gathered her mind first. All right, we need to get out of here first. Grover, it's time to take Percy to the camp. Percy's knew what she meant. Camp Halfblood. Sally nodded. Will we be safe there? Sally nodded, and quickly all three got into Gabe's Camaro, and they started to drive. Along the way, Percy drew out Riptide and kept it out, just in case a nasty surprise. Sally eventually spoke up. Percy, do you know about your father? Do I know that he is Poseidon, god of the seas? Yeah, I know, Percy said in a chuckle. After I found out, I was surrounded by Greek myths come alive, and add to that the fact I can breathe underwater, and it's not that far a stretch. Sally smiled. We meet over there, at Montauk. He was amazing, and the time we spent together was the best in my life. He was amazing, and in the process, he gave me something I always wanted. Percy looked confused, and Sally smiled. He gave me you. Percy's cheeks turned red in embarrassment. God damn it. Work gamer's mind work. But it didn't. Maybe the fates were pulling his leg or something. Why did he leave? He was a god, Percy, Sally said. Loving him is like loving the ocean. You can't expect the ocean to love you back. Percy opened his mouth to reply, but Grover suddenly lurched forward. Look out. Flying in front of them was a giant tree the size of the car. Sally moved the cars to not get hit, but the Camaro spun out of control and eventually rolled towards the side of the road. Percy's head was spinning, but quickly Gamer's mind activated, and Percy found himself upside down, stuck to his seat. Seat belts, always wear them. Percy then took his off and quickly readied himself for the fall down. He then rolled out of the car crash and crawled out of the open window. Percy then helped his mom climb out. She was still conscious, and then the both together got Grover out, who was knocked out. Where is the camp? Percy asked as the mother and son duo dragged Grover away from the car wreck. Just over that hill, Sally said, pointing at a hill just a short distance away. Percy and her dragged Grover away to camp, all the while kept looking back to make sure the Minotaur wasn't following them. Just then a loud roar rang through the forest, startling Percy and Sally. Shit, Percy said as they doubled their efforts to reach camp. When they reached the hill, Percy fell a barrier around the camp. He and Grover slipped past it easily, but Sally, it seemed, couldn't enter. Percy turned back. Mom. Go, Percy, I'll distract him, Sally said, running towards the forest. You're right, Percy said as he took out his gauntlet of Kefka and his bronze shield. He also took out his plate armor and guided it through the equip option in his inventory, which automatically put the suit on his body, meaning he didn't have to take out each individual piece on. He then put on his helmet of Troy and summoned Zed and Alecto with his gauntlet. He handed Zed his sword and spoke, "We're going to fight the Minotaur. Any suggestion?" "Not fighting the Minotaur," Alecto said. "Other than that, aim for the human bit and never hit the horns," Zed replied, and Percy nodded. Another roar broke out, prompting Percy to move. "Zed, you're with me. Alecto, take to the skies and find my mom and the Minotaur. If the monster attacks her, do everything in your power to save her from any form of harm." And with that, Alecto took to the skies, and Percy and Zed hurried to the place where they think they heard the Minotaur. Ping. Quest alert. Defeat the Minotaur. Reward. Horns of the Minotaur. 2000 EXP. Failure. Death. Yes/no. Percy quickly pressed yes and charged ahead, trying to sense out where the thing was. Just then he and Zed heard another roar in the forest, this one very close. Percy stopped in his tracks, Zed following his master's actions. Percy then uncapped Riptide and waited for the monster to jump out at him. The armor he was wearing was heavy and restricted his movement, but it would save his life. Just then Sally came running out of the forest. "Mom." Sally saw Percy standing there and ran. But just then, crashing out of the tree lines was a huge figure standing at around 7 feet in height. Its head was of a bull, and its arms were big as trees and ripped with muscles. He had fur from above his belly button and a pair of white underwear on. It charged ahead and nearly ran over Sally, but in the last minute Alecto swapped in and saved the human. Percy sighed in relief and quickly charged. Zed swung his blade at the monster, only to have the bull punch the blade away. "Seriously? You can do that?" Percy took out several bottles of water from his inventory and then threw it at the Minotaur. The monster held up a hand, protecting his face as the bottle landed harmlessly on the ground. Zed then jumped back, knowing full well what was coming. Percy lifted on hand up and spoke, "Water Spike." The water in each bottle exploded outwards and came up in the form of Spike. 8 spikes of water was rammed through the Minotaur as the creature roared in pain. Percy then observed his enemy, the legendary Minotaur. LV 51, HP 1,680 of 3,000, MP 300 of 300, STR 69, VIT 43, Dex 19, Int 8, Wis 6, Luke 1, born of the human Pasiphae and a bull. This monster Hades Poseidon and his children in particular, due to the fact that Poseidon cursed his mother into giving birth to him after making her fall in love with a bull. The Minotaur is all muscle and no brain, but is considered one of the most feared monsters in Greek legend due to his size. This guy really doesn't like Percy. Percy read through this all quickly and turned to Zed. Zed, charge him. The red-clad servant nodded and charged the Minotaur with his blade. The monster saw Zed coming and quickly moved, breaking the water spikes. Before Zed's swing could even reach the Minotaur, the monster grabbed Zed's blade and then punched Zed so hard the servant exploded into smoke and then went back into Percy's gauntlet. The Minotaur grabbed the huge red sword of Kafka and turned to Percy. He lifted the sword up with one hand and then brought it down, sending a wave of wind from the swing crashing into Percy. Percy lost his balance and fell back, but quickly jumped backwards and got ready. The Minotaur, seeing this, roared again and charged Percy. Percy held his ground and in the last minute jumped away to the side, causing the Minotaur to turn to try and strike him, only for the monster to trip and fall to the ground. Percy saw this as an opportunity, and as the Minotaur was pulling itself up, Percy launched his newest move, Stardust Wave. Percy roared out and charged ahead. He swung Riptide into the blade of Kefka as the Minotaur held it place as a defense. Percy then opened his inventory and took his left hand off of Riptide. He pulled out one of the swords he looted from Skeleton and swung a backhanded slash toward the Minotaur. The beast moved the giant blade a little, blocking the second strike, but Percy did not stop there. Letting go of the spare blade, he reached into his inventory again and pulled out another blade, slashing downwards at such an angle that the Minotaur had to lift the red blade he stole in order to protect himself, and in doing so gave Percy the chance he needed. The moment the second spare blade struck the sword of Kefka, Percy used all his strength and brought his right hand, still holding Riptide up, pushing the stolen blade away from the Minotaur, leaving the monster exposed. Percy held Riptide in a two-handed grip and began the special move. Percy swung the blade, tearing into the monster's abs, and then swung diagonally, ripping into its shoulder. He then slashed again and again, tearing the monster's muscles. The Minotaur's experience kicked in and quickly brought his stole blade down in order to protect himself. But there was a reason the move was called Stardust Wave. Percy struck the blade away and kept attacking. Every time a Minotaur brought his sword up to defend itself, Percy knocked it back so hard that it chipped away at the blade of Kefka. The chipped away metal flew into the air wave after wave like stardust from a comet. Percy's eyes were near black in fury. He attacked with his soul and heart. All the anger he stored up inside of himself was now out, and he used it to fuel his strikes. Roar! With a finally roar filled with bloodlust, Percy gave a final strike, ending the 32-strike combo on the Minotaur. The calculation went on in his head as fast as lightning. The Stardust Wave was number of strikes x vit plus dex % more damage. Riptide had an attack of 100, which increased to 250 when it is used against monster by a child of the sea. 32 strikes x 11 vit plus 7 dex equals 359%. 359% of 250 is equal to 897.5 attack, including the plus 45% more damage bonus from his sword mastery skill. 897.5 plus 403.5 is equal to 1,301.3 attack. The last attack Percy landed had enough force to send the Minotaur crashing into a tree. Percy held Riptide as he put his whole weight on the blade. He could have done more, but his body was exhausted beyond anything. Around him were chips of the sword of Kefka scattered around the battlefield. Percy panted and saw Alecto carry Sally towards Percy. Percy's eyes widened in shock, and he yelled out, "No!" But it was too late. The Minotaur was not yet defeated. Its HP stood at 378.7. It wasn't yet dead. The monster roared and swung the huge blade it stole, causing the Fury to move away to try and get away. However, the wind pressure the sword gave out struck Alecott in one of the wings, causing her to drop Sally. Percy charged to try and catch his mother mid-fall, but the Minotaur caught him by his leg and threw him away. Percy landed on the ground and watched as the Minotaur grabbed Sally, and suddenly the woman disappeared in a flash of light. Percy's eyes turned to those of a madman as anger grew inside of him, and he let it out. He charged the Minotaur, Riptide thrown to the side, and climbed the beast's body. He grabbed the side of its neck and pressed his thumbs into the monster's eye, blinding it. "I'll kill you," Percy roared, holding the monster horns as it tried to get him off its back. Finally, Percy let go and back flipped away. He reached into his pocket and pulled out Riptide, which appeared there due to its charm, and pulled the sword out. He charged the half-man, half-bull, and thrusted the pen towards its neck. Halfway there, Percy flicked the cap open, causing Riptide to enlarge right thought the Minotaur's head. Ping. Critical strike. Attack. 250x 300% equals 750. The beat roared and then bursted into golden dust, covering Percy head to toe with the suff. Ping. Quest completed. Defeat the Minotaur. Reward. Horns of the Minotaur. 2000 EXP. Ping. Due to your acrobatics you have gained +1 dex. Dex 5 plus 3 equals 8. Percy looked down and saw 2 horns there. He picked them up and observed them. Horns of the Minotaur, crafting item. The horns of the Minotaur is the symbol of you defeating the monster in combat. These can be used to craft weapons like daggers. Percy closed the screen and then turned to Alecto, who walked up to him, holding a broken wing. "I am sorry. I failed you, Master. She wanted me to try and help you and demanded I put her down. After you had pushed the Minotaur, we thought you had one." Percy sighed. It did sound like something his mother would do. It's okay. Any idea what happened to her? Percy knew she didn't die. There was no body, and he doubted his gaming ability affected people he didn't kill. Lord Hades must have taken her as hostage, my lord. Alecto replied, bowing. Percy then beast-summoned her, and the fury transformed into smoke and disappeared. Percy then brought up his active quests, and sure enough, his summer quest was still active. Summer quest. Find a lightning bolt of Zeus and the helm of darkness of Hades before June 21st. Find a real thief and fry his ass. Don't die. Reward. 100,000 EXP. Failure. You guessed it, death. Mom's death as well. It seems Hades wants to make Percy find the bolt for him, or if he thinks he stole it, make Percy give it to him in exchange for his mother. Percy closed his quest and then stored the horns of the Minotaur away and took back the blade of Kafka, which now was chipped along the sides, the worst being near the center where Percy attacked it the most. He walked up to the camp and slipped by the barrier there. Grover was where Percy left him, still unconscious. Picking him up, Percy walked into the campsite. Percy needed to make sure Grover was all right before doing anything else. But after that, Percy promised himself that he would find Hades and shove a Minotaur horn up his ass. Status: Percy Jackson. Health 400 of 400. Mana 225 of 225. The Gamer. Title: Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex, while in water. Level 8 EXP. 8550/19200. Race demigod. STR 6. Vit 8 plus 3 equals 11. Dex 5 plus 3 equals 8. INT 17. WIS 13. LUC 14. Points 15. Money $1845/93D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick and now dead. Status: demigod, giving Percy plus 3 VIT, plus 3 DX, and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Ping: you have slept in a bed. HP and MP have been restored 75% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy opened his eyes and found himself in the med bay of Camp Halfblood. After he brought Grover into Camp Chiron, who now had his horse half out, and a blonde girl immediately came forward and helped Percy carry Grover to the med bay, where some other kids started to get to work on him. Chiron had made sure Percy was all right before telling the boy to get some rest. Percy didn't want to say he was fine, but one look from the guy, and he knew to shut up and go to bed. And so now Percy got up and walked to Grover's bed. His friend was asleep. From what one of the healers told him, he would wake up any day now. Percy sighed and quickly walked downstairs. It seems this big place where the med bay was located was called, and stay with me here, the name is very complicated, the Big House. Yeah, and not much imagination there. Percy walked out of the building with Chiron and another man dressed in a yellow shirt with black polka dots on it. Percy observed him, and immediately his eyes widened. Dionysus, god of wine. LV-HP, MP. Race Olympian god. STR-, Bis-, Dex-, Int-, Wis-, Luke-. Dionysus is the god of wine, but never call him the wine dude. He is known for hating heroes in general and hates children of Poseidon in particular due to the actions of Theseus. Dionysus has been made into the camp director by Zeus himself as punishment for going after a nymph that was off limits. Also, he doesn't get to drink any wine. Dionysus has no opinion of Percy. A god. An actual Olympian god. Percy had his mouth open as he saw the god stats. The only thing he knew for sure about that man was his name, race, and a bio that could be copied of Wikipedia. Percy eventually got over his state of shock and walked up to Chiron. Hello, Chiron. The teacher saw Percy and smiled. Hello, Percy. I was wondering when you would show up. Percy smiled and then turned to the Olympian sitting there. Hello, Lord Dionysus. The man looked up and then raised an eyebrow. How did you know it was me? Thinking on his, Percy replied quickly. One of the campers told me. The man seemed to accept it as he then ignored Percy and went back to his game. Percy sighed at this and turned to Chiron. Chiron, I need a favor. What do you need, Percy? Chiron asked with a raised eyebrow. Where's the location of the underworld? Chiron's eyes widened and Dionysus looked at Percy. What? I said, where is the dash? I know what you said. Why do you want to go in the underworld, Percy? Hades has my mom. Percy replied as he looked at Chiron right in the eye, and I plan on getting her back. Percy, you can't. It is far too dangerous. I will not allow you to leave this place under any circumstances. Percy narrowed his eyes. Try and stop me. Percy leaked a little bloodlust that both Chiron and the Olympian next to him noticed. The man looked at Percy and then sighed. Fine, but wait for a few days. Rest and prepare yourself, because believe me, you will need all the time to prepare you can get. Percy nodded at this. Where can I go to train? I'll have someone to take you on a tour of the camp, Chiron replied as he looked out and saw a blonde-haired girl with an orange shirt walk by. Annabeth, come here for a moment. The girl was the same one that helped him out with Grover last night. Quickly, Percy observed her. Annabeth Chase, daughter of Athena. LV 15. HP 750 of 750. MP 600 of 600. Race demigod. STR 3. Vit 10. Dex 18. Int 35. Wis 41. Luke 8. Annabeth Chase is one of the oldest demigods in camp and has trained hard every year in order to prove herself a competent child of Athena. After running away from home at a young age, she met up with two other demigods, Lucas, son of Hermer, and Talia, a daughter of Zeus. She remembers Talia dying in order to protect her and vows never to be weak again. She is amazed Percy managed to defeat a minotaur on his own without any training. As Percy read her stats, he became painfully aware of the fact that the only reason he even wins any of the battles he fights is because of luck, a plan, or his powers over water. He closed her observe box and turned toward Chiron and her. This is Percy Annabeth. Chiron motioned to Percy. He is going to be joining camp. I would like you to show you around. Annabeth nodded and motioned Percy over as the two demigods walked around the camp. So claimed or unclaimed? Annabeth asked, breaking the silence. Sorry, Percy asked. Did you godly parent claim you yet? Oh, what's claiming? Percy asked. It's when the symbol of your parent appears over your head. The ones that are claimed are sorted into different cabins along with their siblings. So if you were a child of Athena, you would be in my cabin. I see, Percy said, nodding. Has anyone not been claimed? Annabeth nodded. Lots. Most of the unclaimed are put into the Hermes cabin. Percy nodded and noticed they were walking along a stream that flowed through camp, cutting in half. Soon they passed by a volleyball court. This is the volleyball court of death. Percy asked. I'm sorry, is it the volleyball court of death? Oh no, it's just a volleyball court. Really? In a camp filled with the children of the gods, we have a plane, just a volleyball court? Yes, we do. Kind of boring. We play basketball there, sometimes if that helps make it a bit more thrilling. Percy shrugged as they moved further ahead and came upon the arts and crafts area. Here there were several cabins, each for a particular craft, like there was a place for marble sculpting, a place for pot making, and a place to make jute bags. What? Well, I thought everything would be related to Greek crafts. What's wrong with a cool jute bag? After that, Percy and Annabeth passed the lake, which Percy was so going to check out later, and they saw the amphitheater where several campers were gathered to hang out. There was a big circular platform in the center with seats all around it in the form of a hemisphere, and the seats further raised as it went back. Annabeth waved to a couple of people in the sea of orange, and they waved back. Those are my siblings, she told Percy, and they moved on to the next part of the tour. Wait, all those guys are you siblings? Percy asked, pointing to the group of 10 or so demigods. Yup, but some are the same age as you. Percy replied, and isn't Athena a virgin goddess? You know your Greek myths? I'm impressed, Annabeth replied, and yes, she is. But the thing is, goddesses don't carry their children for 9 months like humans. Most carry for a week or so at most. A week? Percy cried out. Holy shit, talk about mood swings. Annabeth chuckled. Yeah, I guess. And Athena is a virgin goddess, but she gives birth to her children the same way she was born, through her head. Percy's eyes went wide. So she has a in her head? He said, pointing at his forehead. What? No. Annabeth cried out, laughing. No, gods, no. She simply creates us out of the brain power of herself and the man she has chosen. We are born of the mind, not of the body. She doesn't have a thing in head. Percy sighed. Good, because that is crossing a line I don't think I can handle being crossed. Come on, funny boy, we still have lots of ground to cover. Eventually they reached something Percy thought was the coolest thing ever invented. Annabeth stepped in front of him and held a hand out. Behold and tremble the bane of demigods everywhere, the climbing wall. The figure was a huge wall with colored stepping stones littered all over its face. Percy could see the wall was so disjointed and messed up it would be impossible to know where you're going. Here were chainsaws in the wall, an electric buzzer or two, and the coolest thing ever, lava flowing down the wall. Percy's eyes shined like the sun reflected off the sea. He dashed towards the wall. If this didn't get his vid up, nothing will. But Annabeth grabbed his shirt collar and pulled him back. You can commit suicide later. For now, on with the tour. Percy grumbled and whined, but he got over it. The two crossed the stream, cutting across camp, and came to a huge building which didn't have a roof and was surrounded by white pillars. There were 12 tables around the building, each a different color, and a hearth in the center whose firing was going strong. This is the mess hall where people come to eat. And that, Annabeth pointed to a row of seats in the back, is usually where Chiron and Mr. D sit. Mr. D, all right, Dionysus, an Olympian god, lets you get away with calling him Mr. D? Annabeth shrugged. He honestly doesn't care. Percy shrugged as well, and the two moved on, moving further inwards as Annabeth showed him the cabins. There were 12 of the in total, 2 big ones on top and 5 smaller ones on each side. Each were a different color and had different themes going on. These are where most campers are staying, Annabeth said, and then pointed to a gray cabin with an owl on top that looked like a library. And that is my cabin. Percy nodded and then looked around and saw a sea blue cabin. That must be mine. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. Hey, Annabeth, every cabin has a speciality, right? Yup. Annabeth nodded, and she led him to the next location. So Athena cabin has high intelligence dash. And wisdom, Annabeth put in, lots of wisdom. Right. That and Apollo cabin is good at archery and healing and stuff like that, right? Yeah. So would it be all right if I trained with each cabin? Percy asked. Well, it would depend on who you ask and if their cabin head is okay with it. Like for my cabin, I am the head counselor since I have been there the longest. And if you want to come over and help out or something, I wouldn't be against it or anything. Percy's eyes widened. Are you serious? Annabeth nodded. We don't turn back anyone who wishes to learn more. Anyway, on with the tour. Annabeth took Percy to what looked like a metal shed, which was a short walk behind the Athena cabin. This is the weapons shed, our armory. It's filled with armor and other cool stuff we use. Percy nodded, not surprised they had an armory. Heck, he would have thought them crazy if they didn't. Inside were racks of spears and swords. In the corner were basic bronze shield like the one Percy had, and on the shelves were Greek-style armor. Soon, they moved again, and this time went along what looked like the tree line of a forest. This is the forest most of the nature spirits, and a few harmless monsters live here. Inside, there's a stream that splits the forest into 2 parts. During Capture the Flag, in which the whole camp participates in, we use the forest as a place to fight. Percy nodded. This was the perfect place for him to train in secret. Dense trees, monster lurking about, and a stream for him to get the water body bonus? Perfect. Annabeth then took him along toward what looked like from far a huge arena. But before they could move on, a group of 3 big, tough-looking demigods approached them. Percy quickly observed the biggest one there. Clarice LaRue, daughter of Ares. LV 18. HP 1,200 of 1,200. MP 375 of 375. Race, demigod. STR 30. Vit, 27. Vix, 39. Int 9. Wiz 5. Luke, 14. The daughter of Ares, Clarice, is known to be tough, and downright scary to face in combat. The one good quality in their otherwise power-driven girl is her loyalty towards her camp and her love for her sibling. Other than that, stay away from this one. She is known to try and dunk new campers in toilet water in order to initiate them. She hates Percy already before meeting him. Don't take it personally, she hates nearly everyone. Percy's eyes flew over her stats and wondered just how far behind he was when compared to other demigods. He could beat easily, in fact, but that didn't change the stat difference. She was basically a well-trained demigod, and Percy only had his dad's powers to fall back on when in trouble. The girl, Clarice, walked up to Percy and Annabeth and snarled, Well, if it isn't Annabeth, how's it hanging, nerd?" Percy rolled his eyes and whispered, "Enter stereotypical supervillain." Annabeth giggled, and Clarice looked at Percy, immediately switching targets. "And who is this?" "A new camper." Percy shook his head. "No, I'm an old camper." Clarice looked surprised at that. "I haven't seen you here before." "Yeah, I'm kind of shut in," Percy said, and then grabbed Annabeth's hand. "Anyway, you were showing me around?" "Hey, wait," Clarice called out and chased after the pair. "If you were an old camper, why is Annabeth showing you around?" "I told you I was shut in," Percy said. "Hence I have no idea where everything is." Clarice looked like she was thinking hard about that, and then looked at Percy. "What's your name?" "Peter Johnson, son of, well, I don't know." Percy replied, smoothly, "Thank you, lying skill." "All right, then prove it. Where does Chiron sleep?" "Not here," Percy replied. "Well, of course, they're not here. I'm asking you where he sleeps." "The big house." Clarice smiled. "Wrong." Percy moved backwards before Clarice could reach him. He then activated blood control discreetly and then made her trip. Percy then grabbed Annabeth, and the two ran away as Percy made the other two Ares kids trip also. Annabeth ran, quickly laughing, all the way. Eventually, the two stopped in front of the giant arena, which had several students all over the place, training with weapons and all that. Annabeth laughed as they stopped. "Did you see that?" Clarice literally tripped and landed on her ass. Percy grinned. "Yeah, I know, I was there, remember." "So what is this place?" Annabeth composed herself and then spoke. "This is the arena. Demigods come here to train and help each other out. The Apollo kids help with everyone's archery while the Ares students deal with everything else. But no one really asks them for their help because they tend to belittle people a lot." Percy nodded. So this was the place he would most probably spend most of his time. Annabeth then pointed to a place far away from the area. "Those are the stables which have horses and pegasus. You can ride them during special classes, which the Demeter cabin does." Percy nodded. "And that's it?" "That's the official camp Halfblood tour." Annabeth smiled at him. "Well, that's the official sites at least. It's up to you to further discover this place on your own. Find your own secrets. And believe me, there are plenty, and even have your own private spot in camp somewhere." Percy nodded. "So what now?" "Well, now I go back to my cabin while you go to the Hermes cabin. Come on," Annabeth said as she walked away, motioning for Percy to join her. "Wait, why do I have to go to the Hermes cabin?" "Well, you are unclaimed, aren't you?" Annabeth asked. "Yeah." "Then you go to the Hermes cabin until your godly parent claims you." "But what if you already know who your godly parent is?" Annabeth stopped and turned around. "You who it is?" Percy nodded. "Yup, kind of easy, actually." Annabeth frowned in thinking. "Is it Tai Chi?" Percy blinked. "Who?" "The Greek goddess of luck," Annabeth replied. "The way Clarissa tripped back, there was pure luck, and the fact that you somehow survive a run-in with a Minotaur, let alone beat him, is amazing lucky. So I assume you must be your son." Percy's eyes widened with that statement. He was lucky, but last he checked his mom was pretty human. "No, my godly parent is human," Percy said, grinning. "So guess again, wise girl." Annabeth smiled at her nickname, and the two spent the entire way to Annabeth's cabin talking about who Percy's dad was. For a smart girl, she was pretty dumb. I mean, see green eyes. Come on, the answer is right in front of your face. Eventually, they reached the Athena cabin, and Annabeth invited him in. "You sure I can come in?" Percy asked. Sure, and like I said, we welcome anyone who wants to learn. Also, the way you manipulated Clarice is good sign in regard to how smart you are. Percy grinned, and the two walked into the Athena cabin. Inside, the beds were all pushed aside, while most of the cabin space was filled with smartboard and workstations. There were several computers all over the place, and even screens showing 3D projects like a new weapon or a war plan. "Welcome Peter Johnson to the Athena cabin," Annabeth said, gesturing to it all. Percy chuckled at the name he gave Clarice, but who otherwise impressed with the cabin. Yep, he was going to get some sweet int and whiz points over here. Percy was then introduced to Malcolm, Annabeth's brother, and most of the cabin mates. Malcolm then turned to Percy. "So, Percy, what do you want to know?" Percy smiled. "Everything." Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the cabin, as suddenly the children of Athena got a scary look in their eyes. It looked demonic, it looked evil, and it promised pain. Ping. Due to exposure to the Athena cabin's Lust for Knowledge perk, a skill has leveled up by 1. Detect Bloodlust, LV 8, 21%. This skill will detect any bloodlust directed at the user. It is an instinctive skill. Will detect within 60 feet and will tell origin. Shit. An hour later, Annabeth turned to Percy as the sound of a conch being blown was heard. "Come on, Percy, it's time to go for dinner." Hidden underneath a mountain of books, Percy rose up like a zombie. His eyes were white, and he had drool coming out of his mouth. "Must have knowledge." Annabeth hit him up the head, snapping him out of it. "Come on, Percy, we shouldn't be late." It was hell on earth of Percy. The moment his detect bloodlust skill went off, he knew he should have kept his mouth shut. The children of knowledge live up to that title by stuffing Percy with as much as they could. And you know the truly scary part? They were just getting started. On the plus side, he got a couple of stat points and a leveled up skill. Due to constant torture studying, you have gained +3 int. Due to use of your brain to try and process your newly force-feed information, you have gained +5 wis. A skill has leveled up. Language, Modern English, LV 19 4%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia, but with hard work you have overcome your disabilities, and your reading is now near grade level college plus. +30% reading speed. Percy closed the box in front of him and followed the rest of the cabin to the mess hall. Once there, Percy was about to go and sit in the blue table, which was Poseidon's table, when he was called over by Chiron. "Hey, what's up, Chiron?" Percy asked as he approached his teacher. "Percy, I just wanted to inform you that Grover has woken up," the centaur told Percy with a smile. "He wanted to talk to you. I suggest you talk to him after dinner." Percy shook his head. "Now, I'm not really that hungry right now. I'll go see G-Man right now and see what he needs. It could be important." Chiron looked worried, but then sighed. "Very well, Percy." After dinner, all the campers gather around the hearth in the center of where all the cabins are located. "I believe you know where cabins are, yes?" Percy nodded, and soon Chiron dismissed him. As Percy walked to the big house, he pulled a pancake out of his inventory and started munching on it. He was hungry, starving really, but the truth is that he far more worried about Grover. He was Percy's best friend, and Percy wanted to make sure personally he was fine. By the time he made it to Big House, the cakes were gone, and Percy was full. He went to the second floor, where the med bay was, and saw Grover sitting in the bed furthest from the door. Percy smiled and walked up to Grover. "Hey, G-Man." Grover looked up from the book he was reading and noticed Percy. He smiled. "Hey, Percy. How are you?" "Good, good. Things are weird. I now have a huge family on my dad's side, So, did you get a tour of the camp?" "Yeah. A child of Athena called Annabeth gave it for me. She was very through," Percy said, and shivered remembering his study session with the Athena cabin. "So, Percy," Grover began, "I think we need to talk about your parentage." Percy blinked. "What about it?" "Percy, you were never meant to exist." Percy looked at his friend for a moment. "You really need to work on your delivery." Grover sighed. "Percy, I'm being serious. After World War II, which was actually a war between Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, children, the three gods swore never have demigods again. They said their children were too powerful and influenced the world far too much. So wait, Hitler was the son of Hades. Yup, I'm not surprised." Grover shrugged. "Most aren't. Anyway, as I was saying, the big three swore never again to have children. But Zeus broke that pledge, and since you exists, Poseidon too. This had his attention. Who was the child of Zeus? Grover sighed and looked up at the ceiling. His eyes became wet, and he looked like he was remembering something sad. Her name was Talia Grace. At the sound of her name, Percy's head immediately made the connection between this demigod and the name Talia he read in Annabeth's bio. I was assigned to protect her and bring her and 2 other demigods back to camp. But I failed. Monsters tracked us down, and she held back to buy you more time. She got hurt bad, Percy, very bad. But with her dying breath, she asked for her dad's help in order to protect the camp. You remember that barrier we passed through? Percy nodded. It was made due to Talia's sacrifice. If you go to the beginning of the camp, there will be a pine tree bigger than all the other trees there. That is where Talia is. After she died, Zeus transformed her into a tree, and it is. Grover then turned to Percy. Please don't reveal yourself, Percy. Percy looked at Grover, and then looked away and out of the window. After a moment of silence, Percy looked at his friend. Grover, I'm sorry, but I refuse to hide myself anymore. I don't diss Talia, but any girl brave enough to sacrifice herself, and in her dying breath ask for something that's selfless, must be an amazing girl. Would you really ask someone like that to hide herself from the world? Grover shook his head. I know, Percy, but I don't want you to get hurt. Percy smiled. Relax, I won't. After speaking to Grove for another few minutes, Percy headed to the main campfire area where the campers were all gathered around the camp singing songs. Percy smiled at this and waited in the background, just watching them sing and be happy. But all the while he was thinking, should he do it? Should he reveal to the world who he was? If he did, it was force his dad's hand, making him have to claim Percy. If he didn't, then he would be forced to live in the Hermes cabin, which was already full. Percy smiled. Well, his dad was kind of a dick to have never even wished him a happy birthday once in his life, so fuck it. Percy walked up to Chiron and whispered in his ear, causing the teacher to look at Percy in concern. Are you sure you want to do this, Percy? Percy nodded. I'm not hiding myself anymore. Chiron nodded and trotted his way to the center of the camp. Slowly, everyone became quiet, and all eyes were on him. Now, as some of you might know, yesterday, the Minotaur was spotted outside the campgrounds. This made some of the kids worried, while the children of the Ares were hoping they could kill the thing. It was chasing a demigod, Percy Jackson. At that, Percy walked up and stood next to Chiron. Percy saw Annabeth and the rest of the Athena cabin smile at him, while Clarice was furious that he had given her a fake name. Percy managed to defeat the monster in single combat and will now be joining camp. Bullshit, cried one child of Ares. You mean to tell me an untrained demigod beat the Minotaur? Several other campers raised their voice in objection and roared their disapproval. Chiron nodded. I understand it is a little difficult to believe, but it is true. This is mostly due to who Percy's godly parent is. He then turned to Percy, if you will, Percy. Percy nodded and then uncapped a water bottle that he took out of his inventory beforehand. He then used his water control and pulled out the water and transformed it into a trident. Percy held the water structure in his hand like a real trident and then looked at everyone with his sea-green eyes. My name is Percy Jackson. I am the son of Poseidon. The entire camp was silent as a grave as jaws started to drop. Percy grinned. What happened? Son of Poseidon, got your tongue. And suddenly a green trident appeared over Percy's head. Well, at least Dad is paying attention to what I'm doing. The next day, ping. You have slept in your own bed. HP and MP have been restored 100% each. All ailments and negative status effects have been cured. Percy woke up in his bed and stretched. He looked around Poseidon cabin and sighed. He didn't have any roommates. That was good. But he also didn't like the fact that he was so alone. Percy then got up and quickly got ready for the first of camp. He put on an orange shirt, which said Camp Halfblood on the front with a picture of a Pegasus on the back. Percy then went out of his cabin and began making way towards the mess hall for a quick bite to eat. On the way there, Percy opened his status page and checked his skill list, making a mental list of what to train first. First things first, he needed to train STR, Dex, and Vit. They were the most lacking, and they would be easy to train. As for his skill, a few caught his attention. ID create, LV, 10%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. ID escape, LV, 10%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. These were skills he didn't remember he had. He didn't even know what he could do. Did this mean he could make his own dungeons? This was definitely curious and needed his attention. Percy then went into the mess hall and quickly peeled up his food. But before he ate, he walked to the flames in the center of the hall and put some in, for Poseidon's sorry for being a pain sometimes. Percy then walked to his cabin's seat and quickly ate his breakfast. It was very early in the morning, and only a few campers were up, but they were still only looking at Percy with curiosity and a sense of fear in their eyes. Percy shook his head and then quickly finished off his food. He then went back for seconds, but when no one was looking, he shoved most of the food into his inventory. After that was done, Percy began to walk around camp, trying to find the perfect place to train in private. Eventually, he agreed on going to the forest, as the stream there would give him his water body boost, and the forest would give him privacy. Percy then trekked into the forest along the stream until he was certain he was far enough away from the rest of the camp. Percy took off his shoes and stored them away. He then stepped into the stream, and ping! You have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. There we go. Percy then brought up his ID, create skill, and read it again. If what is written here is true, and it usually always is, then Percy showed technically be able to summon a dimension. How that will work, who knows, but Percy was ready to find out. Percy then cried out, ID created. Suddenly, a burst of energy came out of Percy as the sky turned red and all the noises of the world were suddenly silenced. Percy looked around and saw that the world was same, but he could feel it different. Like when you enter your room, but you know someone has been in it. Percy then walked away from the forest and the stream back into camp. The moment he entered it, he knew something was different. There was nobody else, was no one in the mess hall, even though it was peak breakfast time. The cabins were empty, and there was not a bird in the sky. Did I make a world where I am the only thing that exists? Percy then quickly said the words he knew he could use to get out of this place. ID escape. Suddenly cracks began to appear in the sky, and like glass the red layer on the sky shattered, and the blue sky Percy was familiar with came back. He looked around and found all the campers were back where they belonged. Percy couldn't even imagine where to go with this. The possibilities were endless. But for now, maybe he should focus on grinding the skill level up. As Percy looked around, he noticed everyone was staring at him again. What? Do I have something on my face? Percy looked around. It seemed most of them were looking at his shoeless feet. Ah, those. I forgot about those. Percy chuckled to himself and made his way towards the forest again to start his training. But just then, Percy turned around and saw Annabeth there with a book in hand. Oh, hey, Annabeth, what's up? What's up with me? What's up with you? She then looked down. Where are your shoes, Percy? Percy simply grinned. Goblins took them. Annabeth sighed. Well, okay then. Anyway, what are you doing right now? Percy shrugged. I'm training, trying to get a hold over my powers. Still haven't gotten hold over most of them, like the fact that I can make a freaking alternate universe. Annabeth nodded. Yeah, being the son of Poseidon will give you a lot to deal with. Well, when you're free, come by the cabin later. Malcolm and the others want another crack at you. Percy rubbed his head. Your siblings are kind of vicious, aren't they, Annabeth? Well, what did you expect? You are a son of Poseidon who want to learn. It would be stupid not to take advantage of that. What? Basically, Percy, our parents hate each other. If we can get you to admit knowledge is more important than being a son of Poseidon, it would be a major plus point in our books. Percy looked at Annabeth, and he could see the thought going around inside her head. She was scary, and her siblings were just as worse. Percy laughed. Well, all right then, I'll take you up on your offer. See you guys in the evening. Annabeth nodded and waved Percy away. Bye, Percy. Percy quickly went back into the forest and stepped into the stream once again. He then thought to himself, ID create. The red sky dimension formed. ID escape. The red sky broke, revealing blue. ID create. ID escape. ID create. ID escape. Ping. Due to constant use of skill, has leveled up. ID create. LV2, 10%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon. No monsters. ID escape. LV2, 10%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Percy smiled and swiped the message away. He then spent the better half of the morning training his skill until he unlocked a new dungeon. Ping, ping, ping. Due to constant use of skill, has leveled up. ID create. LV 5, 20%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon. No monsters. Monster dungeon zombies. ID escape. LV 5, 20%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. Percy had unlocked monster dungeon zombies. He wanted to check it out at once, so he quickly equipped his plate armor on and then the red gauntlet of Kefka. He laid down his shield to the side and then thought, ID create. Zombies. The world sky turned red again as Percy quickly took out Riptide and held his shield up. He then waited until something came out of right side of the forest. It was a man, black going by skin color. His eyes were popped out of his sockets, and his skin was peeling off in several places like wallpaper. Pressing down his sense of disgust, Percy quickly observed it. Zombie. LV6. HP. 300 of 300. MP. 20 of 20. STR. 30. Vit 5. Dex 1. Int 2. Wis 1. Luke 0. The undead come back to life for one thing and one thing only, meat of the living. Kill to get 50 EXP. Percy dismissed the screen and quickly charged the man, and with one swing cut the zombie's head off. The zombie disappeared in a shower of dust, leaving Percy with a $2 bill. Percy pocketed the bill and then walked into the forest in search for more zombies. In 5 minutes, Percy was quickly surrounded by a horde of zombies. Percy looked around in worry. There were 5, 14, 27 zombies out here. Smiling like a maniac, Percy turned to the closest one and charged him, cutting the thing into pieces. He then turned around and charged the rest of the zombies. He cut them one by one, and once when he encountered 2, at the same time Percy threw a shield at one, pushing him off balance while he used Riptide to shred the other one into pieces before killing the other one. Percy now stood in the forest panting. His face was covered in sweat, and his armor felt very uncomfortable with the sweat underneath the leather. But Percy continued forward. He walked towards the camp and quickly came upon another horde of zombies. This time they were dressed as Greek soldier and Greek zombies. LV10. HP. 500 of 500. MP. 50 of 50. STR 40. Vit 9. Dex 3. Int 8. Wis 5. Luke 0. A zombie of a Greek soldier, these zombies are a cut above the rest with superior strength and intelligence. Kill to get 75 EXP. Percy smiled at the new challenge and charged ahead. He bashed a shield into the first zombie. He meant pushing the monster down on its behind. Standing on top of it, Percy swiped downwards, cutting off the thing's head quickly. Just then, 3 Greek zombies charged Percy with swords drawn and shield up. So they are intelligent, Percy thought to himself as he charged ahead with a shield in front of him. The zombies attacked him with their blade, only to have their blocks stopped by Percy's shield. Percy then stepped backwards, but the zombies didn't let up. Percy blocked one blade with Riptide, while he deflected another with his shield. The last one almost hit him, but Percy was faster and grabbed the blade with his left hand, which was covered with the gauntlet of Kafka. Percy squeezed his left hand, shattering the blade. In that moment, Percy spun around and bashed his shield, pushing all 3 Greek zombies off of him. Percy then attacked 2 of them with his blade and crushed the 3rd below his feet. Percy looked around and saw a huge horde of Greek zombies now approaching him. Maybe it was time to start leveling up his blood control. Technically speaking, zombies were dead, but there must be some traces of blood still in their body somewhere. Percy sent out his mana and commanded blood control. Percy took control of 4 Greek zombies, which was his limit, and then forced them to attack the zombies next to them. Since the zombies didn't expect an attack from their own ranks, they were left shocked with their pants around their legs. The 4 zombies Percy controlled managed to kill 17 of the Greek zombies before the dies. Percy crushed and then looked at his mana. Mana, 37 of 225. He really needed to improve the size of his mana pool, meaning get much more in points. Percy turned and saw around 20 zombies from the horde now remained, and they were now chasing him. Percy turned to the forest, and he quickly ran deep inside. The zombies followed him, and Percy smiled as he got a brilliant idea. Eventually, the huge horde of zombies had to split up in order to find him, but that was exactly what Percy wanted. Percy now sat on top of a tree. He climbed without any armor on. He took it off as it restricted his movement too much. Maybe he should get another armor. Suddenly, the bushes next to his tree rustled, and out walked a group of Greek zombies mixed in with the normal zombies you find in the forest. Percy took out another sword from his inventory. This one was a katana from the museum loot collection. Percy then waited until the group was right under his tree before jumping down, bringing the 2 blades down with him. He cleaved 2 of the zombies on the way down, and as soon as he touched the ground, he jumped up and walked into the center of the group and swung both blades in a wide arc, cutting all the zombies' heads in one clean strike. Percy then put away both swords, katana in his inventory, and riptide in his pocket. He then collected his loot and then went out to search for more prey. Over the next hour, Percy hit small groups of zombies across the forest, and after he was done with the final group of zombies, he walked out of the forest extremely tired. He took out some meat and ate it, filling up his energy. Note to self: when you see the Fates next, ask them why he didn't have a stamina bar. It would be great if he could track it some way or another. Percy then entered the camp and saw that in the center of the camp was a huge horde of Greek zombie. No, horde was the wrong word. The appropriate term is army. But they weren't going to attack him. No, they instead were facing inwards. Percy then watched as all the zombies crawled onto each other as they slowly fused into one giant monster that stood at over 30 feet tall. Tall as that marble giant he faced that one time. Legion Zombie. LV 34. HP 15200/15200. MP 1200 of 1200. STR 82. Vit 30. Dex 8. Int 4. Whiz 2. Luke 0. An assembly of zombies that come out when a large amount of zombies are killed. It has insane strength and stamina, but is slow. Some say that is if kill enough of these Legion zombie, there is an even higher level of enemies of face. Kill to get 5,000 EXP. Percy knew he didn't really stand a chance against this thing. His MP bar was full now, but he still needed more mana to even begin to fight this thing. Percy then turned and ran, and when he looked behind, he saw the Legion zombie follow him slowly, but every step the thing took was like the earth was shaking. Percy drew the Legion zombie into the forest and quickly jumped into the stream from before. Ping, you have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy then put 2 hands up and waited until the Legion zombie was right on top of him. He waited, and the second the zombie put a foot in the stream, Percy pulled his hands upwards. Water spikes. The water from the streams obeyed Percy as several spikes flew up into the Legion's foot, shredding its leg, still its knees. Percy then lowered his arms and started to pant. He looked at his mana. Mana, 35/1225. Percy had used all his mana in the last attack. In the next 10 minutes, it would be full again, but Percy didn't know whether he had that much time. Percy then turned to the Legion's HP. HP, 12260/15200. Percy looked at that, and he felt his legs get weak. All that and nothing. Its HP was still at 80%. Percy's attack only managed to take out 20% of its total HP. Percy then saw the Legion try to stand up on one leg, only to immediately fall down, causing the ground to shake on impact. Percy moved back away from the reach of the Legion. If maybe he kept out of reach for a long enough time enough for his mana to fill up again, then he could end this quickly. So for the next 10 minutes, Percy kept moving backwards again and again every time the Legion tried to reach for him. The fact that he was incredibly slow and had only one leg helped a lot. Eventually, Percy's mana was charged up fully again. Percy now stood in the stream, and he raised his hand again. Water spikes. This time, Percy aimed for the Legion's head, and several water spikes rose out of the water and skewered the monster's head. Critical strike. Water spikes attack, 2940. 300% times more equals 8,820 attack. Percy smiled as he lowered his arms yet again. He looked up and saw the water spike still in the Legion's head. The thing still wasn't dead yet, but now at least with a few water spike through its jaw, it was finally silent. HP 3440/15200. All Percy now had to do was wait. As Percy waited for his mana to charge up, he looked round and saw he was nearly at the ocean. Guess he covered quite a distance, dodging the Legion zombie. If only Percy could activate his water body perk again, that would really... Wait, could he do that? Percy looked at where he was standing in the middle of the stream and then at the shore. He walked to the shore and saw his mana drop down to normal. He then walked back in, and sure enough, ping, you have entered a water body. Due to your parentage, you have gained a boost. Plus 1,000 HP. Plus 1,000 MP. All wounds are healed. All ailments cured. Water breathing ability active. Percy looked at that message and pulled up his mana. Mana, 1122 for 1225. Percy looked at the box slack-jawed. This was so broken. Percy then smiled a cold smile, causing the Legion zombie to start to sweat. He was going to abuse the shit out of this. Percy then lifted on hat up, water spike. A huge spike came out of the stream and tore through the heart of the Legion zombie. Critical strike. Water spike, 2520. 300% times more equals 7,560 attack. The Legion zombie didn't stand a chance as it slowly began to dissolve into dust, leaving an exhausted Percy behind. After giving himself a moment to rest, Percy looked up and saw. Ping, you gained a new title, Apprentice Zombie Killer. 30% more attack and defense when dealing with the undead. Plus 5 to all stats when dealing with the undead. Ping, you gained a total of 14,875 EXP. Ping, you leveled up. Percy Jackson. Health 450 of 450. Mana 325 of 325. The Gamer. Title Son of Poseidon. Plus 20 STR, plus 20 Vit, plus 20 Dex while in water. Level 9 EXP. 4225/28000. Race Demigod. STR 6. Vit 8 plus 3 equals 11. Dex 5 plus 3 equals 8. INT 20. WIS 18. LUC 14. Points 20. Money $2747/120D. Percy Jackson is a demigod, the son of Sally Jackson and Poseidon. He has ADHD and dyslexia, making it difficult for him to sit still in class. His behavior has gotten him trouble over the years in various schools. Percy is aware of who his father is and wishes to find meaning in his life. Percy loves his mother and hates Gabe, who is a dick. Status, demigod, giving Percy plus 3 VIT, plus 3 DX, and the ability to breath underwater, enhance strength, communicate with fish, create earthquakes, talk to horses, control water, and look cool. Percy smiled at the larger mana pool he now had and swiped the box away. His new title will also be useful later when he come to grind here again. Percy then went to where the Legion zombie dissolved and looked at what he got as loot. There were 3 things there for him. Potion, low level X3. Restores 45% of HP. Restores 30% of MP. Staff of Healing, high level. Restores subject's health by a rate of 10% minute. Skill book, Area Sense. Percy quickly stored the potions and the staff away and picked up the skill book. Ping, you have obtained the skill book, Area Sense. Would you like to learn? Yes/no. Percy pressed yes immediately, and then the book bursted into flames, and Percy absorbed the knowledge into his head. Ping, you have obtained the skill, Area Sense. Area Sense, LV, 10%. allows the user to get a sense of the area around him or her. The higher the level, the more information is provided. Effective until 20 feet. Percy then closed the box and thought, ID escape. The world shattered around him, and Percy found himself back in the real world. The sound of people filled the air, and the birds took the blue sky. Percy quickly unequipped all his armor and his gauntlet and stored it in his inventory. Looking at the sky, the time seemed to be around noon. Realizing this, Percy's stomach started to growl. Percy smiled and quickly walked to the mess hall. This time he had his shoes on. Once he reached the mess hall, he picked up a plate and showed on a big amount of food into his plate. Who knew chasing zombies would make you work up an appetite? Percy gave a little for his dad and then sat down at his table and began to eat. As Percy finished his means, he wondered what type of training he should do next. Maybe he should improve his STR and Dex now that he is finally in camp. Or maybe he could climb the climbing wall. But just then a knife was thrown at Percy. Ping! Warning, knife behind you. Percy read this and immediately moved his head to the side, causing the knife to miss completely. Percy saw the knife was already moving at an angle, so even if he had not moved, it wouldn't have been a fatal move. Percy looked at the box in front of him. This must be his area since working. Percy closed his box and calmly turned around to see who threw the knife. Tracking his trajectory, Percy saw it came from the Ares table. Percy sighed. He needed to teach the Ares kids a lesson. Ping. Quest alert. Teach the Ares kids a lesson. Reward. The respect of Ares cabin and maybe possible training. Failure. No training from the Ares cabin. Continued bullying. Yes/no. Percy sighed and pressed yes. He then got up, and suddenly the mess hall was silent, and most watched and wondered what Percy would do. The son of Poseidon simply walked to the wall where the knife was embedded into the wall and pulled it out. He then observed the knife. Clarice dagger. Clarice's favorite dagger, which she uses to skin game and use as a short-range weapon. Percy sighed. That stupid daughter of Ares can hold a grudge. Percy put the dagger into his back pocket and then sat down to eat again, pretending like he didn't almost just get stabbed. After a minute, Clarice and a few of her brothers and sisters walked up to Percy's table. Give me my knife back, new blood, Clarice growled out as one of her siblings cracked his knuckles as an intimidation tactic. Percy smiled. So you admit you threw that knife? No, I never said that. I just said it was my knife. Now give back. What proof do you have that it is yours? Everyone knows that that's my favorite knife, Clarice said, growling. No, give it. If it's your favorite knife, why did you ever let it get out of your hand? Percy asked with a smug smile. Enough of this, one of Clarice's siblings said as he tried to grab the dagger's handle that was sticking out of Percy's pocket. Just before the child of Ares grabbed the knife, something stopped him. He couldn't move his fingers at all. What did you do to me? Percy shrugged. Nothing, maybe it's the knife. Maybe it doesn't like being touched by people who is not its owner. In reality, Percy used blood control and stopped the Ares kid before he grabbed the dagger, that's all. Percy then took out the dagger and put it on the table. Well then, let's try an experiment, shall we? I'm going to talk to this dagger over here, and it's going to tell me who its owner is. Now if you're the owner and you try and grab the blade, I will let you. Percy then channeled some bloodlust in his voice. If you're not, well, let's see what happened then. Several children of Ares swallowed hard and stayed back. Percy eyed them all, and slowly one of the older kids made a move for the dagger. Percy used blood control to make his reflexes slower because the guy has a higher dex level than him, and then grabbed the boy's head and slammed it into the table, knocking him out. Percy then sat back down and smiled. Sorry, please try again. This time a daughter of Ares moved and took out her sword. Percy grabbed the knife and swung, hitting the girl's wrist, causing her to drop the sword. Percy then headbutted her and then put the knife back. Wrong again. This time, two children of Ares moved for the blade, but Percy was ready. He held them in place with blood control and then slowly held the back of their heads, and then slammed both into each other. Clarice was now the last one left, and she was looking at Percy with anger and just a hint of fear. Percy looked at her with a smile and crossed his arms. Slowly, Clarice moved towards the dagger and snatched it away quickly. Percy chuckled. It's your dagger, Clarice. Why are you getting so scared? The daughter of Ares scowled at Percy and turned, walking away from him. Soon few other Ares cabin members came and took their unconscious siblings away, all the while looking at Percy with a scene of fear and a touch of respect. Ping. Quest completed. Teach the Ares kids a lesson. Reward. The respect of Ares cabin and maybe possible training. Percy closed the box and went back to his food. He looked up and saw everyone still stare at him. Percy grinned, and quickly everything returned to normal. After lunch, Percy started to walk to the amphitheater, where most of the campers would be right now. Percy needed his shield foxed, far too many dents in it, and probably so weak to train his STR. Only problem is Percy had no idea where to go for this. So when he arrived at the amphitheater, Percy quickly walked up to where most of the Athena kids were sitting and sat next to Annabeth. "Hey guys," Percy said as he then greeted the rest of the cabin. "Hey Percy," the children of wisdom all said at once, and then promptly went back to reading. "Nice job scaring those Ares kids, Percy," Malcolm said with a grin. "Asses deserved it." Percy grinned and scratched his head. "Yeah, I was just a little pissed off at Clarice. Maybe I should go and try to make things better between us before the entire Ares cabin come after my ass." Malcolm chuckled. "Yeah, you're right there, Percy. Good luck with that, though. The children of Ares aren't the kind to just accept an apology. We'll probably push you a couple of times to make things even before even considering talking to you." Percy frowned. "Thanks you so much, Malcolm. I needed to know that." Malcolm chuckled and then went back to his book. Percy then turned to Annabeth. "So Annabeth, I was wondering, do you know where I can get some equipment fixed?" Percy asked the girl. He needed his sword of Kefka fixed, and his shield has become very damaged. Annabeth nodded. "You'll want to go to the camp forge. The children of Hephaestus work there, and they're willing to fix or make anything, as long as you pay them." "Oh wait, I see a familiar one. Hey Charles," Annabeth called as a black-haired, brown-eyed teen turned towards her and started walking. The teen was tall, African-American, and had a scowl on his face. He was ripped with muscles like those of a football player and had large hands due to working in the forge all day. "Percy, this is Charles Beckendorf, a son of Hephaestus," Annabeth said as she stood between the two boys. "Charles, this is Dash." "Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon," Charles said in a rough voice. "Yes, I know." Percy extended his arm. "What do you do, Charles?" The big man looked at it and smiled. He then shook Percy's hand in a firm grip. "I'm good, Percy. Nice to meet you." Annabeth smiled at this. "Anyway, Percy here needed some help with his equipments. Think you can help?" Charles nodded and then quickly walked away. Percy looked at Annabeth, who smiled. "He doesn't really talk much, but I think he wants you to follow him." Percy nodded and then quickly moved. "Thanks a lot, Annabeth." Charles took him to a building that was located near the stream leading to the forest right next to the Hephaestus cabin. The building had a water wheel on the side, and its chimneys let out thick clouds of smoke. The forge had white pillars lined with soot, and the noise of hammer meeting metal could be heard. Charles took Percy in showing several workstations, which has a camped over one project or another. "Welcome to the forge," Charles said, and he called over one of his sisters. "This is Nina. She will help you out with your equipments." The girl's skin was bronze due to continuous exposure to the forge's heat. Her face was covered with soot, and she had a bandana tied over her large head of blonde hair. Her eyes were black as coal, and she stood just a little taller than Percy. "So what can I help you with?" Nina asked as she rubbed her hands clean of oil. Percy pulled up his inventory behind his back, and without letting Nina see what he was doing, pulled his shield out. "I need help fixing this," Percy said as he handed the shield over to her. This has been used a lot," Nina commented as she then flicked a finger at the metal, causing it to vibrate. "Good bronze, though. Not celestial, but it would be good in a fight. I can fix it, but it'll be 5 drachma." Percy nodded. "Not a problem. When can I get it back?" Nina looked around and then sighed. "Tomorrow the latest. We are kind swamped right now." "I see. So you guys couldn't fill out a request right now?" Percy asked in a hopeful voice. "What would depend on what that request is and how much you are willing to pay. I need weight for myself, like the kind you can put on your hand, so that when you train it will be difficult to move. If you could make something like that, it would be useful." Nina closed her eyes and looked like she was talking to herself. Then she opened her eyes. "Yep, I can do that, no problem. Will cost you 20 drachma, though." Percy nodded. Great, when can I get them both? Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Don't be late. And with that, Nina walked away. Percy stuck around for a bit and watched the forgers work. Maybe during the summer, when his quest of Over and Mom is safe again, he could learn how to be a forger. It looked pretty cool. After Percy got his fill of watching forgers working, he went out to the climbing wall. He had been itching to climb that thing ever since he saw it. Percy looked at the thing in wonder. It is true, many a demigod nearly died climbing this thing, but Percy will concur it. Not because he is the son of Poseidon, but because he is freaking awesome. Percy came to the start and quickly climbed onto the first footrest on the wall. He then pulled himself up, and for the next few steps, everything was normal. Then suddenly the wall started to vibrate. Soon the vibrations became more and more violent, and Percy nearly lost his grip, but Percy held on and waited until the vibrations stopped. Then suddenly there were rocks falling down, and Percy was forced to move to the side, and suddenly the rocks were everywhere. Moving like a cat, Percy managed to avoid each and every rock, and he came to a carving in the wall where a lot of the campers were now resting. Percy pulled himself up and sat there. And then, ping! Due to constant movement of your body in a flexible way, you have gained +1 dex. Percy looked at this and grinned. He then turned to see that there were several campers there next to him in the carving, and they were all looking at him. "Hi," Percy said, waving to them. Slowly one of them waved back and smiled. Just then a voice broke out of the group. "So you're the one that beat up Clarice." On the other side of the carving was a camper with blonde hair and a very butch face. "I'm Peter, son of Ares. And you beat up my siblings." Percy sighed. God, these guys were everywhere. Percy then looked at Peter and nodded. "Yeah, I did it." "So?" Peter snarled. "So now, I kick your ass." Percy laughed. "There isn't exactly much room here, you know. Not here at the halfway point. I mean on the top of the wall," Peter said with a snarl. "In fact, I'll race you." Ping. Quest alert. Teach this brat who's boss. Beat him in a race, and then kick his ass on top of the climbing wall. Rewards. Race, 300 EXP, climbing gloves. Battle, 500 EXP, training with Ares cabin. Failure. No training. Yes/no. Percy pressed yes and then looked at Peter. "You're on." Peter and Percy got into position outside of the halfway point, holding on to various handholds, and the third camper said, "Go." At that, Percy and Peter were racing up to the top. Suddenly a buzzsaw came flying down, coming to cut Percy right down the middle. Thinking quickly, Percy threw himself to the right and escaped being cut in half by a hair's breadth. "You have to fader than that, sea-head." Peter looked back and taunted. Percy grumbled and then climbed up faster. Peter was a few steps ahead, and Percy intended to catch up. But just then a speed of lava broke out and flew right for Percy and Peter. Percy jumped to the side again, but Peter missed one hand hold and suddenly was falling down. Percy's eyes widened. His mind began to panic, but Gamer's mind activated just in time. Percy reached with his left hand and grabbed Peter. He then pulled the child of Ares towards himself using his strength, and then threw Peter against the wall where Peter held on for dear life. "Are you okay?" Percy asked. Peter looked up and nodded. Seeing the child of Ares was just a little bit in shock, Percy moved on. The two then climbed the rest of the wall, and Percy managed to beat Peter to the top by a few seconds. Percy collapsed on top of the wall and started to pant. So much excitement. If Percy hadn't had Gamer's mind, then Peter would be pate right now. Just as Peter landed, next to Percy, a blue box appeared. Ping. Due to using your strength a lot, you have gained +1 STR. Due to constant movement of your body in a flexible way, you have gained +1 dex. Percy closed the boxes and turned to Peter. "You ready to get your ass kicked?" Peter looked at Percy and then smiled. "Bring it, fishhead." Percy got up and took out Riptide. The top of the climbing wall was 25 feet wide all around, just enough space to move around. Percy would have to be careful. The last he wanted was to fall to the side. Peter also took out his blade, which was made out of celestial bronze. The two passed themselves around each other, each seeing who would go first. Eventually, Percy decided to move. He struck Peter on the side, which the child of Ares blocked easily, and then pushed back against Percy. Percy was being pushed back as the cross swords were being pushed towards him. Percy knew as a test of strength he would lose, so he needed to think. Seeing Peter was only focused on pushing Percy back, the son of Poseidon noticed the boy's footing was wide. Percy twisted the blades to the side and pushed Peter back a little, and then moved to the side, causing Peter to lose his balance and land on the ground face first. Percy grabbed his blade and then pressed his knee on the boy's back while keeping the sword on Peter's neck. Yield. Peter grumbled into the dirt. I yield. Percy smiled and took the blade off. He got up Peter's back, helping the boy up, and gave him back his blade. Damn, brain, you are good, Peter said with a smile. And thanks for what you did back there. Percy grinned. Saving your life? You know, Biggie. Peter grinned. Well, not really. The son of Ares then walked backwards and leaned backwards off the side of the wall. Percy's eyes widened comically, and he ran to the edge to try and save Peter from his fall, only to find the boy slowly floating down. Peter chuckled at Percy's look. Wind spirits. They stop us from falling from a high height and bring up down to the ground. Percy grumbled. Great, so he wasn't in any danger after all. Ping. Quest completed. Teach this brat who's boss. Beat him in a race, and then kick his ass on top of the climbing wall. Rewards. Race, 300 EXP, climbing gloves. Battle, 500 EXP, training with Ares' cabin. Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and a pair of padded gloves landed in front of Percy. Picking these up, Percy inspected them. Climbing gloves. Used for getting a good grip by climbers. Very useful if you want a good grip. While wearing this, the user will never fall because of a weak grip. Percy tossed his gloves into his inventory and then looked over the edge of the wall. Peter was already on the bottom, and he looked up at Percy with a grin. Just jump. Percy readied himself and took a few steps back. He then ran forward and braced himself to hit the ground. But it didn't happen, as slowly Percy felt his body being lowered down to the ground. Percy knew this was going to happen, but knowing and believing were two different things. On the ground, Peter held out a hand in friendship. I may not have did because of the fall, but you didn't know that. Plus, as I had fallen, then we would have never fought, even though it was a short duel. Anyway, what I mean is, thanks, Percy. Percy smiled and shook Peter's hands as the two that talked about how hard the Ares cabin trained and the special feature of the climbing wall. Percy told Peter how he wanted to train with Ares cabin to get stronger, something which Peter said the Ares cabin might be willing to do if he put in a good word in. Peter and Percy soon said goodbye and went their separate ways. Percy then walked over to the Athena cabin and readied himself. This right now would be the biggest challenge Percy would face today. Everything else was just the warm-up. Percy walked up to the door and opened it, and ping, lust for knowledge detected. Aimed at you. Oh, mama, Percy said before he was dragged into the cabin. An hour later, ping, due to the teachings, torture, of the Athena cabin, you have gained +2 int and +4 wis. Percy rubbed his eyes and cracked his neck in pain. Never, ever go into the Athena cabin unless you really need their help. Trust me, it's not worth the pain. But with that being said, Percy really did need their help, and he was grateful that he got it. In the end, they were family, though a really weird part of the family. As Percy began to walk to the mess hall to have dinner, he was suddenly confronted by several camper, all looking tough. Percy saw all of them had the title son/daughter of Ares. So now we have the confrontation. Out of the group of boys and girls, Clarice stepped out with Peter behind her. I heard you saved Peter's life, Clarice said in a rough voice. Percy looked at Peter, who winked. So he did put in a good word for me. Percy then turned to Clarice and nodded. Yes, I did. Clarice grumbled. Well then, as the head of the Ares cabin, I would like to say thank you for saving the life of a child of Ares. If there is something we can do to help you, just ask, and we will try. Percy smiled. Well, there is this one thing. Percy blocked a thrust from Peter and quickly hit him behind the head with a backhand. He then moved forward and engaged another child of Ares in combat. Fierce swords clashed again and again, but Percy was faster. The son of Poseidon quickly stepped in attack, and then punched his enemy right in the nose, causing him to drop like a sack. Percy smiled at the victory, and just then, warning, swords swing from behind. Percy jumped away, and there behind him was another child of Ares with a blade that just missed Percy by an inch. Percy spun and swung his sword and struck the boy in the face, causing him to hold his head in pain. The son of Poseidon turned and looked at the 3 children of Ares charging him. Percy readied his blade and charged ahead. The first child had his shield up. Seeing this, Percy jumped, used his shield as a diving board, and jumped over their head. He landed behind them and then turned around with a low sweep, knocking them all off balance. Percy then jumped on the back of one middle Ares kid and grabbed his sword with his left. He then extended his bow sword and put the blade underneath the neck of the other Ares kids that ever just getting up, "I win." The kids all sighed and Percy grinned. He got the kid he was sitting on and gave him back his sword. Clarice then approached Percy with a snarl on her face. But it was good snarl, like, well, I can't think of any, but believe me, it was a good snarl. "Not bad for a son of Poseidon," Clarice said, crossing her arms. "But those are the worst fighters we had, so don't think you have won yet." "Hey." The campers Percy just beat called out as the children of Ares then got into an argument amongst themselves. Percy smiled at this and looked over to the blue boxes that appeared. Due to constant use, you leveled up a skill. Sword Mastery, LV 10, 20%. Allows user to freely handle swords. 50% more damage when using swords. Ping. Due to constant moment and working out, you have gained plus vit. Percy smiled and put the box away. Right now, it was early in the morning, somewhere around 7, if Percy was to guess, not to really get a watch. Percy had started training with the Ares campers today in the arena, and needless to say, Percy was very grateful for the skill levels he got. So far, he got only a level up in sword skill, but soon in the future it might be more. "So, Percy, you ready for one more round?" Clarice asked as she readied her spear with a feral grin. Percy was about to say yes when he was cut off by another voice. "What about letting me have a round?" Percy turned, and there walking to them was a blonde camper with a scar under his right eye near his chin. He had a grin on his face and a cool spring in his step. He wore the orange camp shirt with shorts, and on his hip was a sword. "Hey, Luke," Clarice said, addressing the new camper. "What are you doing here? What can a guy go out to train once in a while?" Luke said to the girl and flashed a smile. He then turned to Percy with a hand offered in friendship. "Name's Luke. Luke Castellan, son of Hermes." Percy smiled. Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon." "Yeah, I know. But after that show you put on 2 days ago, I'm sure everyone knows." Luke's smile then turned vicious. "So how about a little battle between us?" Percy smiled back. "You're on." Percy and Luke then moved away from each other as the rest of the campers moved away, giving them a big area to fight. Percy held up Riptide tight, and Luke copied his move, all his chill attitude gone. Then suddenly both swordsmen moved. At first, surprise registered in both faces that the other moved at the exact time they did, but it was quickly forgotten. Luke swung overhead, which Percy ducked. Percy moved forward and swung upward, which Luke jumped over. Percy then threw a kick at Luke, only for the boy to block it with his left while kicking at Percy, which the son of the sea god dogged by moving his head. The two then jumped back and held their swords up ready to charge. Percy moved and swung first, this time aiming at Luke's head. The son of Hermes ducked and kicked Percy, pushing him backwards. Percy recovered quickly and rolled back just as Luke's blade struck the ground where Percy was a few seconds ago. Percy then quickly swung his sword down, fixing Luke's on the ground. He then drew back a fist and punched Luke right in the face. Luke went back and wiped his face with a smile. They looked at each other, and then suddenly they moved again. Their swords now properly crashed, and the ringing of their swords' respective metals could be heard with each respective crash. Percy and Luke then began a dance of grace and deadly accuracy. Percy struck Luke across the shoulder, drawing blood, while Luke cut Percy in his cheek. Again and again their swords rung out in the area, and again Luke and Percy hurt themselves. Percy then swung his blade a little too widely and overstepped his swing. Seeing this, Luke quickly disarmed Percy and put his blade under Percy's neck. "I win." Percy looked at Luke's blade and smiled. "Not quite." Percy then grabbed the blade with one hand and quickly jerked it to one side, snapping the blade in half. Luke's eyes widened, and then he smirked. "So your blade managed to crack mine, huh? No matter, you still don't have a blade to use." Percy then took out Riptide, now in its pen form and back in his pocket due to the charm it had, and popped the cap off, causing it to transform into a sword. "Guess again." Luke then laughed and lowered his sword. "Haha, fine." Draw. Percy smiled. Draw. Percy put away his sword, and Luke picked up the pieces of his sword. Percy then looked at Luke and observed him. Luke Castellan Rebel. LV 49. HP 3200/3200. MP 1000 of 1000. Race demigod. STR 34. Vit 48. Dex 56. Int 12. Wis 35. Luke 21. Luke Castellan in the son of Hermes. At a young age, he saw his mother lose her mind, and when father was not there to help her, his hatred for the gods began. Luke loves all of his family, even the extended members, and is a person who would help them in an instant. Luke hates the Olympian for abandoning their children and wants to wage war on them all. Luke thinks Percy is vulnerable and can use a friend to talk to. Percy looked at those stats and the info in curiosity. He was a master swordsman, that's for sure. The only reason Percy even managed to draw was because of Riptide's charm and the fact that Luke's sword broke. Otherwise, he would have lost. Percy looked at those stats and the info in curiosity. He was a master swordsman, that's for sure. The only reason Percy even managed to draw was because of Riptide's charm and the fact that Luke's sword broke. Otherwise, he would have lost. While his info was informative about his past, it was the present Percy worried about. He hated the gods but loved the campers like family. He wanted to wage war against the gods themselves, but because they neglected their children. Percy was all for fighting the power, but that was a little extreme. Percy then closed the box and turned to Luke. You are an amazing sword fighter, Luke. The boy smiled. You're not too bad yourself, Percy. A little more practice, and you will be amazing at it, I promise. Now what's on your agenda next, Percy? I don't have one. I basically have free run of the camp for now, but I was planning on visiting the forge after breakfast. I need to pick up a few things. Luke smiled. All right, then I'll see you around, Perk. I'm the head of the Hermes cabin, so if you're ever interested in learning a few things about stealing or whatnot, drop by. Percy nodded. Thanks, Luke, I will. After a wave goodbye, Luke walked away, leaving Percy with the children of Ares. Percy then spent the next hour or so practicing his swordplay. The battle with Luke was intense and showed he needed a lot to learn. At the end of the workout, this came. Ping. Due to constant moment and precise attacks, you have gained +1 Vit and Dex. Percy wiped the sweat off his brow and waved goodbye to the Ares campers, and they separated in the mess hall. Percy quickly got a huge plate of food, slipped some into the fire for his dad, and ate the rest. After his big breakfast, Percy decided to go to the climbing wall for a run-up. On the way there, Percy came across a large group of people with Luke at the head. Going up to him, Percy called out, Luke. The blonde-haired man turned and smiled at Percy. Oh, hey, Percy. Where are you going? Climbing wall, Luke. Where are you guys going? Same. Oh, this is the Hermes cabin, Percy. Guys, Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. Percy scanned the people there. Some of them had the title of son of Hermes above their head, the others didn't. Wait, you all are the children of Hermes? Luke smiled and shook his head. No, only some of them. Most are unclaimed and don't know who their godly parent is. Percy nodded, and quickly he joined the group as they made way to the climbing wall. On the way there, Percy made friends with most of the Hermes cabin. He quickly became acquainted with the Stoll brothers, Travis and Connor, both sons of Hermes. It seemed that the ones that didn't know who their parents were had it the worst, but they had the friends in the cabin they could turn to. But this began to eat away at Percy. They didn't know who their godly parents were, but his info box did. So he knew exactly whose kid they were. So, should he tell them? Ping. Oh, for the love of the gods. Quest alert. Tell the unclaimed campers who their parents are. If you do, the campers will be loyal to you. Gods will wonder where you learn all of this. If you don't, guilt. Some of the unclaimed kids might do something horrible, and you'll be blamed. Yes/no. Percy looked at the quest and sighed. This time there was no failure option. There was just a choice to be made. Percy pressed yes and closed the box. Decisions. When the group reached the climbing wall, the Stoll brothers challenged Percy to a race to the top. Ping. Quest alert. Race to the top. Reward. 200 EXP. Failure. The Stoll brothers will make fun of you for a week. Yes/no. Percy pressed yes and quickly equipped his climbing gloves for yesterday. The three got into positions and then moved at the same time. Percy managed to get the head start with his gloves and quickly moved up faster and faster until they reached the halfway point. After a rest, they moved again, but this time the Stoll brothers had a trick up their sleeves. Tacking a rope with a claw on one end threw it at Percy's leg, catching it. "Hey, what the dash?" Percy called out, but then was pulled down by the combined strength of both brothers. While the gloves will prevent a user to not fall due to a weak grip, Percy was pulled down, hence why Percy fell. But as Percy fell down, he caught on a hand hold a few feet before hitting the ground. Percy looked up at the Stoll brothers, and he growled. He then charged upwards with his full speed. But by the time he reached the halfway point and started on the second half, the two sons of Hermes almost to the top. So Percy used his trump card, water control. He reached into his inventory and pulled out a water bottle and opened the cap with his teeth. He then sent the water upwards in two tentacle-like streams which caught Travis and Connor around the waist and flung them off the wall. Percy watched as the wind spirits caught the two sons of Hermes, and Percy quickly climbed the wall without a worry. After Percy got back down, he was surrounded by the rest of Hermes' cabin, who congratulated him on his quick thinking. Just then, ping, quest completed. Race to the top. Reward, 200 EXP. Ping, due to strenuous activity, you have gained +1 VIT. Luke approached him and gave him his trademark smile. Good job, Percy. I have never seen a son of Poseidon's powers used, so that was an amazing sight. Percy smiled. Thanks, I was just lucky is all. I'll say I didn't even see you pull out your water bottle, Travis said with a grin. You like came out of thin air. Connor shouted out in surprise. You got to tell me how you did that. Percy grinned. Magic. The rest of Hermes' cabin grounded at the lame joke, but Percy noticed Luke looking at him with a calculating look. The moment Luke noticed Percy was looking at him, the frown turned to a smile. After spending a little more time with the rest of Hermes' cabin, Percy left and quickly reached the forge for his shield. He entered the bricked building and saw the sparks fly all around him. Hephaestus' cabin, it seemed, did not take a day off or anything. Percy turned and saw Nina in one corner of the building waving at him. Come here. Percy nodded and quickly walked up to Nina. Her workbench was filled with diagrams of projects she was working on and various pieces of metal just littered around the table. So are they ready? Nina nodded. Yep, just finished them as a matter of fact. She then propped up his shield and Percy inspected it and saw it was perfect. He uses Observe, bronze shield. This shield is made out of bronze material and is sharp around the edges. Warriors use it to bash their opponents' heads in and use the edge to cut deep. Weight, 35 kg, durability, 12/12. Percy was impressed. He lifted it up and felt it was lighter. Before it weighed 40 kg and its durability was 10/10. Percy looked at Nina. It's lighter and more durable. The daughter of Hephaestus nodded. Yup, I managed to reduce the weight and make it light by melting it and reforging it completely. It's basic smithing 101. Percy looked at that in surprise. Wow, I'm impressed. And did you get the weighted bands done? Nina nodded and quickly searched around the table. She then pulled up 4 black wristbands with the Omega symbol on it. These are charmed away exactly the same. All you have to do to change their weight is press the Omega on one of them and verbally tell the weight you want them to be, and poof, instant weight. Percy looked at the band in wonder as he used Observes. Weighted wristbands X4. They can change their weight to any amount the user desires when the Omega symbol is pressed. At present weight is 1G. This was amazing, far better than what he wanted. Nina went above and beyond, it seemed. Note to self, always ask Nina for information on armor and weapons. Percy quickly took out the 25D needed for the assignment and added a tip of extra 5D. He added the coins to Nina, who counted the coins. Wait, Percy, you gave me an extra 5 drachma, Nina said, turning to Percy, who was already putting on a wristband on each arm. Oh yeah, these weighted wristbands are far more than what I expected, so consider it a tip. He then put the other 2 on his feet. Wait, shouldn't the ones that go on my feet be called ankle brands? Nina shrugged. It's just a name. Anyway, thanks, Percy. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to ask. Percy nodded. Thanks, Nina, you're brilliant. Percy then turned and quickly left the forge with his shield in tow, leaving behind a blushing Nina. Outside, Percy made sure he was alone and then threw his shield in his inventory. He was attached to that shield. It was his first after all. Percy then looked at his new wristbands and pressed the omega symbol of his right band, 20 pounds. Suddenly, the bands started to pull down to the earth, and Percy felt his arms were being pulled down. Percy slowly, however, straightened up and began to slowly walk. He was going to he needed to do this. Percy then began walking around camp, and he started to use his ID create skill and ID escape skill as he went along camp. That way he would be improving his STR stats and improve his ID skill level. TT would seem strange if Percy just kept disappearing and reappearing in different places due to the ID skill, but Percy would make sure he only used his skill when people weren't looking. During the evening, Percy finally got a hand of the 20 pounds on his limbs and could now walk normally. He also got this. Ping. Due to constant use, 2 skills have leveled up 4 times. ID create, LV9, 40%. Used to create instant dungeons. Higher the level, stronger the dungeon. Current list. Empty dungeon, no monsters. Monster dungeon, zombies. ID escape, LV9, 40%. Used to escape from instant dungeons. And he finally goes some extra stats in his STR. STR 12. His strength raised up by 5 points in 1 day. Sure, it took the whole day, but it was worth it. Percy then walked up to the Athena cabin and entered. Inside was chaos, like usual, but Percy managed to find Malcolm in the chaos. Hey Malcolm, why is everyone in a state of panic? Malcolm looked at Percy and looked shocked. Percy, where the hell have you been all day? Percy motioned to his wristbands. I got these new weighted bands I wanted to try out. Why, what's going on? Everyone was worried about you. Malcolm cried out. You weren't there during lunch. We thought something had happened to you. Why would anything happen to me? Well, because, What? Well, because you were a son of Poseidon. Zeus and Hades are going to be pissed, and they would probably try to attack you. The camp, though, something had happened. And adding to the fact people kept saying they saw you disappeared and reappear all over the place. Percy cursed. Shit, looks like I have to be a little more careful when training my ID skills. I'm fine, Malcolm. I'm ready for my study session today, though. The son of Athena sighed and quickly brought out several books. Here, read these for today. I swear, Percy, you go through books faster than some of the people here. Percy smiled. What's the famous saying? Know your enemy? Percy then turned to the book he got, Secrets of the Underworld. He wasn't an idiot. He was on the underworld, and he knew how dangerous such a place can be. Hence why every time he was here, he always read up on something related to Hades and the underworld in order to know more. After that, Percy got 2 boxes. Due to constant reading, you got +1 int. A skill has leveled up. Language. Modern English, LV, 20%. Due to you being a demigod, you have dyslexia, but with hard work you have overcome your disabilities, and your reading is now near grade level college plus 35% reading speed. Percy closed the boxes and quickly left the cabin with the rest of the children of Athena to the mess hall. There they once again split apart. Percy went to sit alone while the rest of the cabin tables were all full. After finishing his food, Percy quickly grabbed a bottle of water and a torchlight. He slipped out of the mess hall and went to the forest. Percy went deep into the place. He then quickly reached a small clearing in the trees, and he stopped there. Percy then took out the water from the bottle and spread it thinly in front of him, causing a mist to form. Percy then shined a torch through the artificially created mist, and a rainbow was formed. Percy took out a drachma and tossed it into the rainbow and spoke, "O Iris, goddess of the rainbow, please accept my offering." The words Percy learned from Annabeth the other day, "Show me the fates." Suddenly the rainbow started to discolor and move about in a funny way. This wasn't what Annabeth said would happen. Did I do something wrong? Then the message stabilized and an image appeared. It was of the 3 fates themselves, and the spoke as one. Percy Jackson, we were expecting you to call us. Percy grinned. Then there are some things you 3 don't know. We never said there wasn't. The 3 spoke up. I didn't really think it would work. Iris messaging you, but I really needed your help. You were right, normally it would be impossible to call us like this, but we made an exception for you. Now what is it you need? Percy then gathered his thoughts and spoke. I was just wondering, is it alright to tell people about my powers? The gaming ones, I mean, not the Poseidon that everyone already knows. Although now that I think about it, I really shouldn't have dash. Enough, the fates said, stopping him. You blabber when you are nervous. Percy scratched his head. Yeah, but anyway, can I? That is up to you. You may do whatever you wish with your powers. Tell anyone, even show them, but you must never reveal that it was us that gave them to you. Percy nodded. So can I use my powers to find out who the unclaimed campers were, and then tell them that? The three fates looked at each other, and then one of them handed a bag of drachma to the one on the left. Oh, what was that? Percy asked. The one that got the money spoke up. I bet that you would use your power to help the unclaimed. Atropus bet that you will use them to train other campers. Wait, I can do that? Percy asked, bewildered. That's for you to find out, the three said together again. Goodbye, Percy Jackson. And with that, the iris message disappears, leaving Percy alone in the forest with a flashlight and a water bottle. Percy threw them into his inventory and walked back to camp. He quickly made way to the campfire in the center of all the camps and sat down next to Luke and the Hermes camp. Percy then began to talk to them, all the while looking at each unclaimed stats. Percy then met a guy named Mark Copper, and according to his bio, was the son of Triton. Percy read that, and then realized who he was immediately. His gamer's mind helped him freak out when he figured out who Mark was. Mark was the son of Triton, who is the son of Poseidon, and yes, that does mean Percy is technically his uncle. This is incredibly weird for Percy because Mark was a teen that stood at 5'6" and has a runner's build. He had blue eyes and very frizzy hair. The moment Luke introduced Percy to him, Percy spoke up. Wait, are you as son of Poseidon? Mark looked at Percy and then blinked. Oh no, I'm sure I would know if I was the son of Poseidon. You sure? 'Cause you feel all sea-like and well. You sure? Percy, what do you mean he feels sea-like? Luke asked, intrigued by this. Well, you know, sea-like. Percy said, holding his arms out. Don't you feel the different demigods here? Wait, you can feel the demigods? One of the unclaimed asked, like you can feel their aura? Percy nodded and then, ping. Due to you lying through your ass, you have leveled up your lying skills. Lying, LV6, 60%. This is your ability to lie to people. The higher the level, the better the lie and less chance of discovery. 30% chance of success, less based on how extreme the lie is. Bullshitting, LV3, a combination of lying and the truth said in a very confident manner. There we go. Percy wiped the screen away and looked to see most of the campers looking at him. Can't you guys tell the difference between a child of Ares and a child of Athena by looking at them? No, Percy. There isn't any way to know who is whose kid unless the child is claimed or they have a skill that makes it obvious, like your water powers. Annabelle.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.